Chapter 1 Back to 901. How many surgeons are there in the country? How many female surgeons are there? And how many female cardiothoracic surgeons are actually on the operating table as chief surgeons? 1,000? 100? 10? 1. No, what you said is completely wrong. The voices of the people on the stage became smaller and smaller. The answer is 0. In 1996, the emergency room of the 3rd People's Hospital of Minjiang District, Songyuan City. In the dark night, a dilapidated emergency room building loomed, and the light bulbs hanging in the front yard were swaying and scattered by the wind, in stark contrast to the colorful neon lights on the road outside. The ambulance from the 3rd hospital roared and turned into the big iron gate of the hospital with the big scarlet lettering, and it made a loud bang when the car body rubbed against the door. The security guard in the security booth rushed out to check the situation of the gate. Because of this loud noise, Xie Wanying, who was standing in the yard, woke up. Her blurred vision became clear, and her focus fell on the door of the emergency room. I saw a few busy nurses pushing the ambulance and rushed out of the emergency room, and the male doctor who was one step ahead of the nurses held a flashlight and quickly checked the pupils of the patients lying on the ambulance. Blood pressure: 70 systolic, 40 diastolic. Hypotension: what's the situation? What is the patient's main complaint? It hurts to say. Heart disease? Myocardial infarction. A stethoscope is attached to the patient's chest to listen. At this time, the patient was sweating profusely, his face was bloodless, like a dead person, and his lips were white. The male doctor said, "Hurry up and get a morphine injection to relieve the pain." Wrong. It's not a myocardial infarction. It's a ruptured aortic aneurysm. It's not because of pain, but because of blood loss. Xie Wanying murmured a string of words unconsciously from her slightly open mouth. Several nurses pushed the patient to the emergency room with a lathe. The emergency doctor walked back quickly behind the patient nurse, suddenly heard the words coming from the wind, and stopped abruptly. Turning around, he saw the girl standing in the yard. The girl is tall and thin, with a black braid, like a willow fluttering in the wind, with fair skin and slender wrists, wearing a blue and white high school uniform. Xie Wanying, who was looked at by the other party, was also looking at the face of the man opposite her. This male doctor is handsome enough. Small chin face, standard small white face. Unlike the hard face with Chinese characters, it is very popular with young girls. Hair trimming follows the trend of celebrities at this stage, with small broken hair at the ends, flying bangs, and 2 eyeballs bright and bright in the night. When not wearing a white coat, this person might be misunderstood as a singer singing with a guitar while walking on the road. Wearing a white coat is even more eye-catching. Age or in his early 20s, the actual age may be older because the face is too good-looking and will hide the actual age. Xie Wanying's eyes fell on the doctor's card hanging on the man's white coat, which read, "Brain surgery, Chaoyong." By the way, the black pin that this man hangs on the pocket of his white coat is cool. Brain surgery. No wonder the difference between myocardial infarction and aortic rupture was not immediately recognized. Xie Wanying thought. "Dr. Chow, patient." The emergency nurse ran to the door and called. Hearing the nurse's call, Chaoyong quickly turned around and walked into the emergency room. But he couldn't get rid of the high school girl he saw just now. Which student? Which school? How can one say the medical term for ruptured aortic aneurysm? Did he hear it wrong? Chapter 2. Back to 902. When he took out the black pen in his pocket and prepared to give the doctor's order, Chaoyong raised his head and quickly took a closer look at the patient's complexion, blood pressure, and other indicators. "Did you pull the ECG, Dr. Chow?" The intern came over with the ECG machine and waited for his order. "No, go to the CT room first. Make a call to the CT room and tell the other party that the patient is in an emergency. There may be a ruptured aneurysm and massive blood loss that requires surgical rescue. Please confirm it as soon as possible." When Chaoyong said these words, a dazed, "Realize that you are crazy." He did not perform the diagnosis procedure according to the myocardial infarction that he first judged, but followed the words of a high school student and sent the patient for CT. The intern was startled when he heard this. "Dr. Chow, do you think the patient's diagnosis is not a myocardial infarction? Obviously, this symptom is very similar to myocardial infarction. Do CT." Chaoyong concluded. In any case, sometimes doctors have to trust intuition, especially when they encounter an emergency. There is no time to give the doctor time to analyze slowly. Xie Wanying saw that the bed in the emergency room seemed to be pushed towards the CT room, and she couldn't help blinking. Hey, did that doctor change the direction of diagnosis? Suddenly becoming consistent with her initial diagnosis? The security guard at the gate of the hospital quarreled with a middle-aged woman. I'm looking for my daughter. She's standing there, and we're looking for a relative who lives in your hospital's staff dormitory. Her name is Xie Wanying. She's a doctor in your hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department, and she's my cousin. The middle-aged woman said. Our hospital staff dormitory building does not take the road inside the hospital, comrade. You go to the right. I know, I said. I was looking for my daughter. She went the wrong way. She came to your hospital. The middle-aged woman stamped her feet anxiously, so she could only shout, Ying, Ying. Hearing her mother's voice, Xie Wanying turned around and said, Mom, I told you to wait for me at the door of the hospital after school and go to your cousin's house together. Where did you go? Sun Rongfang pointed at her daughter and shouted. Xie Wanying was surprised when she heard the word, off school, from her mother's mouth. After school, she had already graduated and worked. No, mother looks like this, although it is dark, but if you look closely, your hair is not gray, but it is black, and there are few wrinkles on your face, and there are no age spots. Bowing her head, Xie Wanying saw the canvas shoes she was wearing on her feet. These were the shoes she only wore when she was a student. Look again, the cuffs are high school uniforms. There was a heavy feeling on my shoulders, and it turned out that I was carrying a school bag. The school bag was put down and the zipper of the school bag was opened, revealing the stuffed high school textbooks and test papers. Mom, what year is this year? Xie Wanying couldn't believe what she saw and asked. Sun Rongfang pushed away the security guard, came over, and poked her daughter's head with her finger. Are you stupid in reading? The college entrance examination is going to be in a few days. What is the number? This year is 1996. The security guard who followed Sun Rongfang to see what happened gave the correct answer. Xie Wanying's eyes widened. Here, she was reborn, back in 1996, the eve of the college entrance examination. Let's go quickly. I called your cousin. I guess they are getting impatient waiting at home. Sun Rongfang took her daughter's hand and walked out the door, walking and said, By the way, buy a bag of fruits and then go upstairs, lest you be embarrassed to be empty-handed. Xie Wanying, who was carrying a school bag in her hand, listened to her mother's familiar nagging voice, and then looked back at the number 3 of the 3rd hospital, recalling the turning point in her life that was happening right now. Chapter 3, 3 Doctor Relatives. Tomorrow, the National College Entrance Examination students will fill out the College Entrance Examination volunteer form. She wanted to study medicine, so her mother brought her to her cousin's house for advice. Her cousin Xie Wanying went from a midwife to a self-taught doctor turned obstetrics and gynecology doctor. She married Ding Yuhai, a general surgeon at the same hospital. Her life is very inspirational. Every line is like a mountain, which means that people outside the industry will never know the secrets of the industry. If you want to take a medical exam, you must know what the doctor's circle is like. With such a powerful cousin, Sun Rongfang naturally brought her daughter over to ask relatives for advice. Sun Rongfang picked fruits at the fruit shop near the hospital. The sun-kissed oranges he picked were extremely expensive, nearly $10 apiece. In 1996, when the average family was paid a few hundred yuan a month, it was simply unaffordable. For the sake of her daughter's future, Sun Rongfang fought hard. While spending a lot of money, she said, Your cousin's house is not short of good things. If you buy small oranges and watermelons, she will definitely not like it. It's fine if others just give them to their family. It's incredible. So, you study hard, and after graduation, let your aunt help you arrange the arrangements, and go to the hospital. After you become a doctor, your life will be different. Xie Wanying looked at her mother and endured it 3 times before finally blurting out, Mom, don't buy it. My cousin doesn't like the oranges we bought, and I don't think I can be a doctor. What? Sun Rongfang turned around and disagreed with her daughter's words. You can be a doctor, and your aunt is so happy. Her own daughter's failure to get into medical school made her feel pain for a long time, and now you can vent for her daughter. She can't be happy. What a face is her mother, thinking that her cousin can treat her cousin's daughter as her own daughter. Xie Wanying thought about it afterwards. Intellectuals are different. Zhou Ruomei really didn't speak ill of anyone in front of everyone. There is only one reason. Doctors rely on medical knowledge that ordinary people do not understand, and they can overwhelm ordinary people to the point of being speechless. Like her mother, who has not graduated from elementary school, looks at her cousin, who has always been a doctor, with a halo all over her body. Of course, the next step is to see if the cousin is really good to her cousin or if she actually has other tricks in her heart. Spent 100 yuan to buy 8 oranges, which were heavy in her hands. Sun Rongfang was quite satisfied, feeling a little confident that she could take her daughter to her cousin's house as a guest. The mother and daughter walked into the alley next to the hospital this time. This is the shortcut that the security guard said, and they can go directly to the hospital staff quarter. The hospital has good welfare. It shows that it has its own staff dormitory community. The buildings in the community are in good location and quality. The environment is safe and elegant, and it is close to the hospital. People are inevitably sick, and they feel more at ease when they are at home next to the hospital. Xie Wanying remembered that the housing prices soared later, and the dormitories left by the hospital in this era were all hot second-hand houses without exception. Zhou Ruomei lives on the 3rd floor, which can be called the golden floor, in the middle of the community. In this regard, Sun Rongfang boasted to her daughter about her cousin's house again. Your cousin is the first knife in general surgery, do you know? When you go there, remember to call someone. Xie Wanying didn't say anything for now. Since she couldn't stop her mother just by saying what she said just now, she had to wait to go to the other party's house and wait for the other party to pour cold water so that her mother could wake up. Climbing to the 3rd floor, Sun Rongfang rang the doorbell, afraid that the people inside would not be able to hear him, and shouted, "Is Zhou Ruomei there?" "Yes." A woman's voice answered, walking to the door to open the door. Chapter 4 The Threshold of Being a Doctor. Chapter 4 The Threshold of Being a Doctor. The door opened, revealing a woman with short hair that looked neat, with a mole on her left chin, known as a beauty mole. "Your cousin, hurry up." Sun Rongfang made a look at her daughter. "Cousin," Xie Wanying whispered. "Come in." Zhou Ruomei told the mother and daughter to enter the room, and walked back to the living room by herself. Sun Rongfang took her daughter into the door and helped her cousin close the door. "Remember to change your slippers," Zhou Ruomei reminded them. Changed into the indoor slippers at the door, Sun Rongfang smiled at her cousin. "Your slippers are so beautiful." Zhou Ruomei laughed when she heard her cousin's praise. They brought it back from abroad. Slippers from abroad? Sun Rongfang took a hard look at what she was wearing on her feet. "Mom, go in and sit." Xie Wanying pulled her mother. Sun Rongfang didn't think there was anything, but took the opportunity to educate her daughter. "Learn from your cousin, and in the future, let others give you things abroad for nothing." Zhou Ruomei kept laughing, and when she told them to sit, she said to her cousin, "You can take the teapot under the coffee table yourself. You can drink whatever you want. I have all kinds of tea here, black tea from abroad, tea guanyin from China, Westlake Longjing, all of them. You can figure it out yourself." Hearing what my cousin said, Sun Rongfang was very happy. She took a kettle and hurriedly went to the pool to fill up water and boil it, ready to make tea. Xie Wanying found a small stool to sit on, holding her school bag on her knees. Opposite Zhou Ruomei's eyes scrutinized her facial features secretly. Sun Rongfang came back with the kettle filled with water and asked her cousin, "Where's your husband?" "He was reading in the room," Zhou Ruomei said. Sun Rongfang said the request. "I want Ying to ask your husband for advice." Ying said she wants to be a surgeon. "Surgery?" Zhou Ruomei was astonished. "Does she want to study medicine?" "Yes. Didn't I tell you on the phone? When Ying graduates, you can help her find a way to stay in your hospital." It's not easy for us to stay in the hospital now. Doctors' academic qualifications are improving these days. Like our hospital, in 2 years, undergraduates should not be accepted, and only postgraduate degrees will be accepted. I'm afraid she won't be able to make it in time. Sun Rongfang was a little anxious when she heard what her cousin said. "Can't you introduce Ying in your hospital?" "Where can I go? If I have the ability, I can go with the director as a relative. But the son of the director of our hospital has already married a wife and has children, so I don't have this chance." Zhou Ruomei cheered. Sun Rongfang was so worried. "Cousin, are you really helpless?" There is a way. Unless Ying is admitted to our hospital by herself. Zhou Ruomei said it lightly. Let's wait for Ying to pass the test. Don't worry. I don't know what happened to her college entrance examination. Her teacher said that her grades are good. She has 3 mock tests in the city, all of which are in the top 100 in the city. What does it mean to be among the best in the city? My son was admitted to the top 300 clinical medicine classes in the province when he was admitted to Zhongshan Medicine. If Ying wants to be admitted to medicine, the examination in the province is not Zhongshan Medicine, so don't read it. People think you are incompetent. The first-class hospitals in the province want to recruit students who want to graduate from Zhongshan Medicine. Do you want your daughter to go to the county to be a hygienist in a health center? Sun Rongfang was dumbfounded after hearing these words. If you say this, will her daughter take the medical exam? In the Department of Clinical Medicine of Zhongshan Medical University, the lowest score of candidates admitted last year was among the top 2,000 students in the province. Your family, Ying, will definitely not pass the test. Zhou Ruomei concluded. So, cousin, your daughter is because. Chapter 5 The first medical school in the country. Yes, my Lulu. I told her early in the morning, either get admitted to Zhongshan Medicine or don't study. Go to Zhongshan Finance instead of studying in other medical schools. So my Lulu went to the University of Finance and Economics. The joy that Sun Rongfang had when he came was gone. Looking at her cousin's expression, Zhou Ruomei was intrigued and greeted. Make tea quickly. Didn't you say you like foreign tea? This black tea is delicious. Try it. It was sent from abroad. Sun Rongfang didn't know how to pick up the words. It was completely beyond her expectation that it was so difficult for her daughter to be a doctor. She knew that doctors were also graded, but she didn't expect it to be so cruel in the college entrance examination. The guests are here. As soon as the door of the study opened in the room, a tall and gentle man with glasses came out. It was Zhou Ruomei's husband Ding Yuhai. Hello, brother-in-law. Sun Rongfang turned her head to say hello. I heard that you want to go to medical school. As if Ding Yuhai had already heard the conversation in the living room. Yes, Ying said she wanted to be a surgeon. Sun Rongfang hurriedly said for her daughter, thinking that maybe her cousin-in-law and her cousin disagreed. This is a dream. Ding Yuhai's basin of cold water suddenly poured down, scaring Sun Rongfang to death. Zhou Ruomei smiled and patted her husband's arm. Save some face for my cousin. They don't understand medicine. So, doesn't this need to be made clear to them? She wants to be a surgeon? Obstetrics and gynecology is also surgery. Do you want to be an obstetrician? Ding Yuhai asked. Xie Wanying, who just looked at the floor without speaking, raised her head and replied, No, I want to be a cardiothoracic surgeon. Cardiothoracic surgeon? Ding Yuhai shook his hand and shook his head. As far as I know, there is no female cardiothoracic surgeon in the country. There was a report in the newspaper a few days ago. Sun Rongfang also told her daughter, who read the newspaper. The newspapers are propaganda. I know who you are talking about. That person was sent abroad and returned after being gilded. As far as I know, the director of their family asked her to perform several operations, and the newspapers added to the image of their hospital. In fact, none of the most important operations in their department will be performed by her. Originally, a woman should be a surgeon. The obstetrics and gynecology department is an exception because the patient and the patient's family have requirements. Surgery is the most difficult and risky of all surgeries, and the director of surgery will never leave such an operation in the hands of a female surgeon. What's the reason women can't work? Sun Rongfang asked stutteringly. Can a woman stay up all night? Can a woman stand by the operating table for 24 hours without feeling tired? The female doctor has a fixed menstrual period. How many days of the month can you go to the operating table without obstruction? Everything said was true, and Sun Rongfang lowered her head. You tell your family Ying to stop being a doctor, take an exam in finance, and become an accountant, or be a teacher. In men's circles, they are all women's professions that are liked by men. There will be no problem in getting married in the future. Zhou Ruomei plans to plan for her cousin. No, I want to be a doctor. I have to be admitted to the medical university in the capital, the National Association of Medical Sciences, an 8-year undergraduate, master's and doctoral program, surgery, and a class that only recruits 10 students. Xie Wanying said word by word. This tall university for her reborn. She finally had the chance to touch it, and she would definitely hold on tight. Chapter 6. Don't give her the entrance exam. What is an 8-year undergraduate, master's, and doctoral degree program with 10 students per class? Sun Rongfang must have heard her daughter say this for the first time. Zhou Ruomei and Ding Yuhai's faces were blue and white. Zhou Ruomei got angry and waved to her cousin. Stop making tea. You all go back. What a rude child. The elders said a lot, and couldn't hear a word. What was there to say? Sun Rongfang was stunned, not understanding how her daughter's words offended her cousin and her husband, even though her daughter didn't speak ill of others. Is the people in my cousin's house really stupid or stupid? Zhou Ruomei was suspicious, said that he would definitely be admitted to the National Association of Medical College for undergraduate, master, and doctoral programs. Didn't he put his family in the son of Zhongshan Medical College? The son of a doctor's family would ride on his head and step on it? Stepping on like this in front of her and her husband will make her and her husband not angry? If Zhongshan Medical College is the #1 medical school in the province, then the National Association of Medical Sciences is the #1 medical school in the country. The undergraduate, master, and doctoral classes there are the first in the country's medical schools. Go back and think about what my husband and I said, Zhou Ruomei said to her cousin earnestly. Cousin sincerely sent a guest, so Sun Rongfang had to get up and take her daughter back. Before leaving, she kept sun-kissed orange, but Zhou Ruomei refused. Take it back and eat it yourself. I know the economic conditions of your family. I also want to make it clear to you that it is very hard to be a doctor in the early stage, and you don't have much money. If you go to a small county health center, the salary is lower than the average person. Do you think, well, letting Ying not get into medical school? Cousin's remarks were really shocking and made Sun Rongfang completely back off about her daughter's admission to medical school. If you go to a health center in a small county, don't take the test. It's pointless. Sun Rongfang thought. Leaving her aunt's house, Xie Wanying acted very calm all the way. What do you think about yourself? Sun Rongfang turned back and asked her daughter. I heard what she said made sense to your cousin. Otherwise, let's not get into any medical school. Mom, it won't be too late to wait for the results of the college entrance examination. Xie Wanying knew that it was useless to say anything now, so she could just use the results to express her position. Your cousin said you couldn't pass the exam. Sun Rongfang shook her head, apparently having been brainwashed by her cousin. Xie Wanying thought, if her mother went back to the carbine at this time to listen to Zhou Ruomei's thoughts, she would be surprised. Zhou Ruomei has always looked down on Sun Rongfang, the cousin of a freight driver married with a low education. Intellectuals always feel superior to others in their hearts. After the cousin's house left, Zhou Ruomei and her husband Ding Yuhai chatted. It's a pity. What kind of doctor? I think Ying looks good. It's better to learn to sing as a doctor. Ding Yuhai heard his wife's words, and he had to admire his daughter-in-law's vicious heart. Isn't it asking people to sell her in disguise? Zhou Ruomei thought. If her cousin's daughter really depends on her appearance in the future, she doesn't need to worry about someone else's child riding on her child's head for a long time. The daughter of the truck driver, if she becomes a doctor and wins the son and daughter of the doctor's family, she will be heartbroken. The phone rang, and Ding Yuhai picked up the phone nearby. Old Ding, there's a big emergency tonight. How to say? A young man in the emergency department was initially diagnosed with a rare aortic aneurysm rupture by naked eyes. Chapter 7. What if there is no specialist doctor? Dr. Chow, you are so powerful that such rare diseases can be quickly diagnosed by you. Interns and nurses were chatting around. Chow Yong looked at the conclusion on the CT report and was a little stunned. Speaking of which, he wasn't the first to judge. It was that high school girl. Who is she? Turned around. Chow Yong pushed aside the people around him and walked quickly to the door of the emergency room. The hospital ambulance was parked in the small courtyard in front of him, and no one was standing. Could it be that he was dreaming that a little fairy came down to tell him what happened to the patient? Dr. Chow, who are you looking for? Asked the nurse who followed him. Did a girl stand in the yard just now, wearing a high school uniform? Chow Yong pointed to where Xie Wanying had stood and asked the others. No. The nurse trainees all shook their heads. Dr. Chow, I called our hospital's general surgery department, but our hospital doesn't have a special cardiothoracic surgery department. They said they couldn't do this surgery. The interns who were ordered to call to inform other departments ran back, sweating profusely. And Xiao Yong reported. Xiao Yong's face changed suddenly. No? He forgot that this was not the hospital where he used to be. Ding Yuhai was surprised to receive a call from his colleague. Which young guy is so powerful? Aortic aneurysm is a relatively rare case. It's not a young man from our hospital. It was the dean and an old classmate from Capital Hospital who came to our hospital for communication and guidance. He said that he was already a scholar when he was in medical school. He was sent from overseas. Ciao. Tonight seems to be a temporary replacement for someone who is the chief inpatient of our hospital, so he encountered a rare case. The top students from the capital are amazing. The question is what happens after the diagnosis is made. I'm afraid it will be too late to transfer to the provincial hospital. There are no guys in our city who can do this kind of surgery. Beyond City 1 has built the most advanced surgery in the city and introduced an extracorporeal circulation machine. But so far we have not been able to bring in a cardiothoracic surgeon to our hospital. Ding Yuhai said this. His mouth could not help but float with pride. Being a doctor is like cooking, and it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. When doctors from the capital arrive, they still need to be limited by the environment. Xiao Yong had to admit defeat tonight. In the hospital, Xiao Yong walked all the way to the operating room and took off the white coat outside, revealing the green hand-washing suit he wore inside, holding a Motorola mobile phone and talking to Zhu Huaitsong, an old classmate in the cardiothoracic surgery department of his hospital. What do you tell me to do? I will come and do it. No one in this hospital can do it. Are you crazy? This is not our hospital. What if you don't? Watching him die, he has a wife and children. The area where the family members of the patient are located was crying. Hey, Zhu Huaitsong sighed, saying how difficult it is to train cardiothoracic surgeons. Laymen don't understand. So the family blamed why there were no cardiothoracic surgeons in the hospital. They can only say that there are hospitals in the country that have real cardiothoracic surgery departments. Very few, many prefecture-level cities do not have such a hospital. Looking back, Zhu Huaitsong said to his old classmate, I'll tell you what to do, but you have to be careful, because cardiothoracic surgery requires 2 years of specialist training after becoming general surgery. Okay, our brain surgery is not the same. I have some memories of the cardiothoracic surgery internship, and now I will confirm with you. Chapter 8. 8. Know her name. Remembering that Xiao Yong is a famous scholar in their medical school, Zhu Huaitsong wanted to relax. I have confidence in you. You can do it. Prepare to enter the operating room by brushing and disinfecting hands, and the intern helps hold the mobile phone. Zhu Huaitsong recalled and reviewed his surgery lessons with him and praised his old classmates. You ruled out myocardial infarction right away. With this ability, wouldn't it be better to come to our cardiothoracic surgery? Xiao Yong told his old classmate the truth about this matter. I'll explain to you what's going on when I go back. The operating room is bright all night. The next morning, the whole hospital knew that the Shuaba from the capital had rescued a rare case in the emergency department. When Ding Yuhai returned to the surgical department with his business bag, he could only imagine the depression in his heart. It is said that this Xiao Yong is only in his 20s, and he will definitely be even more remarkable in the future because the golden stage of a surgeon is in his 30s and 40s. Different from her husband's depression, Zhou Romei was in a surging mood and was going to the emergency room to see handsome Chow from the capital. If you have a good relationship with the capital, it will be beneficial to your son who will be a doctor in the future, and I heard that he is single, so maybe his daughter's marriage can be settled. Chief Nurse Min. Zhou Romei took the head nurse of the emergency room and pulled it close. The head nurse saw Zhou Romei's calculations at a glance and secretly informed, he's a handsome guy. If I didn't have a daughter, I would definitely bring my daughter here to meet the other party. Zhou Romei put her toes on her toes and saw Xiao Yong who was walking towards him with a dazzling wind. Her eyes lit up. It was clearly much more handsome than the head nurse said. Dr. Chow, this is Dr. Zhou from our obstetrics and gynecology department. She has a daughter who is studying in Zhongshan Finance and Economics. She is only a few years younger than you. The head nurse received a signal from Zhou Romei and specially introduced Xiao Yong like this. Xiao Yong secretly yawned and had an overnight operation. If it wasn't for his shift, he would have gone to bed early and couldn't listen to the nonsense of these people. Seeing that Xiao Yong didn't answer and ignored them, Zhou Ruomei and the head nurse looked at each other. People who come from the capital are proud and confident. Dr. Zhou, the security guard on duty at the door, came in and asked Zhou Ruomei, "Did any relatives come to you last night? They went the wrong way and came to the emergency room. Did they find your door?" Hearing what the security guard said, Zhou Ruomei felt that her cousin Sun Rongfang had embarrassed herself, so she did not answer. "Isn't it?" The conscientious security guard chased after her and asked. Her daughter said that she was going to take the college entrance examination for the 3rd year of high school, so her mother brought her to come to you. Her mother called her Ying, the little girl who stood at the door of our emergency room last night. In the yard. Is the little fairy from last night? Xiao Yong, who was looking down to examine the medical records, suddenly heard his ears, raised his head, pointed the pen in his hand to the security guard and asked, "You said last night's schoolgirl's name was Ying? Did you see it, Dr. Chow?" The security guard was surprised, and finally someone confirmed to him that he was not lying, and nodded to Xiao Yongming. "Yes, her mother called her Ying. Why don't you ask Dr. Zhou?" When Xiao Yong's eyes turned around, Zhou Ruomei's heart tightened, and she waved her hand. "I don't have such relatives, so don't listen to his nonsense." Zhou Ruomei, who repeatedly denied it, thought to herself that Qiao Shui was a nobleman in the capital that her daughter and son wanted to curry favor with. So how could he help his cousin's family connect? After saying that, Zhou Ruomei turned around and left, avoiding Qiao Yong's questioning gaze. She felt that she could not let Qiao Yong touch her cousin's house. Qiao Yong had to bow his head, but the pen in his hand wrote the little fairy's name, Ying on the paper unknowingly. After writing, he was stunned. Chapter 9. There is a sky beyond the sky. Xie's family had breakfast at 6 o'clock in the morning. Xie Chongrong asked his daughter-in-law, "You take Ying to ask your cousin, how is it?" Sun Rongfang recalled her experience last night and was not willing to answer at all. Seeing his daughter-in-law's expression, Xie Chongrong seemed to have expected it, and said, "Didn't I say it earlier? You should expect Ying to be a doctor rather than our son." Last night, Zhou Ruomei and Ding Ruhai really said that, saying that the chance of a woman being a surgeon is almost zero. A surgeon sounds handsome, but a general public thinks that as a physician. Sun Rongfang picked up the chopsticks. "Eat, eat." As she spoke, she put another egg in the bowl of her son who was in elementary school next to her. Xie Wanying has long been accustomed to the scene in front of her. That year, her mother insisted on having another son regardless of her advanced age, even if she was fined, even if she was fired by the unit. The Xie family can't live without grandsons, can't live without men, can't live without incense. This is the attitude of her father and the entire Xie family. Her mother can only sing along. Xie Wanying got a bunch of awards from her elementary school, and she finally got only when her father praised her and said at the same time, "It's a pity that she is a woman and has no future." The problem is that a group of people around her, whether it is her parents, colleagues, or relatives and friends, all say this: it is better to adopt a daughter than to raise a son. Even the intellectual cousin and cousin-in-law think, women can't hold a scalpel. Only men have the opportunity. Bell, bell, bell. The phone is ringing. Xie Chongrong got up to answer the phone and said to his daughter-in-law, "My dad is calling. It should be." Grandpa Xie said to his son, "I asked Ying to apply to the teacher's college. Women are the best teachers." Hearing this, Xie Chongrong was even more happy and said to his wishful wife and daughter, "Look, my dad said the same thing." Sun Rongfang threw his chopsticks away and was so angry that he couldn't eat and went to the balcony to dry clothes. Perhaps her mother once thought about getting rid of all these constraints, but she couldn't help but rely on her daughter, so she bought a bag of sun-kissed oranges for 100 yuan, but her educated cousin despised women like her. Putting the buns in her mouth, Xie Wanying picked up her school bag, walked to the door of the house, pushed the bicycle, and rode away. The college entrance examination is approaching. The heat is very hot at the end of June and the beginning of July, and the sun is already shining early. The students who went to school rode their bicycles to the school against the sun, and the road was bustling. Jinxiao High School, which Xie Wanying attended, ranked first in Songyuan City. It is precisely because her daughter is studying in such a good school that Sun Rongfang has a dream for her daughter's future. It's just that Zhou Ruomei's words last night revealed a cruel fact. There is a sky beyond the sky. Songyuan City is not the provincial capital, but a second-rate prefecture-level city in the province. The top 100 candidates in the province are compared, and this score will definitely be lowered to a few thousand. The college entrance examination is not only compared with the candidates in the city, but also with the national candidates. Even so, what Xie Wanying said last night was definitely over the top, deliberately attacking her cousin and her daughter. The results of the mock test do not represent the college entrance examination. Many candidates did well in the mock exam, but the college entrance exam was a mess, and some were just average in the mock exam. Xie Wanying recalled her previous life. At that time, she was really frightened by her cousin's words, so when she filled out her voluntary program, she ceremoniously filled out the laboratory technology major of a second-class medical school. Chapter 10. Fill in the volunteer form. The final result of the college entrance examination came out, and her grades could actually be admitted to Zhongshan Medicine. Unfortunately, it's too late. It was only after the incident that she realized that her cousin did not want her to study in Zhongshan Medicine like her cousin. Reading Zhongshan Medicine is equivalent to staying in the provincial capital and working in a big city, and the class of life has risen to a higher level immediately. Xie Wanying didn't want to see her cousin's daughter fly away. Fortunately, God has eyes, allowing her to re-choose her life at this critical moment. Today is the day when the city's senior high school students fill out the volunteer form, and the large ceiling fans in the classroom are humming. Lu Hui, the class teacher on the podium, asked the class teacher to distribute the college entrance examination volunteer form. A mock form sent first, fill out the mock form, and then copy it to the official form to avoid mistakes. Lu Hui said to the classmates on the podium, the college code and the professional code. Remember not to fill in the wrong code. It will be a big problem. What is the pre-approval? What is the first batch of the second batch of colleges and universities? The college entrance examination, it is written on the admissions catalog. Remember to check the major adjustment in the same school. This is one more chance for you. The classroom is full of the sound of brushing brushes. Lu Hui knows that these students in her class are all shrewd and should have done their homework earlier, so she is not worried. After filling out the mock form, she put it away and took it to the office to check it out. As soon as the head teacher left, the classroom immediately turned into a vegetable market, and the voices became louder and louder. Ying, what did you fill in? Xie Wanying was pushed on the shoulder by Zhang Wei, who was at the same table next to her, and replied, medical school. Are you going to be a doctor? But my mother thinks you can't be a doctor. Zhang Wei shook her head. Isn't your mother an executive in the bank? Yes, she has seen a lot of people in the bank, and she has seen some ways to come out. Zhang Wei believed her mother's words very much, so she looked at the same table as her mother, and felt that Xie Wanying had only one way out in the future. The way is to get married. My mother said, Ying, you are beautiful and gentle. It is best to be a teacher. Otherwise, it would be good to study art. Xie Wanying, who looked down at the book, didn't look up at all. Since she knew the real face of her cousin in her previous life, she can no longer have innocent and beautiful thoughts about all her elders. What about you? Where are you going? I heard your mother wants you to study in the UK. How? A boy in the back row stuck his head out between the two of them and asked Zhang Wei. Yes, my mother arranged for me to go around the province for finance and economics, and then go to the UK. Zhang Wei said that when she was studying abroad, her mouth was relaxed. The classmates around were envious. In the late 1990s, there were not many families who could really study abroad at their own expense, which shows that Zhang Wei's family was a real elite family. Zhang Wei, you must leave a phone call for me. Hu Hao took the lead in taking out the classmate's record and asked Zhang Wei to leave a message for him. Who says students are pure? The more elite the students in the school are, the more impure they are. They are all extremely smart, and it is impossible to have no one who is not snobbish. Later, when Xie Wanying recalled all this, she could only say that if the classmates did not share weal and woe, it was more of a plastic love. Zhang Wei wrote on the classmate's record handed by Hu Hao diligently. She looked at her deskmate and said to Hu Hao, I'm done. Do you want to write it for Ying? Ying, did you write? Chapter 11. Poor children are in charge early. Listening to this tone, you know that people don't want her to leave a message at all. Xie Wanying shook her head logically. Look, she doesn't like it. Hu Hao giggled. not feeling that she would suffer any loss for not writing. The daughter of a truck driver, even if she passed the exam, it would still be a big problem without the support of her family to get a job. Children from poor families are either top-notch or top-notch, and they can only be distinguished by being famous in the country. Xie Wanying's grades are not top-notch, and her family is just like that, so no one likes it. Thinking about my previous life, I took my classmates' records and exchanged it with others to write. None of them took the initiative to ask her to write like Zhang Wei. After the rebirth this time, Xie Wanying collected her classmates' records, and if no one asked her to write it, she would not beg herself to beg someone to write it for her. Which bank are you going to work in the UK? Hu Hao asked Zhang Wei with enthusiasm. London is a global financial center. You know very well. Zhang Wei turned the ballpoint pen in her hand. I don't know. Wait for my mother to arrange it for me. Hearing Zhang Wei say this, Xie Wanying remembered her life at the same table in her previous life. Zhang Wei went to the UK to study finance before finishing her undergraduate degree in finance and economics in China, but in the end she failed to work in a foreign bank as she wished. Because Zhang Wei's parents, who are senior executives in domestic banks, can't give their daughter the price of the top rich to enter foreign banks. Xie Wanying will not tell the truth to her tablemate at this time, because the whole family can't stop her from admiring foreigners. Zhang Wei, what's your birthday? Hu Hao asked warmly against Zhang Wei's shoulder. Zhang Wei squinted at him. You also want to study abroad? My dad said that he would let me go abroad. The problem is that there is no one in our family abroad, unlike your mother. Otherwise, we will keep in touch in the future. Hu Hao suggested. Zhang Wei turned around and showed no interest in Hu Hao. Hu Hao doesn't look good to her. Hu Hao is a short winter melon, but Zhao Wenzong, who wears glasses, is more handsome. But Zhao Wenzong silently looked back at his book. His family background can only be said to be a little better than Xie Wanying. Envy is envy, but he will not think that he can go abroad to study if he climbs up to Zhang Wei. When Hu Hao went to chat with other classmates, Zhang Wei told Xie Wanying, if he asks you about my birthday, don't tell him. Xie Wanying nodded. She didn't want to participate in this kind of shit. Zhang Wei went to talk to the others. Seeing that the two were gone, Zhao Wenzong surreptitiously took out the classmate's record in the school bag and gave it to Xie Wanying. You can help me write one. Writing a classmate record has to be apprehensive, whoever makes someone's mouth stink. Anything can be linked to the contempt chain. Xie Wanying took over his classmate record, thinking that she was the first to ask her to leave a message after rebirth, so she seriously wrote a meaningful blessing to Zhao Wenzong. After writing, he handed it back to Zhao Wenzong, and the corners of his mouth curved into a mysterious smile. Seeing her smile, Zhao Wenzong couldn't help muttering, You are much prettier than Zhang Wei. Pretty is beautiful. Boys in elite schools know that beautiful girls can't be eaten. Xie Wanying turned around. Rebirth made her understand these truths long ago, and Zhao Wenzong's praise for her blew past her ear and turned into a gust of wind. Looking down at the classmate record, she left a message. Zhao Wenzong's eyelids jumped, and he was stunned. I hope you can vote for me if you have votes. Thank you. Chapter 12. Determined that she could not pass the exam. The classmates recorded a line of beautiful small italics. I hope you can be admitted to the computer science major of Western China University of Technology. Guoxi Institute of Technology Computer is a major with the highest admission score in the province, and Zhao Wenzong dreamed of being admitted. But my grades are difficult. Ying you. Zhao Wenzong just thought about asking her for her opinion. At the door, someone suddenly shouted, Xie Wanying, Teacher Liu asked you to come to the office. All the students in the class turned their heads away. At the door of the classroom, the monitor looked angry with his hands on his hips and made everyone look back at Xie Wanying in confusion. As expected, Xie Wanying got up and walked out of the classroom, walking briskly and steadily. What happened, squad leader? Hu Hao walked over to the squad leader and asked what was going on. She doesn't know whether she has a fever or a nervous breakdown. She has embarrassed the whole class and Teacher Liu. The squad leader said angrily, Do you know what she filled in? She filled the first surgery class in the country. As long as you want to take the college entrance examination, who does not know that the monitor is talking about the National Association of Medical Sciences, which is the first in the country? Everyone in the class was stunned at first, and then a bunch of people burst into laughter. People who don't know how many days and days are rich will want to fill that class. Xie Wanying, who saw this situation, hurriedly put away Xie Wanying's message to him, pretending that nothing had happened. Went to the door of the teacher's office. Xie Wanying stood at the door and knocked on the door. "I'm looking for Teacher Lu." "Is Xie Wanying here?" "It's just right. Come here quickly." Lu Hui's tone rushed to her. In all fairness, Lu Hui is a class teacher with a strong sense of responsibility and self-esteem. Walking into the teacher's office, Xie Wanying came to the desk of her class teacher. Lu Hui took out the college entrance examination volunteer form she filled out and asked, "Did you fill it in?" "Yes." "Teacher, have you discussed it with your family?" "Yes." "Have you passed the teacher's words to your mother or father to know?" Lu Hui thought about it. Maybe the people in the old Xie family didn't understand this result. "My mom respects my personal opinion." "Does your mother support you?" Xie Wanying knew that her mother spent 100 yuan on sun-kissed oranges for her to be a doctor in the future, and she dreamed of her daughter becoming a big doctor. Thinking of this, she nodded heavily. "Yes." Lu Hui was stunned and murmured, "Wait, I'll call your mother." "Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I will definitely pass the exam." Lu Hui turned around and glared at her. "Xie Wanying, before the teacher asked you to read the college entrance examination catalog carefully. Have you read it? You want to take the exam, and you don't get it. You know that, you know? How can you pass the exam?" Because Lu Hui's voice was so loud, everyone in the office heard it, including the teacher and the students from other classes who came to find the teacher. No, the whole school should know what Xie Wanying filled in. Not only Lu Hui, but other teachers frowned. "I don't know how high the sky is, and the teacher's words are not good. When the time comes, your grades will not go to the school you filled in, and no school wants you. What are you going to do?" "Teacher, please believe me. I am willing to be responsible for the volunteer form I filled out." Up to now, Xie Wanying can only say that, after all, if she said that she was reborn, no one would believe it. The problem is that you can't pass the test. Chapter 13, Determined to be firm. All the teachers said in unison. At this moment, the teachers seemed to have collectively forgotten the chance of miracles in the college entrance examination. No, the teacher did not forget, but unanimously only determined that Xie Wanying could not perform miracles. "Teacher Lu." Xie Wanying didn't have to look back. She knew that her roommate Zhang Wei was also called by Lu Hui. Facing Zhang Wei, Lu Hui beckoned with a smile in her eyes and said in a gentle tone, "Student Zhang Wei, I have communicated with your mother, and I suggest that you can apply for a better school. With your grades, it is possible that you can get a good grade in the college entrance examination." "Breakthrough." Zhang Wei nodded. Lu Hui suddenly stretched out her hand and put it on Zhang Wei's shoulder and said affectionately, "In the future, when you go to England, don't forget your alma mater and your teacher, no?" "I know. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I will not forget you and other teachers, nor will I forget the monitor and classmates." Zhang Wei said. Lu Hui was very moved to hear what the student said, and hugged Zhang Wei as if the student had become her own daughter. In that era, the teacher who could have one of his own students to study abroad was absolutely bright, regardless of whether the student paid for it or not. Seeing this situation, Xie Wanying turned around and left alone. In her previous life, she filled in properly, so I never saw such a situation happen. The rebirth forced her to open her eyes to her head teacher and school teachers. Went back to the classroom and sat back in his seat. A group of classmates squinted and secretly watched her and whispered. Xie Wanying thought for a while, for fear that Zhao Wenzong would be missed by Lu Hui like her, so she looked back to see if Zhao Wenzong had seen her classmate's message. I remember that in the previous life, Zhao Wenzong's grades exploded in the college entrance examination. He suddenly exploded from the top dozens of the whole school to the top 3 in the whole school. Of course, he was able to enter the computer in the west of the country. Zhao Wenzong's head was buried in the book, as if hiding from her, who made her the #1 laughingstock in the school now. A surge of anger was surging in Xie Wanying's heart, and she said to Zhao Wenzong, "Believe in your own ability." After speaking, she turned her head and flipped through the textbook. After a while, Lu Hui returned to the classroom and handed out the official college entrance examination volunteer form and asked the students to fill it out according to the mock form. While handing out the form and walking in the middle of the classroom, Lu Hui said earnestly to some students, "Basically, The volunteer teachers you filled out have helped you carefully refer to it. For individual students' questions, the teacher asked you to come over and be alone with you. We talked about it. You all know how to fill it out. The teacher wants you to remember one sentence. The volunteer form is not a fantasy. You can fill in whatever you want to read, but you need to know your own abilities and the abilities of your own family. Did you know? I know. Hu Hao shouted. Thank you, Teacher Lu. The monitor took the lead. A group of students followed the monitor and shouted, Thank you, Teacher Lu. Xie Wanying's pen trembled slightly on the volunteer form, and then he saw that Xie Wanying, who was sitting in front of him, was motionless and seemed to have not been affected in any way. The sturdy and slender back in his field of vision made his pupils look surprised. Lu Hui came over and deliberately stood beside Xie Wanying and watched what she wrote. This sight made her furious again, only to see that Xie Wanying didn't even fill in her second and third volunteers this time, and only filled out a surgery class at the National Association of Medical Sciences. Do not care. The daughter of a truck driver thinks that the college entrance examination can really change her destiny? Chapter 14, for Mother 1. The college entrance examination is a turning point in life. Such a sentence was written on a red banner and hung high on the college entrance examination wall in the school building. After school, Xie Wanying went down the stairs with her school bag. When she looked back and saw the banner, she suddenly felt quite ironic. It turns out that such a sentence is two-faced in the hearts of some teachers. Like her and Xie Wanying, it is a happy life to be able to change from third-rate to second-rate. If they become first-class, Lu Hui and the others will think that she and Xie Wanying belong to toads and want to eat swan meat. Don't blame her cousin Zhou Ruomei's tone that was almost sarcastic towards her mother and her that night. Your daughter of a truck driver, what medical school did you go to? When you get out of the test, no one takes it and no one wants it. Go to the county health center and stay. Before going home, Xie Wanying went around the stationery store to buy some pins for candidates for the college entrance examination, so she was prepared. What she didn't expect was that when she entered the house on the front foot, the head teacher came on the back foot. Sun Rongfang, your child's head teacher is here. The neighbor next door called out. Sun Rongfang, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen, wiped her hands and came out to greet the distinguished guests. She saw her daughter who had just returned home in the living room, and urged, Pour your teacher a glass of water. Her mother didn't know that she talked back to Lu Hui at school. Xie Wanying walked to the kitchen silently, not wanting to face the head teacher. Mr. Lu, please come in. Sun Rongfang took the initiative to help Lu Hui move the chair. Lu Hui is also the first time to visit Xie Wanying's house. She only sees the family's circumstances when she enters the door. A bungalow less than 40 square meters, mottled walls, lame table and chairs, no sofa. Seeing her daughter's head teacher's vision, Sun Rongfang remembered the imported oranges rejected by her cousin and said courteously, Mr. Lu, let me cut an orange for you. It's an imported sun-kissed orange. Don't be busy, don't be busy. I have a few words to clarify with your family. Lu Hui said. What's sun-kissed orange? Lu Hui couldn't stay in this dilapidated house for even a minute. You must know that she just went to Zhang Wei's residential building of more than 100 square meters last night. The homes of the two female students are completely two worlds. Sun Rongfang was stunned when she heard that the teacher's tone was wrong. Her daughter is going to take the college entrance examination. What happened? Teacher, you said. Sun Rongfang asked nervously. When the teacher goes to the student's home, the parents of any student should not tremble nervously. Does your family know what college entrance examination volunteers Xie Wanying filled out? She said she was going to go to medical school. Sun Rongfang said, thinking of her daughter's dream. It's not that the teacher doesn't support her to go to medical school. It's just that her grades, to be honest, it's very good to be admitted to the medical school in the provincial capital. But I don't think she can pass the test. Based on her grades, the teachers agreed that the school was unanimous. It would be better for her to go to the nearby teacher's college. Standing in the kitchen and looking at the kettle, Xie Wanying was as calm as a mountain. She realized that Lu Hui Lai was just trying to express her own heart. It didn't matter. She filled out the volunteer form, and she couldn't change it, and no one could control it. Really? Sun Rongfang lowered her tone. The teacher's words were the same as what her cousin said, and she had long known that there was nothing to do. The problem is, Lu Hui said, Xie Wanying has to enroll in the National Association of Medical Sciences, which is the first medical school in the country, and only 10 people are recruited in the country. Sun Rongfang's head jerked up. Daughter really filled it in. In front of her cousin's proposal, her cousin was so angry, she filled it in. For some reason, she was actually a little happy. Chapter 15. 15. For Mother too. Why? Do you agree with your daughter's filling? Lu Hui frowned, obviously dissatisfied with Sun Rongfang's reaction. Could it be that this parent does not listen to the teacher's words? Of course, she can only decide which school she wants to go to. Sun Rongfang said. This sounds very reasonable, respecting the words of the daughter's mother. However, Lu Hui was instantly furious. Lu Hui stood up. I understand what you mean. I'm here to make it clear to your parents. If her college entrance examination score does not reach the National Association score, she didn't fill in other colleges and universities, which is equivalent to talking about colleges. It's not our teacher's responsibility anymore. After all, I told you again and again that her grades are just like that, and she will definitely not be admitted to the National Association. If, once you pass the test, Sun Rongfang asked the teacher with trembling lips. What? I said she couldn't pass the exam. Didn't you hear clearly? Sun Rongfang was stunned in the face of her daughter's angry head teacher. Isn't this the college entrance examination has not yet been taken? How can the teacher insist that her daughter will not pass the test? In short, she could not be admitted to the National Association, and eventually she could not go to any university. It is not the teacher's responsibility. As a teacher, I have the experience of cultivating many students. Let me tell you the truth. You want to cultivate a teacher in this environment. The doctor is delusional. If you are not a doctor, you can't take her. Will she have connections in the hospital to help her stay in the hospital in the city in the future? My cousin works in the hospital. Cousin, with such a distant relative, do you think she can help your daughter? Xie Wanying, who was listening inside, couldn't help but smile, but the head teacher, who also looked down on her, saw through her cousin's thoughts. Sun Rongfang was sullen. Ever since she came back from her cousin's house last night, she felt that Zhou Ruomei didn't seem to think about helping her cousin at all. Okay, that's it. I don't know how much my family weighs, and I can't handle myself. No wonder the family is mixed up like this. Lu Hui shook her head and walked out of Xie's house with the teacher's briefcase. Mom, drink a glass of water. Xie Wanying poured a cup of boiled water and took it out for her mother to drink. Took over her daughter's boiled water, and Sun Rongfang was thinking about asking her daughter if she really filled that great university. Hey, a sudden shout from the door interrupted their mother-daughter conversation. The mother and daughter looked back and saw that Xie Changrong had returned. Xie Changrong, who rushed into the house, scolded his wife first. I heard that the head teacher came to our house. How did you entertain people? I heard old Wu next door at the door saying that Ying's head teacher was very angry. Offending a teacher in those days was a very serious thing, and everyone knew that the family's children were finished. No. Sun Rongfang explained to her husband. Ying's head teacher came here just to explain the matter of filling out the college entrance examination. I heard that you don't listen to your teacher or your grandfather at all. What kind of medical school and no normal school do you want? Xie Changrong turned his head and put his finger on his daughter's face. It's like eating people. How good is it for girls to go to normal schools, with living allowances and free tuition? Other majors do not have this benefit. Go to the normal school well. Xie Changrong taught a lesson. Don't cause trouble to the family. The family has no money to study for you. Chapter 16. 16. Skill Awakening. Her father hated her to the extreme. Since she was born, no matter how good her grades are, it is her father's pain. Because she's a girl, not a boy, every time her study certificate hits her dad's face. What can a daughter be able to do if her son is so strong? Lao Xie's family only prefers sons to daughters. Men are masters and women are slaves. Xie Wanying remembers too much. Every year during the spring festival at home, a large family eats. All the daughters-in-law of Xie's family can't eat at the main table. They all eat in the kitchen. Only men and sons and grandsons can eat, drink, and play at the table. She wants to be a doctor, a surgeon who can only be a man. She wants to fight for herself, her mother, all the women in Lao Xie's family, and all the despised women in this place. What you can do as a man, I can do as a girl. Xie Wanying looked at her father with a firm gaze. Xie Changrong swallowed saliva in his throat. You dare to stare at your father? Xie Wanying, who did not speak, turned around directly. Xie Changrong raised his hand when he saw this. Don't hit her. What are you hitting her for? Sun Rongfang took his arm. What you taught is an evil son you taught, and will stare at her father. She didn't. Why not? I'll make it clear to your mother and daughter first. She won't go to college this time, so marry me. She can't get into university anyway. Ying, her grades have always been good. Sun Rongfang jumped in a hurry. Her voice was hoarse, and she was about to cry. Xie Changrong became happy when he saw his wife was about to cry in anger, and felt that he had pulled back a game. I know she will never pass the test. You will cry a lot then. Then you must listen to me and my dad honestly. Go to marry. After saying this, Xie Changrong raised his head and walked out the door triumphantly. Sun Rongfang whimpered, sat on the chair, and touched her eyes. Took out the sun-kissed orange. Xie Wanying cut it and took it out for her mother to eat. Mom, let's eat it ourselves. Don't give it to others, and don't pay attention to what they say. Sun Rongfang was not in the mood to eat. All she knew was that everyone said her daughter could not pass the exam. Mom, take a bite. You have to believe me. If Dad doesn't give me money to study, it doesn't matter. I work part-time to earn tuition. Xie Wanying squatted down in front of her mother and brought the orange to her mother's mouth. Xie Wanying stuffed oranges in her mother's mouth. She knows that her mother is not easy, so she must change her own and her mother's fate, and change her mother's status in this family. Seeing her daughter's eyes, Sun Rongfang couldn't recover for a long time. The next few days before the college entrance examination at home seemed calm, but everyone knew that this was just a prelude to the storm. The night before the exam, Xie Wanying flipped through a medical and surgical book stored at home with a flashlight. The whole book is a tattered book whose cover has long been eaten by insects. This is what her mother brought back when she went to the countryside as an educated youth. Back then, Sun Rongfang was sent to the health center to help as a hygienist in the village, and she also thought about studying medicine, but she met her father later, and her dream disappeared. She decided to take this book to the capital to study medicine. When put the book under the pillow to sleep, she had a dream. The knowledge in the dream book turned into reality. A clear surgical image appeared in front of her eyes, and the scalpel in her hand moved by herself. When I sat up in bed in the morning, the dream from last night was still clearly visible. This is what new skills were given to her after rebirth. Xie Wanying looked at her hands, lost in thought. Chapter 17. The exam is over. The college entrance examination in the late 1990s was arranged in the sweltering heat of July. It was a hot summer day. Sun Rongfang made a pot of cool and antipyretic herbal tea for her daughter and asked her to take her to the examination room. Mom, you don't have to follow me. I'll do it by myself. Xie Wanying turned around and said to her mother who wanted to send her to the exam room. Sun Rongfang didn't have time to react and saw her daughter walking out alone. In the blink of an eye, Xie Wanying rode on her old-fashioned screeching bicycle by herself and ran to the examination room. Came to the entrance of number 8 middle school examination room and saw a small car. Xie Wanying put the bicycle into the parking shed and saw Zhang Wei, who was at the same table, get out of the car. It should be said that people come and go at the entrance of the examination room, which is very lively. Parents of many candidates come to the examination room in person to accompany the candidates for the exam. The college entrance examination can not only change the fate of a candidate, but also the fate of a family. Parents are pinning their hopes on their children's college entrance examination. One by one, he helped the children to sort out and check the school bags, and kept talking. Xie Wanying didn't want her mother to come to the examination room. She just didn't want her to be tired. Too many people, not to mention crowded together, the weather is still hot, and you will sweat profusely after standing for a long time, and there is no place to cool down on the scene, which is equivalent to basking in the sun for several hours at a time. The parents of the candidates who come here are not eager to wait for their children to finish the test and then leave together. The head teacher Lu Hui also came. Lu Hui doesn't need to be an invigilator, so she came here to cheer her students up. After Zhang Wei's mother took Zhang Wei over, she chatted with Lu Hui. Xie Wanying walked through the line of candidates at the school gate by herself and walked directly to the examination room. In the corridor of the examination room, I saw Xie Wanying, who was planning to enter the next classroom. Xie Wanying, like her, came alone. It is true that the children of the poor are in charge early. Xie Wanying originally wanted to ask him if he had changed his college entrance examination plans, but after thinking about it, it would be useless after filling out the form, and it would also affect the mood of the exam. The first subject in the morning is Chinese. After the exam, go home for lunch at noon. Sun Rongfang did not dare to ask her daughter. Xie Changrong took his son to his father's house for dinner, pretending to be angry with their mother and daughter. The exam lasted for 3 days. After the exam, because when the weather was the hottest, there was no air conditioner and only a big fan. The candidates who finished the exam in sweat felt a little prostration. Xie Wanying saw with her own eyes that someone went out of the examination room and fainted at the door of the classroom. Send, hurry to the hospital. Several teachers carried the fainted students and hurried out. Later, Xie Wanying returned home and found that Zhou Rome had suddenly called her mother. How did Ying do in her exam? The weather is so hot. Have you finished the questions? Zhou Rome's tone of question seemed to be very concerned about the health of her juniors. Sun Rongfang was honest, thinking that her cousin really cared about her daughter, and said happily, I was afraid that she would not be able to bear it, so I made her herbal tea and asked her to take her to the examination room. Now that she has passed the examination in 3 days, she seems to be fine. I think she did well in the exam. Didn't she faint? I think Ying is quite thin. That's why I worry that she can't be a doctor. To be a doctor, the first condition must be good health. Yes, she told me the same. She is going to run now after the exam, saying that she is exercising in advance. Chapter 18, Meet him again. Snapped. The sudden call on the other side made Sun Rongfang startled. What happened to my cousin? I didn't think that Xie Wanying could actually go for a run after the exam. After Zhou Rome dropped her cousin's phone, she sat there staring blankly for a while. I wanted to pour cold water on my cousin's head, but it didn't work. I'll just see how she acts as a doctor. Zhou Rome gritted her teeth and said, Impossible, absolutely impossible. A thin girl with no family conditions wants to be the first female cardiothoracic surgeon in the country? This is the opposite. After the exam, Xie Wanying felt very relaxed. It just happened that the wind was cooler and more comfortable at night in summer, so she jogged along the small river ditch next to her home. Canvas shoes are not suitable for running. Xie Wanying is thinking about how to work as soon as possible to buy a pair of running shoes. Running, walking, and unknowingly, I came to Zhou Rome's hospital. Now that I think about it, my aunt's house is not very far from her house. After all, it is a small city itself. It's such a short walk for an hour, and as a result, her family has no contact with Zhou Rome. She should have guessed her cousin's thoughts long ago. Xie Wanying felt that she and her mother were stupid in her previous life. A car was parked in front of the hospital today. Xie Wanying stood behind the lamppost and looked around when she was okay, and saw the handsome doctor she met in the emergency room last time. The other party didn't find her this time, talking to a bunch of people. Mr. Chow, when are we going to the capital to find you? A group of young doctors chirped like little sparrows in front of Chow Yong. There are interns and young residents here. All eyes are like fans chasing idols, and they look at Chow Yong with the small eyes of fans and younger brothers. This scene, Xie Wanying is familiar with this scene, and she knows at a glance that this handsome doctor should be quite powerful. When the director of brain surgery saw it, he called the group of young doctors away and said, Okay, what can you do in the capital? Director you. They can come to my place to play, as long as they don't need to see a doctor. I invite them to eat donkey meat and burn it on fire. Chow Yong said, while licking the handsome bangs in front of his forehead. When it comes to food, which one is not greedy? Even the director of brain surgery asked. Isn't the capital the most famous for shredded pork and Beijing sauce? No, it's not. There is dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat on the ground. Anyway, my favorite thing to eat is the donkey meat burned by the fire near our hospital. Chow Yong told them. Seeing that the time was almost up, Director Yu asked the young men to go back to the hospital first, put Chow Yong on Chow Yong's shoulder, and personally took Chow Yong to the car, saying, Thank you very much for your uncle and you this time. Don't be so polite, Director. You came to our hospital and brought very good technology and effects to our hospital. It is very important to stimulate the young people here to study medical skills. Our general staff said that they never thought that you would be able to treat the patient that day. Saved. I didn't think so either. This sentence Chow Yong said to himself in his heart. If it wasn't for the little fairy who decisively reminded him that if he was slower, the patient would bleed a little more, and he would be powerless to stand on the operating table. I don't know if I can meet the little fairy again in the future. With this idea in mind, Chow Yong got into the car and went to the airport to take the flight back to the capital. Watching his car leave from a distance, Xie Wanying was also thinking that he was not a doctor in her cousin's hospital. Chapter 19, Results Release 1. Right. If it was in her cousin's hospital, her cousin would have planned for her daughter a long time ago for such a handsome guy. I don't know which hospital doctor. Xie Wanying thought about it and walked home slowly. The college entrance examination scores came out in August. During the month of July, Xie Wanying found a part-time job selling advertisements in supermarkets. I made about 100 yuan in 1 month. With this money, she bought a pair of better running shoes and could exercise every day. The rest of the money is saved to take to college. When she got home, she hardly spoke to her father. Since the father and daughter confronted each other that day, I felt that there was nothing to say. Xie Changrong looks like the old man. Every time he drinks and chats with his colleagues, he must say this about his daughter. Oh, her head teacher came to our house and said that she was not optimistic that she could become a doctor. When she failed the exam, I told her mother to get married. Old Xie, don't you say something nice about your daughter's college entrance examination? What do I expect her to do? She's a girl who is going to get married sooner or later. Can she support me when she goes to her husband's house? At 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening, Xie Changrong, who was so drunk, returned home with a blushing face, and when he caught his wife, he scolded, "It's all your fault. Take my money to raise such a beast." She's your daughter. Why is she a beast? Sun Rongfang went to get a towel to wipe her husband's face. Can you stop drinking and going crazy every day? When Ying really becomes a doctor, you have to. She can be a doctor. I'll take off my head and show you. Xie Changrong pointed to his brain. The results of the college entrance examination will come out tomorrow. Sun Rongfang reminded her husband to pay attention to what he said. The grades are out? Are the grades out yet? Xie Changrong suddenly fell asleep on the table while muttering. Sun Rongfang slapped her sleeping husband twice with the towel in her hand. The next day, the college entrance examination report card was sent to each high school. It was almost dark in the evening. Due to the summer vacation in the school, the teaching building was empty, and only the senior class teachers who had obtained the grades of their classmates hurried into the office and rushed to call or cell phone to inform the students. Lu Hui walked behind the other teachers. After entering the office, she hesitated for a while, and then called the class cadres first. You monitor. You and the other class cadres inform the students who are off work and ask them to come to school tomorrow. Get your transcript. Mr. Liu, did you get the results of the college entrance examination? The monitor you asked expectantly from the opposite side. Yes. How are my grades, Mr. Liu? Asked the monitor. Your words. Lu Hui hesitated. The first 2 books are no problem, but the first one is probably a little difficult. The monitor was stunned for a moment and asked, Mr. Liu, is there no one in our class? There are still some things that can be done. Lu Hui said. The squad leader lost his voice in an instant. Lu Hui felt an unusual headache. In the same class, there must be some students who do well and some students who do poorly. Do you think that teachers are happy for students who pass the exam? Wrong. Wrong is ridiculous, at least for her Lu Hui. The most important thing is that the students she likes do well in the exam. If the student she hates does well in the exam, it will definitely be troublesome, especially troublesome. This is a disguised indication that the teacher is not good at seeing students, and the teacher's ability is actually very poor. So, how can Lu Hui be happy? But this time in the college entrance examination, even the cadres in her class like the monitor you did not perform well. The second line is also an undergraduate line, which is no problem in general high schools, but it will definitely disappoint teachers and students in Jinxiao High School. The students trained by Jinxiao High School are expected to sprint for the city and provincial college entrance examination rankings. Chapter 20, Results Release 2. The reborn Xie Wanying had long known that the report card would come at this time, so she was not in a hurry. It was already dark, it was 7 o'clock, and only the office on the third floor of the whole teaching building was brightly lit, so you could see what was going on. A lot of students came one after another at the entrance of the teaching building. All the seniors heard the teacher's phone call and rushed over to get their college entrance examination transcripts. They couldn't wait for tomorrow. Carrying her school bag and walking to the door of the teaching building, Xie Wanying heard several students walking in front saying, "Have you heard? I don't know if it's true or not, but it said that there was a science champion in the 3rd and 5th class of high school." "Who is it?" Someone said it was Xie Wanying. Xie Wanying's grades have become the champion of science? Xie Wanying thought that the outcome of this rebirth would be different, but she was still very happy for her classmates who were also born into poor families. Walking to the 3rd floor, I saw 2 familiar figures in front of me, not Xie Wanying, but Zhang Wei and Hu Hao. Xie Wanying slowed down. She wasn't in a hurry at all, just waiting for the 2 to get their own transcripts first. "Teacher Lu." The voices of Zhang Wei and Hu Hao at the door made Lu Hui raise her head. "Just had a phone call with class leader Yu." Lu Huizheng didn't know how to comfort the class cadres, and just made an excuse to hang up. "Come in." Lu Hui waved to the 2 of them. Zhang Wei and Hu Hao walked into the teacher's office. Lu Hui smiled, really happy, because at least the 2 people in front of them are playing normally, and they are the students she likes. Taking out the transcripts in the drawer, she said to Zhang Wei, "Student Zhang Wei, as my mother and I said, your grades are much better than your previous mock exams. It is expected that you can enter the provincial capital business school." Hearing what the head teacher said, Zhang Wei almost jumped up with excitement. Hu Hao said, "Congratulations, Zhang Wei. You can go abroad soon." "What about you?" Zhang Wei asked him. "Mr. Lu, how was my test?" Hu Hao asked the head teacher. "Student Hu Hao, you have performed very well. After passing the 1st grade, you should be able to enter the Zhongshan School of Finance. Congratulations." Lu Hui handed Hu Hao's transcript and smiled. How to say, Hu Hao's score is one of the top dozens in the school. Hu Hao took over his transcript, glanced at it, and seemed a little complacent. Zhang Wei frowned, suddenly annoyed at the 2 people in front of her. Who doesn't know that Zhongshan Finance is much more difficult to get admitted than the provincial capital business school? One by one by 2. Hu Hao and the head teacher congratulated her just now, and they didn't know what it meant. Could it be that they were deliberately mocking her? "Where's the monitor?" Hu Hao looked left and right, looking for other students in the class. Xie Wanying, who was standing in the corridor outside the teacher's office, glanced in the window and knew Hu Hao's expression. This classmate probably thought about finding Xie Wanying and her Xie Wanying and others if they could take the opportunity to step on. "The monitor will come to get the transcript tomorrow. I talked to him on the phone before." Lu Hui had to tell Hu Hao. "How did you know that you came to the school to get the transcript, and the monitor informed you?" "No, I heard from the students in other classes. When the grades came out, I told Zhang Wei to come along." Hu Hao never forgot his purpose. Zhang Wei didn't pay him any attention anyway, so she wouldn't get a single thank you, so she asked Lu Hui, "Mr. Lu, how is Xie Wanying, my deskmate, doing in the exam?" Chapter 21, Results Release 3. "By the way, how's Xie Wanying's exam?" Hu Hao asked. Why are these 2 people asking these 2 names? Lu Hui's face turned blue. Seeing that the head teacher's face was not quite right, Zhang Wei and Hu Hao looked at each other. Could it be that the 2 same table exams at the same time made the head teacher angry? Trouble. How should teacher Lu tell Xie Wanying and Xie Wanying? Hu Hao whispered in Zhang Wei's ear. Zhang Wei said, "Let's be honest. Anyway, I know that Ying would not be able to get into medical school a long time ago. It's her own loss that she didn't listen to her." In response, Hu Hao shook his head, raised his eyebrows, and said to his tablemate, like Xie Wanying, he didn't know what kind of leopard gall he ate, but he actually filled out the computer of the Western Institute of Technology. "What major is that? The one with the highest admission score in the province." "Professional." "Hey, I don't know what's wrong with his brain. He seems to be as sick as Xie Wanying." Suddenly Lu Hui came back to her senses and heard Hu Hao's words. She was shocked. "What did you say he filled in?" Hu Hao was startled by the sudden loudness of the head teacher and stammered, "Mr. Lu, Xie Wanying." He later filled in the formal form of the Department of Computer Science and Technology of Western China. "Didn't you ask him to change it?" "How could I ask him to change it?" Lu Hui was furious and waved his arms. His grades were originally not admitted to the Western Institute of Technology. How did he think that he could get a computer now? Where did you think of what? Hu Hao heard the head teacher's implication and broke into a cold sweat when he was surprised. Mr. Liu, do you mean that Zhao Wenzong's current grades can be applied to the Computer Science Department of Western China University of Technology? Realizing that she had leaked, Lu Hui quickly closed her mouth. What I didn't expect was that a group of teachers suddenly heard her talking and came around and said to her, "By the way, Mr. Liu, we heard from the director of the Academic Affairs Office that your monitor may be a champion in science. Could it be this? Classmate Zhao Wenzong, who can go to the computer of the Western Institute of Technology in the country, who is not the champion?" "No, no," Lu Hui said loudly, cold sweat pouring down her back, as if she saw Xie Wanying's figure at the door. "If not, do you have students in your class who can get into a school or major in computer science that is better than the Western Institute of Technology? Are you a student who was admitted to a university in the capital?" Several teachers chased after Lu Hui and asked. Zhang Wei was as confused as Hu Hao, only watching Lu Hui speak hesitantly, completely unaware of what happened. Zhang Wei turned around and saw her deskmate standing at the door, calling, "Ying, come in quickly. Teacher Lu is looking for you." Xie Wanying smiled, thinking that the expression at the same table was exactly the same as that of Hu Hao. She wanted to see her joke. So Xiao Ying walked in. This Lu Hui heard Zhang Wei greet Xie Wanying to come in, and wanted to stare Zhang Wei to death. When did she want to talk to Xie Wanying, a student who had quarreled before? She wanted to pretend to be dead in front of this student forever. Walking to the head teacher, Xie Wanying turned her head and asked her table mate, "Are you two alone here?" "Yes, the monitor and the others didn't come." Teacher Lu said that the monitor was notified. "Did the monitor notify you to come?" Zhang Wei said to her, "It is estimated that the monitor did well in the test. Don't worry, the monitor will only come tomorrow to get the transcript." To the monitor, Xie Wanying remembered that when she and teacher Lu quarreled that day, the monitor wanted to turn into Lu Hui's minions and scolded her to death. "I would like to ask my parents for tickets. Thank you in advance." Chapter 22, Science Champion 1. Xie Wanying didn't think much about this, because the fact that she already knew was, the monitor has failed the exam. "What did you say? Did the monitor tell you what he told you on the phone when he came?" Zhang Wei covered her surprised mouth with her hand, thinking to herself, if the monitor really failed the exam, what would the class teacher do? "You monitor is Lu Hui's favorite student. Mr. Lu, I'm here to get my college entrance examination report card." Xie Wanying couldn't care what other students were doing, so she extended her hand to the head teacher. Looking up to meet Xie Wanying's eyes, Lu Hui trembled inexplicably. The head teacher didn't answer. Zhang Wei saw this and said, "Mr. Lu, it's okay. Ying, I know she is very strong and can face any reality." The desire of her deskmate to know her college entrance examination results is very strong. Xie Wanying thought about it. It was indeed the same in her previous life. "No problem," he said to Lu Hui. Like Zhang Wei said, "Mr. Lu, I can accept any grades." Zhang Wei glanced at her deskmate. "Can you accept that you fail the exam?" In front of everyone's eyes, Lu Hui only took out the transcript that was at the bottom of the drawer, and her hand trembled a few times when she stretched out the transcript. Others don't know what happened to Lu Hui. Xie Wanying took her college entrance examination report card directly from the head teacher, glanced at the scores on it, put it in her pocket, and turned to leave. This result was expected by her. The problem is that Zhang Wei and several teachers who stood beside her just now and looked at her transcript scores were all shocked. Just how many points did they see? "Mr. Lu, did someone in your class actually score 721 points? Several teachers surrounded Lu Hui, almost grabbing Lu Hui's collar and yelling. "A score of 721 is a science subject. The champion, are you crazy? You didn't make it clear just now. Let her go out like this?" Colleagues' complaints are accusing Lu Hui of covering up like this, which is equivalent to depriving their teachers of the opportunity to curry favor with the champion of science. Seeing that Xie Wanying, the champion of science, walks out of the office and disappears in an instant, how can they be chased? Lu Hui herself never thought to congratulate Xie Wanying. How could she let her colleagues take advantage of it? Hu Hao came back to his senses, still cared about Zhao Wenzong's grades and asked the head teacher, Mr. Liu, what is Zhao Wenzong's grades? Liu Hui was so annoyed by the question that she slapped the table and yelled at Hu Hao. It's none of your business how much he scores. No, Mr. Liu, I care about the next classmate. You have to know how many points he got in the test, don't you? I tell you, his test score is higher than yours, more than 20 points. After Liu Hui roared, she fell down on the chair and didn't move. Hu Hao felt that the sky was falling, thinking about how he laughed at Zhao Wenzong before. As for Zhang Wei, who was standing beside him, the sky collapsed earlier. Xie Wanying, her deskmate, the daughter of a truck driver, was told by her and her mother that she would not be able to get married, and now she has passed the exam as a top student in science, not to mention going to medical school. What does Xie Wanying want to get this grade? University is easy. Zhang Wei's legs were shaking straight. Xie Wanying, who walked out of school, brought her report card and drove home to announce the good news to her mother. Sun Rongfang at home has been worried all day. The neighbors all said that the results of the college entrance examination would be released today. She wanted to go to the school to help her daughter inquire about news, but for fear that her daughter would not pass the test, she would be like ants on a hot pot at home. Chapter 23, Science Champion 2. Primary school son Xie Yutian came home from school first. Sun Rongfang took her son's school bag and asked, Has the teacher assigned homework? Mom, isn't today the day when my sister releases her college entrance examination results? What kind of homework should I do? Xie Yutian jumped up and down, ready to go out with a shuttlecock. What does your sister's college entrance examination have to do with your homework? Sun Rongfang asked her son. It's a big deal. Dad said that if my sister didn't do well in the exam, I could go to university without doing my homework. Sun Rongfang slapped her son on the back of the head with a slap. Do your homework. Don't embarrass your sister. Your sister is in elementary and middle school, and the awards she received are all over the wall. It doesn't matter how much she reads, what Dad said. Xie Yutian touched his little head and looked at his mother angrily. Mom. Xie Wanying stopped her bicycle at the door and walked into the door. Sister, how was your test? Xie Yutian asked. The younger brother is neither big nor small. Xie Wanying knows that her father is used to it. Her brother is the only grandson of the Xie family, and her father has to spoil him no matter what. What's your leg? Sun Rongfang patted her son's leg. Xie Yutian raised his little nostrils unhappily. When he saw his father back again, it was as if he had met a savior and shouted, Dad. How was the test? Xie Changrong asked his wife directly after entering the house. I didn't go drinking with my colleagues today, just to come back to see my daughter's grades. Xie Wanying took out her transcript and gave it to her mother. This is... Sun Rongfang looked at the scores on the report card. 721 was a pass. She really couldn't understand the first grade of primary school. Don't talk. Xie Changrong looked at his wife's silent expression, as if he understood it, and smiled. I said it earlier. Ying can't pass the test. You can give up. Sun Rongfang drummed in her heart as she listened to her husband's words. Mom, I said, I will definitely be admitted to medical school. Xie Wanying said to her mother. After receiving the message from her daughter, Sun Rongfang immediately turned around and told her husband, Did you hear? Her teacher said that she could enter medical school with this score. Xie Changrong was stunned. Really? Really? Didn't you hear Ying say that? Did she say it herself, or did the teacher say it? Xie Changrong didn't quite believe it anyway. If you don't believe me, I'll ask my cousin. Sun Rongfang said. Make a phone call and ask Zhou Ruomei. Zhou Ruomei must know what kind of medical school she can go to with 721 points. You call. Xie Changrong moved his wife's phone to the house. Seeing this, Xie Wanying went back to her room to pack her luggage for the capital. Sun Rongfang picked up the telephone. Beep, beep a few times. Zhou Ruomei looked at the phone at home and knew that it was her cousin who called. It just so happened that she was hesitant to call her cousin to ask Xie Wanying's grades. Anyway, even if Xie Wanying got good grades in the exam, Xie Wanying's score for the first class of medical surgery would definitely not be able to go up. Xie Wanying, it is impossible for a girl to do better than her son in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Girl science achievement is generally deviated. Songyuan City is a second-class prefecture-level city, and the province's champion of science has always come from a high school in the provincial capital. After thinking about it in her heart, Zhou Ruomei picked up the phone and heard the voice of her cousin opposite and asked, "Has Yingying got the transcript?" "Cousin, Yingying's teacher said that she can go to medical school, and Yingying is going to go to the capital to study in that medical university." Sun Rongfang remembered that the medical school her daughter applied for was a high school, and she said with a beaming expression, "When the time comes, please, cousin, please. Help us to find a teacher from the medical school in the capital and make a good relationship so that Yingying can stay in the big hospital and work." Chapter 24, Science Champion 3. What did this cousin say? Does it mean that your daughter is ready to surpass her cousin's son? Zhou Ruomei's eyes darkened, and she asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure that her teacher said that Yingying's score can be admitted to the medical school in the capital?" "Yes, what her teacher said." "Her teacher didn't say it. She said it herself." Xie Changrong interjected beside him. "Yingying said it herself?" Zhou Ruomei seized her cousin's handle and laughed loudly. "You are wrong. If her teacher said that it was not Yingying who said it herself, Yingying can't judge by herself." "I believe what she said. She said that her teacher said she could and would not lie." Sun Rongfang insisted on her trust in her daughter. "How many marks did she get in the test? I'll help her with reference." Zhou Ruomei asked in a condescending tone. 721 points. Sun Rongfang replied. "How much?" Zhou Ruomei thought her ears were confused. 721 points. Sun Rongfang was afraid that she would read it wrong, so she read the scores against her daughter's report card. "Yes, it is 721 points." Zhou Ruomei, who heard clearly now, stood up and shouted, "You read it wrong. You read it wrong. You must be wrong." Her son and daughter have gone through the college entrance examination, and Zhou Ruomei knows the total score of the college entrance examination. The total score of the college entrance examination is 750 points, 721 points. Isn't it going to be sky high? It's really a total of 721 points. Sun Rongfang carefully read her daughter's report card 3 times and said to her cousin, "Cousin, although I only read the first grade of primary school, but the numbers are recognizable and will settle accounts." Ruomei. There was a shout at the door. It was her husband who came home. Zhou Ruomei quickly turned her head. "Do you know how many points are the top scores of science in our province's college entrance examination this year?" Ding Yu, who entered the door, changed his shoes by the sea, and chatted with his wife easily while gossip. The day when the results of the college entrance examination were released, word of mouth spread around the streets and alleys. People in the hospital have been talking about this for a long time. After all, they are all intellectuals who pay more attention to the news of the college entrance examination. If Zhou Ruomei hadn't rested at home today, she would have been in the hospital talking about it long ago. "How do you say?" the curious Zhou Ruomei asked her husband. 721 points. It is said that this science champion is actually a student of our city's Jinxiao High School. "Oh my God, it's unimaginable." Ding Yuhai patted his forehead, showing the same surprise as everyone else. "You know, we city, when has there been a science champion? That has always been a matter of the provincial capital middle school." 721 points? Zhou Ruomei's eyes became as big as a cowbell. "Who are you calling?" Ding Yuhai pushed his wife's shoulder and asked, "Isn't your cousin's daughter studying at Jinxiao High School? You ask her, which classmate of her daughter won the first prize in science?" "Her daughter." Zhou Ruomei hesitated. "How many marks did her daughter get in the test?" Ding Yuhai asked. 721. Zhou Ruomei said in a softer voice. "Maybe my cousin misread the score? Isn't 721 points the champion of science?" Ding Yuhai was stunned when he realized something. "Your cousin's daughter is the champion of science?" No, it's impossible. How is it possible?" Zhou Ruomei yelled. "Cousin, what did you say?" Sun Rongfang asked anxiously when she heard that her cousin's voice was wrong. Xie Changrong got close to the microphone and listened to his wife. Xie Yutian said to his parents, "Sister is packing in the room." "Dad, Mom." Chapter 25. Everyone wants to flatter your daughter one. "Yes, your sister is going to college." Sun Rongfang said to her son. "No, whether her grades can pass or not. We might as well call and ask her head teacher." Xie Changrong had never believed that his daughter could be admitted to medical school anyway. Rather, he didn't want to believe it. The neighbor next door suddenly came to their house and shouted, "Old Xie, your family is amazing. You have talented girls. Your family Ying is the first in the exam." "First?" Xie Changrong asked. "Science champion. Don't you know? Your Ying hasn't gone home yet. The teachers at their school are all saying that your Ying has won the science champion." The neighbors laughed loudly and were very happy. "You can boast that you are the neighbor of the champion of science." Pa! The microphone in Sun Rongfang's hand fell to the ground. Xie Changrong's mouth wide enough to swallow a big duck egg. "Dad, my sister is the first in the test. What should I do?" Xie Yutian asked by pulling his father's clothes. No, 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 no. Xie Changrong broke into a cold sweat. Ying just went home, and she didn't say she was the champion of science. How many marks did she get on the test? 721. That's right. The neighbor patted his thigh. Their teacher said that 721 points is the score of the champion of science. Did you read it wrong? Xie Changrong turned to ask his wife. Sun Rongfang picked up her daughter's transcript and took a closer look, pointing it to her husband and neighbors. Neighbors swept away. That's it. Lao Xie, congratulations. Xie Changrong was dumbfounded. After all, his previous plan was not to let his daughter go to medical school, to let his daughter go to normal college, or to let his daughter go to marry. What are the benefits of going to medical school? It doesn't seem to do him any good. Only his wife wanted her daughter to become a doctor. He just wants his son to become a doctor. So his wife was happy when his daughter became a doctor, but Xie Changrong was at a loss. Can Ying go to medical school with this grade? What is the first class of medicine in the country? Xie Changrong grabbed the neighbor and asked. The neighbor thought he was stupid, looked at him, and said, Old Xie, are you worried about this? Your brain is too happy for your daughter. The #1 scholar in science, the first place, which university will not want it? It must be robbed. I want it. Your family Ying can study wherever she wants. Daughter can study anywhere. Xie Changrong turned around and grabbed his wife and said, Let Ying go to teacher's college. He said, Ying is everywhere. Neighbors heard him say this and glanced at them and the couple. You should think about which university Ying should go to. Sun Rongfang only remembered what Lu Hui said, what her class teacher said. She can't be changed after applying for medical school. If she doesn't get into the exam, it's the same school. Lu Hui regretted her death early. The chattering voices outside made Xie Wanying realize that the champion of science was herself and not Zhao Wenzhou. No wonder. The eyes that Lu Hui looked at her in the school office were extremely wrong. Outside, my parents continued to argue. Xie Changrong said to his wife, How can our family have this money to study medical school for Ying? I asked the next door again, and he said that medical school takes 5 years. Teacher's college has 3 and 4 years. Let Ying study wouldn't it be better to come out and work for 3 years? Didn't I tell you? I can't change it. Her head teacher said it. Sun Rongfang said, It doesn't matter. The champion of science can go wherever he wants. The next door said. Xie Changrong confronted his wife. Chapter 26. 26. Everyone wants to flatter your daughter too. I don't care. Ying is going to be a doctor, and I will pay for her tuition. Sun Rongfang was really angry and stomped away. In 1996, there was no student loan. It is very difficult for ordinary people to send a college student to university, but as long as her daughter can pass the exam, Sun Rongfang thinks it is not a big problem. For so many years, the family has spent countless amounts of money on the problem of studying for their 2 children. There is no reason to support my daughter to study medicine. She knows what her husband's calculations are, and she will never agree. Seeing that his wife was unwilling, Xie Changrong walked to the door of his daughter's room and said to himself, If you really want to study, go to a normal school, you know? Your grandfather asked you about it, and it's best to study in a normal school. Dad, do you want to stop asking the elders for their opinions? Xie Wanying turned around and said meaningfully to her father, Does your grandfather need to ask? I asked last time. Xie Changrong Balabala dragged his slippers and walked back to get a phone to call the old man, and nagging, I will let your grandfather talk to you. You can ask Grandpa's opinion again, Dad. Xie Wanying said, Ask your father-in-law? Xie Changrong thought about it for a while, or he could let a bunch of people talk about it, and let his wife and daughter admit it and go to normal college. Dedudu, first called Grandpa Xie's house. Xie Wanying's grandfather is called Xie Yuxing. Dad, let me tell you, this is what happened. Ying's college entrance examination results came out, and she said she took the first place. Xie Wanying told his father. First place. Grandpa Xie was surprised when his son said that his granddaughter was first in the exam, first in the class. Maybe, it is said that he is the champion of science. Xie Wanying actually had no concept of the champion of science. Grandpa Xie said, "Wait, I'll help you find out what's going on." Xie Wanying, who was listening in the room, knew that this would be the case, and was very calm. Lao Xie's family has never been a college student at all. She is the first child of Lao Xie's family to take the college entrance examination. Her grandfather and grandmother don't understand anything. But it doesn't matter, someone will speak up for her, just like in the previous life. So after arguing with her father that day, she won't bother anymore, and only cares about her exam. Beep beep. The phone suddenly rang. Xie Wanying, who thought it was his father calling, quickly picked up the phone and shouted, "Dad, you know I'm calling?" The voice of the father-in-law on the opposite side made Xie Wanying choked in his throat. "Dad, you." Ying's grades came out. She said she was the champion of science. "It's so exciting. You and Fong should be so happy." Grandpa's son laughed, ha ha ha. Xie Wanying stood in the same place embarrassed. How to say, his wife was very happy, but his mood was normal. It wasn't his son who passed the test, but his daughter. He couldn't be happy. "I told you that your wife and I are my daughter. Ying is going to go to medical school, so she must give her full support." Grandpa's son's words made Xie Wanying calm down and discussed with his father-in-law. "Wouldn't it be better for Ying to go to a normal school?" "You're stupid." Grandpa's son was furious at his son-in-law's words, scolding him. Ying won the first class. "If she doesn't go to the first class in the country, what college do you want her to go to? What do you want?" Xie Wanying, who was questioned by his father-in-law about what he wanted to do, stammered and said, "It's because the family doesn't have the conditions for her to go to medical school. Dad, there is a subsidy for the teacher's school, so we don't need to give us money. My dad and I have inquired about it. I'll pay for Ying's tuition fees. You are not allowed to let her go to other schools." Grandpa's son was so angry that he hung up his son-in-law. Chapter 27. Everyone wants to flatter your daughter 3. The father-in-law wanted to pay, and Xie Wanying sat on the bench and planned to make a plate. Son Rongfang came back and picked up the phone again to announce the good news to other relatives and to raise money for her daughter's tuition. When called my dad was really happy. Grandpa's son said to his daughter, "Let me have a word with Ying. Your husband was so angry with me just now that he hung up the phone first." Grandpa was going to call himself. Xie Wanying ran over and took the phone. "Grandpa. Ying, study hard. Be a good doctor. Grandpa will let you go to college no matter what." Grandpa's son said to his granddaughter. "I know, Grandpa." Xie Wanying nodded, tears in her eyes. There is one thing she won't say to her grandpa for the time being. She wants to go to medical school and become a thoracic surgeon, precisely because her grandfather in her previous life died of a heart attack. "You will have no problem with your tuition fees," Grandpa's son assured his granddaughter. "Grandpa, I will work in my spare time to earn some tuition and living expenses for myself," Xie Wanying said. "It's very hard to study medicine, and I won't have time to work." Grandpa's son shook his head, disagreeing with what his accidental granddaughter did. Xie Wanying made up her mind anyway that she would never make her grandfather and her mother work too hard in this life. Later, Grandpa Xie did not call back to his son, Xie Wanying, soon. Until the next day, Grandpa Xie came to their house in person. With his hands behind his back, Xie Yuxing said to his son, "I have inquired about it and said that it is the first class of medical school that Ying wants to attend, and she has been studying for 8 years. Xie Wanying jumped up. 8 years. A girl is old after 8 years of study. How can she marry? I think so too. It's not about money anymore. Grandpa Xie coughed. In this family, a girl is in college for 8 years? It's almost the same for boys, who can provide, but not girls. Anyway, in Lao Xie's house, everything is dominated by boys. Where's Ying? Grandpa Xie asked when he didn't see his granddaughter at home. She went out with her mother and was going to buy things for college. Xie Wanying said more and more angrily. Also, her grandfather said she wanted to study for her. Does her grandfather know that she will study for 8 years? If her grandfather is willing, let her grandfather pay for it. Xie Wanying thinks about it too. He doesn't believe that Grandpa Sun really has the ability to study for his granddaughter for 8 years. Grandpa Sun put it bluntly, he is also a poor man with no money. But what he never expected was that many people were willing to sponsor his daughter to study and become a doctor. As soon as the result of being the champion of science, and then the title of the first class of medicine in the country, everyone wants to curry favor with the child who may have a promising future in this family. Sun Rongfang went home after walking around the house of relatives and friends and reported the good news to her husband. Yingying's tuition has been collected. Xie Changrong raised his head. Did your dad borrow your money? No. Where did he get so much money? No. My dad doesn't have a lot of money, but his former colleagues have. Also, Yingying's aunt said she would lend it to me. Yingying's aunt and grandmother, who used to be a nanny at the boss's house, told that family boss, when the family heard that they were willing to sponsor Yingying to study, they said it would be best to be a doctor. Sun Rongfang knew that the old Xie family was useless, so she simply went to her mother's family for support. After listening to his wife's report, Xie Changrong couldn't believe his ears. What you said can't be true. They don't know Yingying. How could they be willing to pay her to study? People may think that our family Yingying will be great in the future, and doing good to Yingying now will benefit her in the future. You guys, Xie Changrong pointed his finger at his wife and walked out the door angrily. Chapter 28. Meet the Teacher 1. Her husband was angry, but Sun Rongfang was not worried, and said to her daughter, your father's temper will surely accept his fate in a few days. Old Xie's family are all the same, macho, especially face-saving, but they have no ability, and they can't make waves in front of the facts. On the contrary, Sun Rongfang's family has more children who can read. For example, cousin Zhou Ruomei's 2 children are very good at school. Xie Wanying's aunt and daughter Linlin Xiao. Xie Wanying also read well at the age of 5. It's just that it's common for relatives and friends to have their own ghosts. Therefore, when she went to university this time, it was no surprise that her little aunt supported her first, and it was no surprise that Zhou Ruomei opposed her. Everyone got what they needed. In the blink of an eye, the university admission letter arrived. This time, Xie Wanying met Zhao Wenzong when she went to her alma mater. When the two met in the corridor, they looked at each other with some sympathy. After all, Zheng Jun was a student who was reprimanded by Lu Hui for not being optimistic about the future. This time, it was not Lu Hui who gave them the university notice, but a class from Teacher Wang from the Academic Affairs Office on behalf of Lu Hui. Teacher Wang explained to their classmates, Mr. Lu has caught a cold these days. Maybe the weather is too hot, and you have a fever at home. Or, why don't you go and see how she is doing? Among the students that Lu Hui likes, the monitor Yu has not come to school. So how can you see Lu Hui? Zhang Wei was picked up by his family, and he didn't come to school. As for Hu Hao, he turned around and left when he saw Zhao Wenzong's figure from a distance. A group of classmates whispered, What's wrong with Teacher Lu? Why did you suddenly get sick? The students were like mirrors in their hearts. I had heard that Lu Hui had become strange since the results of the college entrance examination in her class. Xie Wanying, do you want to go see your teacher Lu? Teacher Wang seemed to have made arrangements, and said directly to Xie Wanying. The eyes of other students looked over. Xie Wanying looked back at these people calmly. The classmates she saw felt empty. Thinking that Xie Wanying was scolded by Lu Hui and the monitor Yu for filling the report, none of the students in the class took the initiative to speak up for Xie Wanying, but there were many sneers. None of them are actually good things. What's the matter, you? Teacher Lu, are your class teacher, and you are the champion of science that she trained. Teacher Wang emphasized her tone. Xie Wanying's expression continued to be calm, looking at Teacher Wang, as if she was Teacher Wang's mentor. Teacher Wang suddenly felt a shudder in his heart. Yes, Lu Hui is the head teacher, but Lu Hui has never done anything for Xie Wanying. Lu Hui's heart is not someone who treats the whole class as her own. Only Zhang Wei and Monitor Hu Hao are Lu Hui's heart. Xie Wanying is not. Why did she have to go to Lu Hui? Mr. Wang, what did you say? You asked her to see Mrs. Lu. Teacher Wang shivered suddenly and turned around. At the door, I saw a female teacher in her 60s wearing glasses, with gray hair and white hair. Facing Teacher Wang's professional questioning tone, the deep gaze made Teacher Wang unable to avoid it. Xie Wanying showed surprise in her eyes and shouted, Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang is back. The teachers ran to tell each other, and they all came to say hello to Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang is the well-known leader of the mathematics research team for the college entrance examination at Jinxiao High School. The students who have been trained over the years are full of talents. It's just that, when I got old last year, I had to retire from school. It is said that I went to my son's house to help my son with his little grandson. Chapter 29, Meet the Teacher 2. Coincidentally, Mr. Zhuang used to be Xie Wanying's first and second-year math teacher. Therefore, Teacher Zhuang is very clear that Xie Wanying and Lu Hui have only been in contact with each other for only 1 year. High school students lay the foundation in the first year of high school and the second year of high school, and the third year of high school is just reviewing. In fact, it has little meaning. Faced with the inquiries from the teachers, Mr. Zhuang walked into the office with big strides like a heroine and said, "Our school has a science champion. How could I not come to see it? The principal asked me to come and see. It's just that I went to live at my son's house in the capital and came back a little late." The teachers were suddenly enlightened when they heard this. As for the other students present, they all made room for Teacher Zhuang and Xie Wanying. Mr. Zhuang stood in front of his students and turned his head to criticize Mr. Wang unceremoniously. "You said that Mrs. Liu trained Xie Wanying alone? Isn't this a joke? Students produce grades, and every teacher who has taught students has credit. This credit is definitely not something that Teacher Liu can claim alone. What is she trying to hide at home now?" Teacher Zhuang's words, especially the last sentence, made the teachers in the office couldn't help applauding and laughing. Who could not have guessed Lu Hui's little trick? Because she offended the students and felt guilty, so she simply pretended to be sick and hid at home, trying to kidnap the students morally and surrender. The more the teachers thought about it, the more angry they became. With Teacher Zhuang taking the lead, they immediately laughed at the group. Yes, as Teacher Zhuang said. How do you say it as if she taught it all by herself? Your teacher Liu only teaches chemistry in Xie Wanying's class. But the average chemistry score of the 3rd and 5th classes in our school is at the bottom of our school's college entrance examination. It is Xie Wanying who did well in the exam. What does it have to do with her? Ms. Xie Wanying's single subject with the highest score in the college entrance examination is mathematics. Whoever deserves the most credit is Teacher Zhuang, not her, Teacher Liu. Mr. Wang stood stiffly in the same place, and his face turned red from anger to anger amid the banter of a group of colleagues. When Mr. Zhuang saw it, he put it in Mr. Wang's ear and said, "Don't think I don't know her calculations. You go back and tell her, clean up, or I'll tell the principal. Don't think I don't know that you and her are relatives." As soon as these words came out, Teacher Wang didn't even dare to hold the identity of the Academic Affairs Office and shrank his neck. Don't look at the fact that Mr. Zhuang is retired, but because he is a veteran gold medal teacher, speaking in front of the principal is very important. Teacher Wang walked away with his tail tucked. "Go get busy. I'm retired with nothing to do. I'm looking for students to chat," Teacher Zhuang and other colleagues said. The teachers understood and walked away with a smile. Xie Wanying stood with Teacher Zhuang and said, "I called Teacher's house before, but no one answered the phone at Teacher's house." Thinking about her past life, the teacher she wanted to thank the most after the college entrance examination must be Teacher Zhuang, who felt most helpful to her. But Mr. Zhuang really couldn't get in touch. Later, I heard that Teacher Zhuang went to the capital and never returned to Songyuan City, so she never saw Teacher Zhuang again. It can be seen that after the rebirth, the trajectory is also different, and Teacher Zhuang actually comes back to meet her. Xie Wanying couldn't help but rejoice in her heart. Hearing what the students said, Teacher Zhuang was equally happy and asked with a smile, "Oh, that's because I stopped the phone after I left because I was afraid of living expenses. I'm really sorry for you." Chapter 30, Meet the Teacher 3. This is the attitude of a good teacher. If you change to Lu Hui or Teacher Wang, you must only be grateful to the students. How can you admit that you are wrong and feel that you are a teacher who is always superior to others in front of the students and will save face? Xie Wanying came over and said the same. "Mr. Zhuang, I also want to come to visit you." Knowing the excellent grades of the 2 students in front of him from his colleagues, Mr. Zhuang patted Xie Wanying on the shoulder and said, "Your parents and your mother should be relieved. Your son will go to the West China Institute of Technology, and there will be no problems in the future." Zhao Wenzong's eyes reddened. After the college entrance examination results came out, Lu Hui never sincerely congratulated him, but complained very much about him, because he listened to Xie Wanying's words and changed his college entrance examination plans in private. Study hard. The provincial capital is a big city, and it is much bigger than Songyuan. Mr. Zhuang, who has been to the provincial capital for a walk, gave a lecture to the students. My son of the Western Polytechnic Institute showed me, and it was very beautiful. However, the big cities have there are a lot of fun things, and the teacher hopes to continue to devote themselves to learning. Don't go to university and think that you can no longer study from now on. Teacher's words were focused. Zhao Wenzong and Xie Wanying nodded straight. Teacher Zhuang turned her head and pointed her finger playfully at Xie Wanying's nose. Could it be that you really quarreled with her? Xie Wanying won't hide from the teacher she likes. She directly admits that she and Lu Hui quarreled and almost got into a fight. She said that you are overpowered, and she just said that a toad wants to eat swan meat. Come, let the teacher look at the admission letter for you, whether the toad has eaten swan meat. Teacher Zhuang smiled and helped the bridge of his nose. Put on reading glasses. Xie Wanying gave her university admission letter to Teacher Zhuang to share the good news. Through the presbyopia film, Mrs. Zhuang carefully read the words on the student's admission notice and said with joy, "Yo, the first class of medicine in the country, and it is the coolest surgery. Before I came, I talked about this with my son. My son said that I am a good female student. He is really good. He has stayed in the capital for many years and knows the situation very well." After saying this, Mrs. Zhuang laughed to herself. Her laughter was broken because she was so happy that the students she trained were able to study surgery with the champion of science. This means that women can carry another piece of the sky and be on an equal footing with men. As a woman, how could Teacher Zhuang not be happy and proud of this female student? So she hurried back from the capital to congratulate the student. Xie Wanying was very excited, but kept her emotions calm because she knew that it was not easy to study surgery. She was only taking the first step and said, "Thank you, Teacher Zhuang." "No thanks. In the future, if you come to the capital to study, you can come to my house. I live at my son's house now. The address and phone number of my son's house in the capital will be written to you." As he said, Mr. Zhuang took out the side paper pen to write addresses to students. The other students around looked at Xie Wanying with only envy. They can go to Teacher Zhuang's house if they want. The problem is, they don't have the chance to go to the capital if they don't go to university in the capital. Likewise, Zhao Wenzong just looked at Xie Wanying. In this college entrance examination, Xie Wanying was the only student from Jinxiao High School who could be admitted to the capital university. To the capital, do you plan to go by plane or by train? Teacher Zhuang asked when he handed his disciples' address. Chapter 31. Go to the capital 1. Mr. Zhuang, my house can only go by train. It should be a hard seat. Xie Wanying replied. Teacher Zhuang sighed after hearing this. It was very hard to go to the capital by train because it is very far from the capital. If it wasn't for her son buying her a plane ticket, she would be too tired to go back and forth, which is why she left Songyuan City before and didn't come back. There was no high-speed rail in those days. It took a full 26 hours to travel from Songyuan to the capital by train, which did not include the previous bus to the provincial capital to transfer to the train. Xie Wanying's road to study was actually very hard. Xie Wanying's mind flashed across the young doctor she saw at the gate of the third city hospital that night. After getting in a car and flying back to the capital, it was extremely fast. Sorry, this is probably only the treatment of experts. I started struggling as a medical student, and it was really just the beginning. Okay, we will contact you later. Teacher Zhuang patted Xie Wanying on the shoulder lovingly. Xie Wanying had left to say goodbye to the teacher beforehand. She was in a hurry to buy student train tickets. No matter when, domestic train tickets are always tight and hard to buy, which became more obvious in the 1990s. After seeing her leave, Teacher Zhuang suddenly asked Zhao Wenzong, "Why did you suddenly change to the Western country and make your teacher Lu furious?" Zhao Wenzong's face couldn't help blushing, and he was very ashamed. He thought that Xie Wanying's suggestion made a turning point in his life. At that time, he turned out to be a coward and didn't say a word for her. So far, he can only say thank you in his heart. Teacher Zhuang, who understood what pointed to his face, and shook his head, and walked away. Lined up to buy train tickets. Xie Wanying finally bought train tickets for herself and her mother. After learning that her daughter only bought her mother's train ticket, Xie Changrong, the father, clapped the table at home and yelled at his wife again. The beast you gave birth only remembers you, not my dad. You don't like Ying's university. Where do you buy a train ticket to go? Whether I like her university or not, she has to buy a train ticket for me. Xie Changrong played the rudeness of old Xie family men. Because I am the head of this family, and I am her father. You're spending money indiscriminately. If you want to go, you will take the money yourself. Besides, you are her father, and you should have paid for the money. Sun Rongfang spit fire at her husband. Xie Changrong was stunned for a moment, and noticed that since his daughter was admitted to medical school, his wife had raised her eyebrows when she talked to him at home and ignored him. So I recalled what Lao Fong said to him next door. Lao Xie, you have to change your attitude and please your daughter, lest she forget you when she goes to the capital to become rich and rich. Hearing these words, Xie Changrong felt a drum in his heart, and in a blink of an eye he recalled what his father, Grandpa Xie, said. Son, it's useless. Ying went to medical school, but after graduation, the hospital will not accept female surgeons. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ying to be a doctor's cousin. Yes, your cousin told you that the hospital does not accept female surgeons. Xie Changrong took out his own words and told his wife. Sun Rongfang is a little worried every time she thinks of what her cousin said. It is true that Zhou Ruomei works in the hospital and knows the industry circle better than her. How? Letting Ying come back to study at the normal school. Xie Changrong took the opportunity to ask. She said before that Ying couldn't get into medical school. But Ying is now the champion of science. How can you explain it? Chapter 32, Go to the capital too. Come on, let Ying read. I'll wait to see how your money ends up in the pit. Xie Changrong waved to his wife and daughter and left. Since her cousin is not doing well, Sun Rongfang is too lazy to call Zhou Ruomei again. At the same time, Zhou Ruomei has been waiting for her cousin to call her like a pug to ask her for advice. In a fit of anger, Zhou Ruomei beat the sofa at home. Really, to her off. At the end of August, the end of summer and the beginning of autumn, a coolness began to permeate the north. Xie Wanying, who has never been to the capital to go to school and work in her previous life, did not know about this situation. But she remembered that she had heard from her grandfather before that she had been to the north and knew that the autumn in the north was different from the autumn and winter in the south, when the summer trousers went directly into the winter quilt, and there really was autumn. For this reason, Xie Wanying brought wool cardigans for herself and her mother, which are more suitable for wearing and taking off on the road. Sun Rongfang told her husband before leaving, "Watch your son do his summer homework. Isn't this your business?" Xie Changrong retorted unhappily, angry that his daughter's wife never let him follow. Sun Rongfang ignored him and took the luggage with her daughter to take the bus. In the car, Sun Rongfang said to her daughter, "Didn't your dad want to go to your university, thinking I don't know? He wants to play. He will find excuses for you in the future, so ignore him." Xie Wanying smiled and nodded to her mother. Later, I remembered that my mother was actually like the mother of the movie Hello, Li Huanmile. After taking the bus overnight, the mother and daughter ran to the train station again. In the train waiting hall, I didn't dare to sleep at all, for fear of missing the train. A train ticket is too expensive. If you lose it, you won't want to buy it again. The CT-235 train enters the train station. The announcement sounded in the waiting hall, and the waiting passengers got up one after another and rushed to the ticket office to line up. The long queue was crowded, and the air was turbid, and it was beginning to make people uncomfortable. Coughing all around. Xie Wanying frowned. Whether it was a little bit of experience in clinical medicine in her previous life, or she seemed to be inspired by medical skills after being reborn, she seemed to feel that something was wrong. "Mom, you stand here." Xie Wanying asked her mother to stand next to the team in a place where the air was slightly better, and stood alone in the team. Sun Rongfang picked up the newspaper she bought along the way and fanned her neck. Finally past the ticket gate, a group of people ran to the platform, crowded from the train door to the train, and the inside of the carriage was crowded with people again. The air has been stagnant. Xie Wanying let her mother sit on the window seat and put her suitcase on the shelf above her head. Luggage is of course heavier. Generally, women do not have the strength to put suitcases on the train, so men are fighting against suitcases everywhere in the train. Sun Rongfang, who saw it, was about to stand up to help her daughter. Unexpectedly, her daughter put the heavy suitcase down firmly in one action. The person standing next to her happened to be a man. Obviously, she had planned to wait for Xie Wanying to be unable to put it on, and she could seize the suitcase position, and she was instantly dumbfounded. At this time, the man who came back from the train passage with the thermos cup to the dining car to fill up the hot water found this scene, and couldn't help but glanced at Xie Wanying's face. This little girl is obviously different. Chapter 33, Go to the Capital 3. Xie Wanying with 2 long pigtails, wearing a clean white shirt and black trousers, with a gentle and smooth profile, said that she was only a student who was going to college after graduating from high school, but she was vaguely out of a girl's adolescence and had a feminine look. Xie Wanying also knew that she was reborn, and her mental age had already exceeded the current age. Someone looked over. Xie Wanying couldn't help but look back, and first she saw a blue thermos cup in the hands of a middle-aged man. This man's hand, she knew at a glance that it was the doctor's hand. Why? It exuded a disinfectant smell of washing hands all the year round, and the skin was whiter than the average person. Seeing her looking back, the other party helped the gold wire glasses on the bridge of his nose, looked at her again, and walked away. Xie Wanying looked at the direction in which the 40-year-old uncle was walking, to the carriage at the back of the train, where there were hard sleepers and soft sleepers, and it was a price ticket that ordinary people could not afford. In any era, doctors in big cities and big hospitals are rich and have great status. Not to mention surgeons. Compared with physicians and technicians in auxiliary departments, they are more expensive. Like cardiothoracic surgery, the name is high. Between her turning her head back and forth like this, her mother actually spoke to the passenger sitting across from her. My daughter is going to study at the National Association of Medical Colleges. Speaking of her daughter's achievements, Sun Rongfang's mouth was full of unbearable pride. The passenger on the opposite side was a woman in her 40s and 50s who called herself Fang. After hearing what Sun Rongfang said, she said, "Hey, isn't she the same as the girl just now?" "Which one?" Sun Rongfang became interested as soon as she heard it. Could it be that she could meet her daughter's future classmates on the road? So she quickly helped her to establish a good relationship with her classmates. She and her mom and dad were on the hard sleepers ticket. They went to the dining car and passed by before you got on the bus, and the passage was blocked. The mother and daughter had to sit in your seat first. My husband and I had to rest, chatted with her mother, listened to her mother's words, and went to the capital to go to medical school. Aunt Fang said, "Hard sleeper carriage." Sun Rongfang glanced at where the hard sleeper carriage was, and wondered if she should take her daughter to the hard sleeper carriage to establish a relationship with her classmates. Looking at her mother's expression, Xie Wanying knew that her mother's old problems had been committed again and wanted to talk about human feelings everywhere. Domestic favors are special, and it is a society of personal favors. As a result, Sun Rongfang has always believed that you should make friends wherever you go, and that other people should also want to make friends. As long as they have a better attitude, they will not refuse. Especially intellectuals are generally high-quality people, and it is impossible to be indifferent. Her mother graduated from elementary school, so she has not experienced the social circle of high education. So she has this misunderstanding of intellectuals. Xie Wanying thought about it too, and regretted that her mother didn't have the opportunity to study before, so she wanted to study hard to help her mother realize her dream. As for whether a person is good or not, it has nothing to do with whether he is highly educated or not. Like her cousin Zhou Ruomei and the head teacher Lu Huabu, they are all bad guys. For this reason, Xie Wanying grabbed her mother's cuff and said, "No need." Sun Rongfang looked back at her daughter with questioning eyes. "Mom, your daughter has this ability. Let her friends come to her door instead of asking her mother to help her." Xie Wanying reassured her mother. Sun Rongfang's eyes were startled. At this moment, she felt that her daughter had grown up. Chapter 34, Respiratory Diseases 1. Aunt Fang heard Xie Wanying's words, covered her mouth, and laughed. Thinking of this little girl is really high. Just from the way this little girl and her mother are dressed and sitting on the hard seat, you can tell that the family is not very good. Under this condition, those who want to go to bed and sleep in a sleeper may not be able to do it. Isn't it funny to want the other party to go back to flirt with themselves? Since her daughter said no, Sun Rongfang didn't go. She turned and asked Aunt Fong, "Are you alone?" "No. My husband went to the food truck to buy me something to eat." The train passengers are graded, and you can know them by looking at their spending power. Like Xie Wanying's mother and daughter, it is impossible to buy food on the train because everyone knows that food on the train is very expensive. Aunt Fong and her husband have some spending power, but no money to buy a sleeper. The train quickly arrived at dinner time, and ordinary passengers stood up to soak the instant noodles they brought with them. Aunt Fong's husband, Uncle Fong, came back from the dining car and brought a dining car lunchbox for himself and his wife. The husband and wife each had one, which was ridiculously expensive. It even cost 20 yuan each. Xie Wanying took the instant noodles she bought for herself and her mother and went to the water tank to fill up the water. There are many passengers of instant noodles, crowded into a long queue. After making the noodles, she walked back to her seat with Xie Wanying in both hands and heard Aunt Fong and Uncle Fong talking. You don't know how funny the two mother and daughter who just sat across from us were. How to be funny. Her daughter actually said that she wanted the sleeper berth to curry favor with them sitting on the hard seat. Aunt Fong, who said this, laughed until her stomach twitched. Uncle Fong was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, "This is so funny. Who do they think can sleep in the sleeper? I'm afraid they won't even be able to get in the sleeper." "How do you know?" "A flight attendant stopped us from entering the hard sleeper carriage, unless we have a ticket. I'm afraid we will go in and sleep on the sleeper." Uncle Fong shook his head as he said, "I just wanted to see what the bed in the train was. What kind of thing? We haven't slept." As a result, people stood at the door and refused to let in. "The sleeper is over the dining car?" "Yes, it's very close to the dining car. It's like our side. Going to a dining car to buy something will take a long way. If you have money, the onboard service will definitely be one level higher, as long as it is in the market. They eat instant noodles by themselves." Aunt Fong said next to her husband's ear, "You can only eat instant noodles, and you can't even afford a lunchbox. You actually say such things. Don't talk to this kind of people. I tell you, these two people are probably two cheeky people." After Uncle Fong and Aunt Fong finished speaking, they raised their heads and suddenly found Xie Wanying standing in front of them, with an embarrassing bluish expression on her face. Sun Rongfang came back from the toilet and saw her daughter put the instant noodle bowl on the small table and said, "You eat first, and Mom will go and see if the dining car can buy you something to eat." She said she was going to the food truck to buy something good to feed her daughter who was going to college. "Mom, no, I like instant noodles, but I don't like other things." Xie Wanying pulled her mother back and said, being pulled back to her seat by her daughter, Sun Rongfang suddenly noticed that Aunt Fong and Uncle Fong had strange expressions on their faces. After receiving Sun Rongfang's eyes, Aunt Fong's villain first complained, "Is your daughter going to college? Come over and don't say anything at all." "Auntie, that's precisely because I'm polite." Xie Wanying was rude to this kind of person and went straight back. Chapter 35, Respiratory Diseases 2. After being stunned, Sun Rongfang nodded sharply. "Yes, my daughter is polite." Aunt Fong and Uncle Fong did not expect that the mother and daughter eating instant noodles were not afraid of anyone coming. Their faces turned dark, and they got up and left first. Aunt Fong was walking on the road and discussed with her husband, "You should directly say to find Dr. Lin. Her daughter's surname is Lin, and her name is Lin Liqiao. After reporting her name, she should be able to go into the sleeper and have a look. Isn't that just medical students? Did you not hear clearly at the time? Her mother said that she was an excellent medical student, and she prescribed prescriptions to the old professor. Where are the two stupid people on the opposite side? The doctors didn't become big doctors, but they thought they were big doctors." Aunt Fong said. Uncle Fong nodded. His wife was right. Thinking about how smart she and her wife are, and how stupid Xie Wanying and Sun Rongfang are. How can the nobles curry favor with the poor, and the poor have to curry favor with the nobles? The couple left, and Sun Rongfang took out the mustard and corn sausages and put them in the instant noodle bowl for her daughter. Xie Wanying shared the contents of her bowl with her mother. Sun Rongfang was very happy to see her daughter's filial piety. The mother and daughter enjoyed the noodles. Unconsciously, It was late at night. The train was walking in the night, and the wind was blowing through the window. In this era, the trains were all green-skinned trains, and there was no air conditioner at night, and the temperature inside the carriages all depended on the outside climate. Xie Wanying remembered the discomfort at the station today, and she realized in a flash that it was the temperature difference, which made her feel wrong as a doctor with experience. "Mom, put on the sweater before going to bed." Xie Wanying immediately took out the sweater in her duffel bag and put it on her mother. No, it's hot." Sun Rongfang pushed back. "Mom, listen to me. This car is going to the north at night. The north is getting colder and colder. We can't catch a cold at night," Xie Wanying said. "Because I want to be a doctor in the future. People I know." Yes, her daughter is going to be a big doctor. So Sun Rongfang happily accepted her daughter's suggestion. Uncle Fong and Aunt Fong, who came back to their seats, saw that the mother and daughter on the opposite side were sleeping in sweaters, and they laughed directly. They are two idiots. Now the weather is hot enough to wear short sleeves and a sweater? There is clearly not one of the passengers around who does the same thing as these two. Really, in the middle of the night and early morning, the temperature suddenly cooled down. "Why is it suddenly cold?" Aunt Fong said as she fell into a daze. Uncle Fong was so cold that he shivered in his dream. Looking around, many people took out thick clothes and even took out military coats. Aunt Fong and Uncle Fong took out a thick cotton coat. At this moment, they still feel stupid when they look at the mother and daughter on the opposite side. Actually, at this temperature, you don't need to wear thick cotton clothes. It's only autumn after all. It's just that the first-time travelers from south to north have never tried autumn in the north. They only know that the south is only the season to wear short sleeves and thick clothes. So the traveler in the thick cotton coat felt hot and removed it. Aunt Fong was the same as Uncle Fong. "Sometimes it's hot, I lift my coat, sometimes it's cold, and I cover it with a padded coat." Well, over and over again, I couldn't sleep well all night at all. Such a scene is like sleeping well at night if the comfort of the quilt cover is not enough. After waking up on the train in the morning, Aunt Fong felt discomfort in her throat for the first time, thinking, "Oops, could it be a cold?" In a hurry, she pushed her husband's shoulder. "I'll go to Dr. Lin. She should have medicine." Chapter 36, Respiratory Diseases 3. What are you doing with her? Didn't she go to the medical school in the capital? I heard that she helped the old professor to prescribe prescriptions in clinic. I want to find her to see if she could help me. My throat hurts. Aunt Fong said. "If you're like this, help me get some medicine too." Uncle Fong told his wife that he seemed to be just as uncomfortable. He touched his drowsy forehead and seemed to be unable to eat breakfast. Aunt Fong hurriedly ran to the sleeper car to find someone. Here, Sun Rongfang has a thoughtful daughter who provides cardigans and sweaters, so she sleeps at just the right temperature for one night, not too cold or too hot. After waking up, it is very comfortable to stretch. Only the neck is a little sore when the head is tilted. After waking up, he found that Uncle Fong on the opposite side seemed to have a problem. Sun Rongfang looked at Uncle Fong's face and asked, "Do you have a cold?" "You don't have a cold?" Uncle Fong asked her back. "Of course not," Sun Rongfang said. "My daughter prepared a cardigan and sweater for me, which is not cold. Not too hot." Uncle Fong remembered that the thick padded coat last night made her half dead, and was surprised that the mother and daughter could put on a sweater and not be cold. "It's not hot," Sun Rongfang said, seeing the thick coats the couple threw on the seat, and said in surprise, "Oh my God, it's not winter. Why do you wear such thick clothes?" As if they were idiots, Uncle Fong became annoyed. "What's the matter? It's cold. After all, thick cotton clothes are better than sweaters, you idiot." Xie Wanying, who woke up earlier at this time, took the opportunity to go down at the halfway station and bought steam buns on the breakfast car at the train station. She heard someone scolding her mother. "Thick clothes, wearing and taking off can easily catch a cold. I guess you also catch a cold." The most common season for respiratory diseases such as colds in the north is autumn. My wife and I seem to have a cold, and they seem to be caught by the other party, so Uncle Fong couldn't hold his face even more and said angrily, "You are not a doctor. You just want to go to medical school to study and you can understand shit. Wait a minute. The real doctor is back. Let's see what else you can say." Just in time, Aunt Fong found someone and came back, only to see two women trailing behind her. A has a bun with a bun and a plump face, about 40 years old. One had a ponytail, glasses, and a gentle skirt, looking young and estimated to be in his early 20s. These two are probably the mother and daughter of medical students that Aunt Fong said. Dr. Lin and her mother are here. Aunt Fong said to her wife, Dr. Lin is very kind. He came to see us as soon as he heard that we had a cold. Exactly, I told you, Dr. Lin. This person, I don't know where it came from. She said that wearing cotton clothes is more likely to catch a cold, and that I will be more likely to catch a cold if I wear clothes and undress for a while. You are a doctor, did you tell her? Uncle Fong turned to ask Dr. Lin. The so-called Dr. Lin Liqiong Lin. At this age, Xie Wanying knew at most that she was a third or fourth grader in clinical practice, and she definitely lacked clinical experience. Of course, if you really have medical talents, you should know that her professional opinion is right. Uncle Fong and Aunt Fong watched. Lin Li Jones gently helped the glasses and said, What she said is not correct. Look, Uncle Fong exclaimed excitedly, as if exhaling. Sun Rongfong was stunned. What do you mean? Is the daughter who wants to be a doctor wrong? Chapter 37, First Aid on the Train 1. This senior sister, Xie Wanying, only looked at the coldness hanging on the other party's glasses, as if smelling something. It seems that Aunt Fong has already said something to the mother and daughter. Sun Rongfong explained to the opposite. My daughter is a student going to the capital to study medical school. We heard about it. But the medical schools in the capital are all universities with the highest admission scores for medical schools in the country. What level and class do you think your daughter is in? My daughter was in the high school attached to the provincial capital during the college entrance examination, and your daughter is in what kind of middle school are you talking about? Mother Lin came out and said. Obviously, the other party questioned her daughter's grades. Sun Rongfong said unhappily, My daughter is a student of Jinxiao High School. She is the first in the exam, and she is the champion of science. Golden Bridge High School, which city? Matsuan City. Can a middle school not in the provincial capital have a top student in science? Is it the number one in the school? Mama Lin questioned strongly. These people's own children did not participate in this year's college entrance examination, so they don't care or know who this year's top student in the college entrance examination is. Sun Rongfong was angry. My daughter is the champion of science. What am I lying to you about? Mother Lin said. Even if she is the champion of science, your daughter is only a freshman. My daughter is a fourth-year medical student and has entered the clinical internship period. If she is a freshman, she doesn't understand anything like she has never studied medicine. No. Sun Rongfong spoke for her daughter. My daughter read medical books at home before. She understands. Can you read this by yourself? Mother Lin taught Sun Rongfong in a disdainful tone. In medical school, my daughter is your daughter's senior sister, and she is your daughter's teacher and elder. Your daughter should respect my daughter. Do you know? Xiao Xiao is a freshman. Dare not call her senior sister? Sun Rongfong was surprised. It was said that she was very gentle and refined when she was studying as a doctor. Why did she suddenly talk about seniority? My mother didn't know this kind of industry situation, but Xie Wanying, who was born again, was already familiar with it and said to her mother, Mom, it's fine. In clinical practice, if senior sister and senior brother are not skilled, no one is willing to call her senior sister. The doctor industry is a place where technical strength is concerned, just like the masters in the rivers and lakes. What do you mean by that? Mother Lin's surprised eyes were about to pop out angrily, and the girl in front of her dared to secretly mock her daughter's incompetence. It is not clear whether this senior sister has any skills. Xie Wanying does not fully understand, but this professional attitude alone may be enough to be a doctor. Being a doctor requires the most professional and realistic approach, Xie Wanying said bluntly. Uncle's situation is not just about a cold. At his age, he is very likely to suffer from high blood pressure. Cardiovascular disease. What did you say? My old man has high blood pressure. Impossible. My old man is in good health and is healthier than me. Aunt Fong said anxiously. Xie Wanying looked at the face of Uncle Fong, and the skills of rebirth emerged in her mind. She saw Uncle Fong's blood pressure curve and heart rhythm, and it was as she guessed, and said, It's better to get him off the train immediately. Go to it is better for the hospital to deal with blood pressure. You are talking nonsense. Where did my old man have high blood pressure? There is nothing, Aunt Fong said to Mama Lin and her daughter. My old man is healthy and never needs to go to the hospital to see a doctor. Chapter 38, 38. First aid on the train 2. Is the blood pressure normal after the physical examination? Lin Liqiong opened her mouth and asked Aunt Fong. Right. That's sure to be fine. That's right. What Dr. Lin said is fine. What Dr. Lin said is fine. You curse my old man with nonsense. How bad you are. Aunt Fong shouted with jumping feet. Sun Rongfong swallowed her saliva, only to feel that her daughter has become even more different today. She couldn't understand a word of what her daughter just said. When the passengers around heard the words of Aunt Fong and Lin Liqiong's mother and daughter, they had long been talking about. How is this going? One said he was a doctor, and the other said he was a medical student. What is a medical student? Medicine students. Those who want to be doctors in the future. That should be a medical student listening to a doctor? Should be. Didn't the question just say, are both actually medical students? The surrounding crowd was also confused. When Mother Lin heard these people talking nonsense, she even put on a proud posture and said, You don't know? This medical student has grades. High is equivalent to a doctor. Low is not a doctor. High commands low. When the audience heard what Mother Lin said, they all felt that the woman seemed to be offended and stopped talking. Sun Rongfong scratched her head, looked at her daughter, and asked what to do with her eyes. Xie Wanying said, Mom, we said what we should say and fulfilled our obligations. What did you say? You say it again. You said my old man. Aunt Fong pointed her finger to the tip of Xie Wanying's nose. When she was suddenly pulled by one hand, she turned her head in shock and saw that it was her husband pulling his arm. He asked, What's the matter with you, old man? I hurt. Uncle Fong's face showed pain to his wife, and he screamed. Aunt Fong caught her wife with both hands and said anxiously, Dr. Lin, aren't you a doctor in the capital? Hurry up and help my old man to see. He said that he has a cold and hurts. Why does a cold hurt? Lin's mother took a step ahead of her daughter to see Uncle Fong's condition, looked down at Uncle Fong's face, and said, It seems that she has a high fever. Uncle Fong's face is covered with sweat beads like rain, which is a bit like a high fever. The surrounding passengers saw that they stood up nervously, and the crowd in the carriage was running. Someone hurried to inform the train crew of the situation. The conductor's voice passed through the onboard loudspeaker and quickly spread throughout the entire train. All passengers, please pay attention. All passengers, please pay attention. There is an old comrade on this train who has a sudden illness and urgently needs the help of medical workers. If you it's a medical worker, please come to the second carriage and contact our flight attendant for assistance dash. For this reason, someone in the sleeper car heard the sound of the announcement and lifted his glasses-wearing face from the book. What doctor are you looking for? My daughter is a doctor. Mother Lin heard the radio on the car and immediately turned her head and said to all the surrounding passengers, Your daughter is a doctor. Tell your daughter to show my old man quickly. Aunt Fong yelled at Mama Lin in a hurry. Mama Lin called her daughter back. Lin Liqiong slowly walked over, holding on to her glasses, looking carefully into the open mouth of the other uncle. Is it a toothache? I saw cavities. There are several. I guess it is the cavities and the gums. The swelling has caused a fever. When the time comes to Xuanwu Hospital in the capital, I can help him call him an old professor. Chapter 39, 39. First aid on the train 3. So good. Aunt Fong was overjoyed and said, Thank you, Dr. Lin. Thank you so much. You are really a good doctor. Old man, you can hold on until the capital gives you an expert number, as Dr. Lin said. The opposite Sun Rongfong felt that Uncle Fong didn't seem to have a toothache, so she nervously grabbed her daughter's hand and persuaded Aunt Fong to say, I think something is wrong with your old man. Do you want to listen to my daughter and send him off quickly? Let's go to the hospital on the train. I think he's going to be in so much pain. What did you say? Aunt Fong and Mama Lin turned around and shouted at Sun Rongfong, not letting her mother be bullied. Xie Wanying stood in front of her mother and said to the two women, He's going to faint. Let him lie down first. Don't move him easily, and wait for the ambulance to come. It's impossible for my old man to. Aunt Fong roared these words, suddenly with a bang. Immediately afterwards, a woman screamed from the inside of the carriage. Everyone saw that Lin Liqiong was screaming. She screamed until the ends of her hair grew up, because Uncle Fong suddenly fell in front of her, spitting out a mouthful of white foam on the white socks exposed on her feet. Aunt Fong knelt down beside her wife and asked with trembling lips, Old man, what's the matter with you? Talk to me. Uncle Fong has long been unconscious. He's going to die, someone shouted. Aunt Fong burst into tears. Dr. Lin, save my old man. Lin Liqiang stepped back again and again, her toes trembling because of the dirty socks. Mother Lin hid behind her daughter. Now everyone can see that Uncle Fong is wrong, not a toothache. Why didn't you save my old man? Aunt Fong called back to Lin Liqiang and her daughter. Lin Liqiang and Mama Lin retreated again and again, their faces showing the same fear. What should I do? What should I do? Aunt Fong cried loudly. Who will save my old man? Get out of the way. Xie Wanying rolled up her sleeves and pushed the mother and daughter of the Lin family away. Lin Liqiang and Mama Lin staggered and almost sat on the ground. Seeing Xie Wanying walk up and squat down and stand beside Uncle Fong, the mother and daughter began to shout. What do you want to do? You are not a doctor. Ignoring what other people around her were saying, Xie Wanying touched Uncle Fong's carotid artery with her finger, and the pulse of the carotid artery was beyond normal. It was obviously a heart problem. According to the symptoms of Uncle Fong sweating profusely and shouting pain just now, it is very likely that myocardial infarction caused malignant arrhythmia. Looking at Uncle Fong's chest again, a strangely distorted picture of a heart pounding rapidly appeared in her mind. At this time, instead of doing cardiac compressions, it is better to do. Everyone watched. The girl with two long braids suddenly clenched her fists, like a hammer hitting the chest of the middle-aged man lying on the ground. There was a wow all around, and she was scared to death by her hammer. Only the man who hurried to the scene saw this scene, and the glasses he was wearing flashed brightly. The hammering in the front of the heart is beautiful enough. What are you doing? You smashed him to death. You murdered. Mama Lin intended to push Xie Wanying's shoulders away and said to her daughter, Quick, save people quickly. Lin Liqiang came back to her senses at this time and said, Yes, the patient needs cardiac compression. You all get out of the way. Chapter 40, First Aid on the Train 4. Listening to the mother and daughter, everyone was in chaos. Aunt Fong was dumbfounded. What was going on? And looked back again. Hey, it seems that my wife stopped foaming. Wait, my old man seems to be waking up. Aunt Fong said. At this time, the scene was a mess, and it seemed that no one heard what Aunt Fong said, except for Xie Wanying, who always keeps her eyes on the patient's heart, monitoring the patient's heartbeat. What's awake? He needs cardiac compressions now. Get out of the way and let my daughter, the doctor, save him. Lin's mother roared anxiously. Sun Rongfang couldn't stand it anymore and persuaded the two mothers and daughters. Don't make trouble, okay? What's causing trouble? Your daughter is not a doctor. I am your daughter. Mama Lin turned around and waved at Sun Rongfang. Really, this mother and daughter. Sun Rongfang rolled her eyes. All stop. Amidst the chaotic crowd, the train attendant had to raise his voice and shout. There are professional doctors here. A professional doctor is here? The mother and daughter of the Lin family had to turn their heads. What professional doctor? The middle-aged Uncle Sven, who was standing beside the flight attendant, held up his glasses and introduced himself. I am the director of the Department of Urology of Xuanwu Hospital, and my surname is Wu. Director Wu in the big hospital. Excited and happy, Mama Lin winked hard at her daughter. It's a doctor from your internship hospital, isn't it? Lin Liqiang shivered inexplicably because the medical teacher looked at her in the wrong way. Director Wu stepped forward, squatted down to check Uncle Fong's current condition, felt Uncle Fong's pulse, and then put his ear close to the patient's heart to listen to the heartbeat as much as possible, and nodded with satisfaction. Obviously, the patient's heartbeat has returned to sinus. The heart rhythm and the clearly visible foam at the corners of the patient's mouth confirmed that the patient had just experienced a terrible life and death catastrophe, and he really died suddenly. How? Mama Lin asked Director Wu anxiously. Is he dead? She made it out by hammering the patient's chest. As she spoke, she pointed at Xie Wanying to ask her guilt. Aunt Fong looked nervous at Director Wu. The surrounding people were swallowing, and the scene in front of them was really messy enough. No one could figure out who the real medical students and doctors were. No, she's doing very well. Director Wu suddenly said loudly. The patient has been rescued now, and he will be taken to the ambulance at the site later. Don't touch him lightly now. I know. What you said is that my daughter saved people. Mother Lin was complacent and pulled her daughter out first. It was the doctor at her daughter's hospital, and she must be talking about her daughter. No, what I said was that she did a very good job. Director Wu shook his head and denied the shameless arrogance of Mama Lin, stood up, and asked Xie Wanying, "Which hospital are you, a young doctor?" "No," Director Wu called her doctor. Mother Lin and Lin Liqiong were startled and took a deep breath. You are mistaken. She is not a doctor. She is just a freshman medical student." Mother Lin hurriedly grabbed Director Wu's arm. "My daughter is the doctor, and it was my daughter who saved his life. But what I saw when I came was that your daughter was standing beside her and didn't do anything." Director Wu said truthfully. When he followed the flight attendant from a distance, he saw Lin Liqiong screaming beside the patient. He got angry. "Which hospital is your daughter a doctor?" Chapter 41. First Aid on the Train 5. "My daughter is from Xuanwu Hospital." Lin's mother replied quickly, not realizing that her daughter was trying to wave her hand behind her to signal her to stop talking. "Is she a doctor in the same hospital as me? If she is my colleague, why don't I remember seeing her?" Director Wu turned to look at Lin Liqiong's facial features like a magnifying glass. This action made Lin Liqiong step back. "Which department is she from?" "She's from your dentistry, and she's prescribing prescriptions with the old professor," Mother Lin said proudly. Wow of the surrounding crowd. "Dental." Aunt Fong sat on the ground with an ouch and patted her thigh and scolded the mother and daughter. "You killed me. You almost killed my old man. You bastards. I thought you were. What do you think my daughter is? You also heard me say that my daughter is a doctor who begged us to come here. What did we do wrong?" Lin's mother would never admit that it was her and her daughter's fault. The other aunt was extremely displeased. "You figure out now. She killed your old man. Not my daughter. She hammered your old man to death. Now, Aunt Fong only hates her." As soon as she heard that the other party was from the Capital Medical College, she immediately ran up to compliment her. She thought that she had complimented the wrong person completely. If I had known it earlier, it would be better to flatter the mother and daughter-son Rongfong on the opposite side. Director Wu had long stopped listening to the unreasonable nagging of Mrs. Lin beside him, and asked Xie Wanying curiously, "Do you know how to hammer in front of your heart?" "Yes, teacher," Xie Wanying replied. "You're just a medical student?" Director Wu couldn't believe what Lin's mother said before. Such a beautiful heart hammering is unlikely to be a medical operation that a medical student can do, because hammering in the precordial area is a relatively advanced operation that talks about technology. It is difficult for ordinary doctors to meet the standard to save lives. "Yes." Xie Wanying won't lie. How can you do the slightest hypocrisy on medical issues? A little hypocrisy could kill people, just like Lin Liqiong did just now. "Tell me, what is the hammering in the front of the heart?" Director Wu thought about it, trying to figure out if Xie Wanying was the way to save lives when a blind cat hit a dead mouse, and also asked Lin Liqiong, "Tell me too. Say, what is precordial hammering?" After all, he is a medical student who is intern in his own hospital. You can give him a chance to take the test first, not to mention that he is a senior in clinical years. Even in dentistry, this first aid technique should be learned in basic medicine, emergency medicine. Lin Liqiong was silent and didn't speak for a long time. "Say, tell him quickly." Mother Lin was so anxious that she pushed her daughter to the ground. Lin Liqiong looked at her mother almost angrily. She couldn't answer at all what the hammering in the front of the heart was. Probably learned it in a clinical emergency. The thing is, her main specialty is dentistry. Of course, if she studies with heart and treats medicine with sincerity, even if she is not her major, she will lay a solid foundation in the clinical foundation and will not be unable to answer such medical questions. "Why can't you answer it?" Lin's mother trembled in her voice when she received her daughter's gaze and turned to look at Xie Wanying. Now everyone's focus is on Xie Wanying. "By the way, you definitely can't answer either. You are not a student at all. You are not even a medical student. You have never been to medical school." "This woman is like a shrew." Director Wu frowned and waved his hand, stopping Mama Lin from talking again, waiting for Xie Wanying to answer. Chapter 42. First Aid on the Train 6. Being able to answer the questions of the medical seniors is equivalent to getting the guidance of the medical seniors. Xie Wanying is very cautious and precious such an opportunity, she said word by word. Hammering in the precordial area is one of the effective measures for emergency CPR. The difference is that as long as the method is timely and grasped in time, the effective rate of terminating ventricular tachycardia is as high as 40%. The answer was beautiful. Director Wu nodded straightly. Tell me again, what is the standard of this operation? The thumping point should be correct, at the lower one-half of the sternum on the midline of the chest. This place is the weakest support force of the entire thorax. When thumping, if the thorax is deformed to a certain extent and close to the heart, the thoracic cage can be thumped. The mechanical energy is transmitted to the heart to stop the heart from overspeeding. The clenched fist should be 20 centimeters away from the heart, and the hammering force should be concentrated on the ulnar side. If one hammering is not enough, be ready for a second hammering at any time, especially in without defibrillation equipment present. The inside of the carriage fell into silence. Is she right? Mama Lin's voice was hoarse, making it seem like she was about to cry. This time, her daughter was about to lose to Xie Wanying. Yes. Director Wu answered affirmatively. Mama Lin was unsteady and was about to sit on the ground. The people around looked at the mother and daughter of the Lin family with frowning eyes. Obviously, who is the real medical student and who is the scumbag? Who would dare to see a doctor like theirs? Didn't you say it? It's a dentist. The person who sees the dentist is also a doctor, but he doesn't understand anything. I dare not go to her to see the dentist. The accusations came one after another, and Mama Lin's face was pale. She had to figure out where this little girl surnamed Xie came from. She glared fiercely and said, "Which medical school student are you?" "Say, my daughter is what about the students of Capital Medical University?" "What does this person mean?" Sun Rongfang is really angry. "Is there any special difference between medical schools? Don't they all teach doctors? Shouldn't doctors and medical students pay attention to saving lives?" "My daughter is a medical student of the National Association." Sun Rongfang replied word by word for her daughter. National Association. Director Wu and the mother and daughter of the Lin family were shocked. "What's the matter?" Sun Rongfang looked at what was wrong with the expressions of the three people in front of her, but wondered. "My mother is not a medical major, so I don't understand it. Maybe I will be humble when I understand it, because my mother is such a person." Xie Wanying told her mother. "It's okay. All medical schools are the same, teaching people to save lives." Sun Rongfang felt relieved after hearing her daughter's words. Her daughter thought the same as she did. Director Wu heard that their mother-daughter dialogue was completely different from that of the Lin family. Students who have graduated from the National Association are always a favorite wherever they go. Sun Rongfang was very excited when she heard the news, thinking that her daughter's job after graduation might be saved, so she didn't need to ask her cousin. She introduced her daughter as much as possible to Director Wu. "Director, my daughter is in the 8th year class of the National Association." 8th year class. Mama Lin screamed. This time it was her turn to have her hair all set up. My God, the daughter of this mother and daughter is actually a student of the 8th grade of the National Association. Mother Lin and Lin Liqiang's hearts trembled. Medical students and their parents are most sensitive to capturing medical news. No one knows that Xie Wanying is going to study the highest hall of medicine. Chapter 43, Freshman Registration 1. What's the matter? What is the name of this mother Lin? Sun Rongfang looked at Director Wu in confusion and asked. Director Wu smiled wryly. People from the 8th year class of the National Association, their Xuanwu Hospital probably won't be able to recruit them. The students who graduated from that class were medical graduates that no major hospital anywhere in the country could grab. The train stopped at the temporary station. The ambulance arrived. Aunt Fong accompanied Uncle Fong, who had woken up, to get off the train. When the two passed by Xie Wanying, they kept saying, "Thank you. Thank you." "No thanks, this is what I should do." Xie Wanying said, "I believe in you. You will definitely be a good doctor in the future, much better than her. In the future, my old man and I will only go to you to see a doctor." Aunt Fong held Xie Wanying's hand and said. Sun Rongfang rolled her eyes at first sight. Didn't these two couples dislike her daughter to be a doctor to the point of death? But now they have changed their minds. 180 degrees have changed. Director Wu looked at the watch, then looked at the mother and daughter of the Lin family who hid behind the crowd, shook his head, and said, "After returning to the hospital, I will talk to the director of the medical education department about your problem. Hearing this, Lin Liqiong covered her face with her hands. Mama Lin was dumbfounded and shouted, "No, director, what's the matter? Who should I send my daughter to see? Can you hear that? Your daughter has a big problem. If you leave our hospital as an intern, we won't be able to make a difference to ordinary people." Director Wu spread his hands. Mother Lin screamed, frightened, and chased after Director Wu. Director, listen to my explanation. My daughter, she was not like this at first. It was all because of this guy arguing with her. Of course, at first we didn't know she was a student of the National Association. Director Wu put his hands on his hips, facing Mama Lin a little bit intolerable, and said, "The person who should be educated first is probably you. If you do something wrong, if you don't teach your children to make a quick correction, what do you want to save face? Me and you said that medicine is different from other disciplines. The most serious consequence of not changing is that killing is not saving people." Mama Lin started to cry. What should her daughter do now? Can't she graduate and become a doctor? Make a good change. Go back to your studies. Director Wu said earnestly and waved to Xie Wanying. Come on, let's talk. Obviously, this Director Wu thinks, even if Xie Wanying can't recruit students like Xie Wanying who graduated from the 8th year class of the National Association, but now that this little girl is modest and eager to learn, she can't help but want to teach. Because any teacher wants to teach a good student. Maybe Xie Wanying remembered him in the future and really thought about coming to Xuanwu Hospital. So, Sun Rongfang accompanied her daughter to the sleeping car where Director Wu was. It was the first time that the mother and daughter saw what a sleeper was. They were very curious and looked around. Director Wu even invited the two of them to the dining car for a lunch. The train conductor gave the three of them a free lunch because Xie Wanying and the others rescued the passengers from the crisis on the train. When her daughter was chatting with Director Wu, Sun Rongfang listened with wide eyes, although many of them could not understand. Where did your medical knowledge come from? Director Wu asked Xie Wanying. Is there someone in your family who is a doctor? Someone taught you. To be honest, Mr. Wu, my mother used to work in a health center when she went to the countryside. She wanted to learn a doctor, but she had no chance. Otherwise, my mother would also be a doctor I admire. Xie Wanying expressed her thoughts sincerely. Chapter 44, Freshman Registration 2. When her daughter praised, Sun Rongfang blushed and waved her hand shyly. No. Director, her cousin is my cousin. Their family is a doctor. I am not. I am just an ordinary worker. My daughter is much better than me. Director Wu laughed, deeply feeling that their mother-daughter relationship was very good, simple and touching, and nodded. Later, Sun Rongfang took her daughter back to the hard-seat carriage and said sweetly to her daughter, I think this Director Wu is a good person, and he also likes you as a student. Otherwise, in the future, you can consider working in their hospital. Where is your cousin? If I want you in the future, you can also consider it. There are only a few groups of doctors that my mother has contact with, so when I see who loves who, I am afraid that my daughter will not find a job in the future. Xie Wanying couldn't help smiling at her mother, holding her mother's arm tightly, and now she gave her a nod to reassure her. The train went for another day and finally arrived at the Capital West Railway Station. The huge flow of people in the capital made Sun Rongfang stunned. Too many people, crowded together. After leaving the train station, there was a lot of traffic in front of me, and people continued to crowd into a hornet's nest. Sun Rongfang felt a little panic in her heart, worried about whether her daughter could survive among so many people. There are more people and more competition. This is Sun Rongfang's first instinct as a mother to protect her calf. You mustn't rush with others at the first time, do you know? Let's see the situation first. On the way, Sun Rongfang whispered to her daughter about social experience. Got it, Mom. Let's go to the university. Teacher Zhuang helped us book a hostel near my university first. Xie Wanying told her mother. Because there is a lot of luggage, if you go to take the bus, people may not agree to you getting on the bus. Sun Rongfang advocated spending money to take a taxi and reassured her daughter. Don't be afraid. I brought a lot of money here. Your grandfather said that you should have enough living expenses when you go to school, and you can't let you go to work without living expenses. Medicine is not like other things. You need to read it carefully and not be distracted. Grandpa expressed such a view on the phone last time, But Xie Wanying did not expect it to be true. In her previous life, she didn't go to a school in the capital, but near her hometown. The transportation and accommodation expenses were much cheaper than the capital's expenses. Back then, her mother and little aunt had borrowed some money, so she asked, "Mom, are you borrowing money from little aunt?" "Yes. Your little aunt said that she has 10,000 yuan in her savings to lend you to study. It's fine. When her daughter goes to college, her mother has saved the money to give it back to her. It's the same." Sun Rongfang patted her daughter's hand. "Didn't Mom borrow it from anyone else?" Xie Wanying knew that 10,000 yuan was definitely not enough. "Your aunt paid some money to help you to study. The first cousin is Zhou Ruohua and Zhou Ruomei are sisters, almost 8 years older than Zhou Ruomei. However, like Zhou Ruomei, she usually has no contact with her cousin's house. Zhou Ruohua, living in the provincial capital, is much better than his sister in terms of economic conditions. This time, why was he suddenly willing to contact his cousin and pay for it? Your aunt heard that you passed the science exam and immediately sent the money." Sun Rongfang spit out the truth. Xie Wanying instantly understood something. "It doesn't matter. When the time comes, Mom will save money and give it back to them. You don't need to worry about money when you study hard." Sun Rongfang will definitely not let her daughter worry about these chores and delay her study. This is the only thing she can do for her child as a poor mother. Chapter 45 Freshman Registration 3. Arrived at the hostel that Mr. Zhuang helped to book. After moving the luggage into the hostel, we will report to the school tomorrow for freshmen. Before that, Xie Wanying and her mother couldn't stand the loneliness, so they first went to the small shops around the campus and waited for the opportunity to enter the medical school to take a look. The campus is shaded by green trees, breezy and chirping birds walking among the flowers and grasses. Sun Rongfang was very satisfied when she saw it, and felt that the place where her daughter would study and live in the future was extremely beautiful. "The only thing that worries me is whether my daughter's classmates and teachers get along well." The next day, the mother and daughter got up early and ate the big fried dough sticks unique to the capital on the street. It was a big one, much bigger than the ones in the hometown. After you are full, take all the things you need to go to school and go to school. Today's campus is different from yesterday. The auditorium is open for new students to report. Even so, due to the large number of new students every year, the new students and their families are crowded, and the entire auditorium has become as lively as a vegetable market. After being reborn, Xie Wanying knew the process of registering for the university and took her mother to find the freshmen of her major department to register at the registration desk. The mother and daughter walked through the long queue and walked until they reached the check-in desk at the end. The queues of other departments are long, and there is not a single person in front of this stage. For a while, Sun Rongfang asked her daughter, "Did we find the wrong place?" "It should be right." Xie Wanying carefully identified the red sign placed on the stage, and on it was written the registration office for the 8th year class of the National Association. "Why is there no one lining up here?" Sun Rongfang looked left and right, and at a glance there were people on the right, but there was no one here, as if she had suddenly seen a ghost. Xie Wanying waited for a while, and saw a male teacher wearing glasses hurried over. He was about 50 years old, and his hair was half gray. Sun Rongfang stuck it to her daughter's ear. "Why am I not looking right? Look at the side. The other people entertaining the students are all young. Is this an old man?" Unexpectedly, the teacher, old man, heard this, and the other party burst out laughing. "I'm sorry, your senior brothers in the 8th grade are very busy and can't come to entertain you. They are all senior brothers and sisters entertaining new students. You, the class counselor's words will not be confirmed until your first day of class, so for the time being, I, the Dean of the Academic Affairs Office, will entertain you." "Director of the Academic Affairs Office?" Sun Rongfang blinked. "Yes, my surname is Jiang." The old man, male teacher, took out his work card to show. "Hello, Director Jiang. My daughter and I came to school for the first time, so we didn't understand anything." Sun Rongfang took her daughter to explain. It's okay. "Hello, Teacher Jiang." Xie Wanying stood in front and bowed to the teacher first. Director Jiang was startled, so he quickly stood up and helped her up. No, you're welcome." Director Jiang, who sat down again, was obviously a little shy due to the politeness of Xie Wanying and her mother. covering her mouth and coughing lightly. I know who you are. Do you know who we are? Sun Rongfang asked in surprise. You are classmate Xie Wanying, right? Director Jiang pointed the pen in Xie Wanying's direction. Do you know my daughter's name? Sun Rongfang was even more surprised. Obviously, she had never met this person. Of course I know. It's the champion of science. Director Jiang winked at the mother and daughter playfully. Sun Rongfang couldn't help laughing twice and signaled to her daughter. This teacher is really good. She can make jokes. Chapter 46, Separation and Departure 1. Parents are actually quite afraid of teachers like Lu Hui. Lu Hui is always like a Bao Qing Tian who wants to kill this child, which has scared the parents all the time. A humorous teacher can effectively handle the relationship between the school and the student's family and will not be as embarrassed as Lu Hui. Sun Rongfang thought so. So after meeting Director Jiang, she felt that her daughter really came to a good school and she felt more at ease. After checking and registering Xie Wanying's admission notice, household registration, and other materials, Director Jiang said to the students while handling the admission procedures for the students, "The champion of science is willing to come to our school to study, and we are very, very warmly welcome. However, medicine is a depressing science requires more perseverance to persevere, and I am afraid it will be more difficult and long-lasting than taking the college entrance examination. I must keep Mr. Jiang's guidance in my heart," Xie Wanying said. Director Jiang thought, his words are very common. He has said it to many students every day on weekdays. So far, he has only seen such a humble and teachable attitude in Xie Wanying. This student's future is destined to be extraordinary. Thinking like this, Director Jiang couldn't help but nodded. After registering the first admission procedure with Director Jiang, he went to register with several other departments. After getting the dormitory key, Xie Wanying and her mother hurriedly brought their luggage to the student dormitory building. It's almost lunchtime. On the road, you can see students in 2s and 3s going to the student canteen. Sun Rongfang was a little anxious at first sight and said, "I wonder how your school's food is." As a mother, the most worrying thing is definitely whether the child will eat or not. "Mom, don't worry. If you don't, I'm not picky. I know you don't choose to eat. However, this is not enough nutrition. If the food in the cafeteria is not very good, you can go out and get some small stoves to supplement. Do you know? No matter how good it is, it's useless. Don't forget, your cousin said what you said. She said you were too skinny to be a doctor." Hearing her mother's words, Xie Wanying almost laughed. It is estimated that Zhou Ruomei didn't even think about it, that her words of sarcasm had become the reference and motivation for her actions. On the other hand, it proves how lovely her mother is. When I came to the dormitory area, I saw that the girls' dormitory and the boys' dormitory are separate, with independent buildings. From the number of students on the way just now, it can be found that the old students have already arrived, many days earlier than the new students, and classes have already started. During the meal time, the dormitory building is also very busy, and people can be seen walking around. People kept rushing downstairs with lunch boxes to the cafeteria to get meals, and there were also many people who flew back to the dormitory with their school bags and textbooks under their armpits. There was a group of people that caught Sun Rongfang's attention. It was a group of female students walking up and down the corridor with white coats in their hands, or simply wearing them. I don't know if it will be in a few days, you will be like them. Sun Rongfang dreamed happily that her daughter would one day wear a white coat and look sassy and heroic. Xie Wanying heard her mother's words and swore in her heart. She must be a good doctor and live up to the expectations of her mother and grandfather. The mother and daughter searched all the way for a long time, and when they found Xie Wanying's dormitory, they came to a remote corner. Chapter 47, Separation and Departure 2. All right, it's quiet here, Sun Rongfang said to her daughter. Xie Wanying nodded in approval. Open the lock and enter the dormitory room. There are 2 upper and lower bunks inside, for people can live in it. I don't know if the other freshmen didn't come or they came early, and there are no other figures in it for the time being. A duck bunk with mattresses and mosquito nets on the top and bottom. Probably someone lived there. Xie Wanying chose the top bunk out of the remaining 2 beds, because the top bunk was quieter and could study. I laid the sheets together with my mother, and laid out the mattress and pillows. Buckets and water basins, You need to buy them at the commissary in the school. When the mother and daughter went to the school cafeteria to eat, they decided to stop by the school's daily necessities canteen to buy other necessary supplies. Because it took some time to find the dormitory, after the mother and daughter went to the cafeteria, they found that the cafeteria was almost finished and all that was left were leftovers. Look, I said, if this happens in the future, remember to open a small stove outside, okay? Sun Rongfang once again reminded her daughter not to affect her health because of her studies. Xie Wanying accepted her mother's education this time and nodded. After simply having lunch, I went shopping in the canteen in the school. I found that the food in the canteen on campus was relatively expensive, so I went to the supermarket outside the school to buy things. After helping her daughter get all the daily necessities, Sun Rongfang felt that her mission to accompany her daughter on this trip was completed. There is nothing else. The teacher seems to be fine. Sun Rongfang will take the train home tomorrow according to the original plan. The youngest son in the family is not easy to study, and the husband is unreliable, so she can only rush home to tidy up. As long as your dad gives me peace of mind, I can accompany you for a few more days. When Sun Rongfang said this to her daughter, there was deep guilt in her tone. I know that this is the first time that my daughter has traveled a long distance away from her hometown and is studying abroad alone. She must feel lonely and helpless for several days. At this time, she needs the company of her relatives. It's just that her undeveloped husband and son made her helpless. Mom, it's fine. I can do it alone when you go back. When Xie Wanying said this, she hugged and held her mother's hand as if she was a child. Okay, you can stay with me for one more night tonight. Sun Rongfang patted the back of her daughter's hand soothingly. The mother and daughter walked back to the guest house together. Xie Wanying knew in her heart that after tonight, she would not be able to see her mother for a long time. It may be so often in the future, because it takes her 8 years to study medicine. Because of this, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Before leaving her daughter, Sun Rongfang also wanted to do as much as possible for her daughter. In the evening, when she had time after dinner, she picked up a brush to brush her daughter's shoes. Mom, I'll do it myself. You sit there. Mom doesn't feel well if she doesn't work. Sun Rongfang rushed her daughter back to sit and brushed herself hard. Probably only work, so she can temporarily forget the fact that the child has grown up without her. The child will grow up and leave him one day. Sun Rongfang, as a mother, has long noticed this. This kind of discomfort, as a mother, she must bravely bear it alone. She thinks so. When her mother was busy, Xie Wanying squatted down to pack her mother's luggage and stuffed a few more bags of instant noodles into her mother's luggage bag, brushed the cups and bowls hard, and put the towels and paper towels away. To sum up, one night, the mother and daughter were preparing items for each other, but time passed quickly. Chapter 48, Separation and Departure 3. In the early morning of the next day, Xie Wanying took her mother to the train station before the new school started. The breakup was imminent. Sun Rongfang looked at her daughter. There were thousands of words in her mouth, but her lips trembled. She didn't know what to say. She could only keep nagging. Protect your body first. Your body is the most important. Mom not only wants you to do anything, but only wants you to be safe and healthy. Mom, I know. Xie Wanying stretched out her hands and hugged her mother's arms tightly. Sun Rongfang quickly wiped the corners of her red eyes with her hands, endured it, waited for her daughter to hug her, turned around firmly, and carried her luggage directly into the ticket gate. I watched my mother go farther and farther and disappeared to the end, like returning to the scene back in the middle school textbook. But this is the mother's back and not the father's back. In every family, some father's love is greater and some mother's love is greater. Xie Wanying looked at the ceiling, not letting tears fall. She is not qualified to cry. She still has a lot of things to do, to change her life and that of her mother. Turned around and walked out of the train station with firm steps. Going back to the dormitory at night, Xie Wanying found out. Does none of the roommates plan to go back to the dormitory at night? The bell rang. The phone in the dormitory rang. Jumped out of bed, Xie Wanying walked over and picked up the microphone. Hello, classmate Xie Wanying. Yes, I am. Teacher Ren informed us that we should go to classroom in the teaching building for a meeting tomorrow. He is the counselor of our class. This was the first time she heard the voice of her classmate, a boy. It sounded a little dull in the voice, and the tone was quite satisfactory. He seems to be someone who is not good at speaking. After hearing this, the other party seemed to have no idea what to say and was silent for a long time. I understand. Thank you, classmate. Xie Wanying had to take the initiative to resolve the embarrassment for the other party. You're welcome. The other party quickly hung up the phone. I have visited the campus and know where the teaching building is. Xie Wanying was not worried, but she was always used to going to the classroom early to wait for the class to start. So as usual, she brought her school bag and notebook, etc., and rushed to the teaching building after breakfast. It was 7 o'clock when she went, and there were people on campus reading English or reciting medical textbooks everywhere on the road. After all, this is the National Association, where the arrogant students and tyrants from all over the country gather. There is competition, and the blood in the body seems to be boiling. Went to the classroom, and sure enough it was empty. After making sure that she didn't go to the wrong classroom, she found a seat in the middle of the third row in the front row, which was the most suitable position to listen to the teacher's lectures and sign on the board. Put down the school bag, take out the new textbook that I received at the beginning of the school year, and read it carefully. As time goes by, more and more students come to the classroom. The voices around him gradually grew louder. Anyway, in the absence of the teacher, the students are free. Look at the watch, it's 7:50, and the teacher is expected to arrive. Xie Wanying put the textbook back in her school bag, so as not to give the teacher the impression of disrespecting the teacher's words. At this moment, she suddenly turned her head and realized, oh no, no one sits in the seats on both sides of her, not only that, but also in the front row and the back row. What happened? She put her eyes farther away, rushing, row after row. There were many students sitting, maybe 40 or 50 people. All of them were looking at her, and some were laughing with their mouths covered. Chapter 49, 49, One girl, 49 boys, 1. Could it be that you haven't combed your hair properly? A habitual action made Xie Wanying touch her braid. Unexpectedly, after her action, the laughter in the classroom became even louder. Her hands froze suddenly, as if she sensed something big had happened. Classroom door. Someone came in through the door. The chatter and laughter in the classroom stopped. It can be seen that the person who came in should be a counselor. The man who walked in was in his 20s, tall, with handsome bangs, a short-sleeved white shirt, black trousers, and a face without glasses. With awe, the image of a trendy young scholar seems to have jumped from the book to reality, which is refreshing. It seems that some students recognized who this person was and whispered, "It's the teacher who is our counselor, right?" Those who come to the National Association to study must be interested in the National Association. It is not surprising that the students before coming here have a considerable understanding of the National Association. However, this kind of information usually only exists in the internal information of the National Association, unless the student has contact with the insider of the National Association. Xie Wanying definitely does not have this resource. First, she is only the daughter of a truck driver, and secondly, the place where she used to be is far from the capital. As the leader? What's the meaning? Xie Wanying pondered the origin and personality of the counselors in her class in her mind. It is very important for students to have a good relationship with the counselors in the university. Didn't you already say that the principal would be our counselor? The others continued to whisper about the counselor in private, and everyone knew the importance of the counselor. Notified last night. It scared me to death. Is he okay? This is the question asked by someone who does not know the origin of the leader. You'll know when you talk to him. Those who know will have to give up, so that they won't easily reveal the counselor's secrets. Can you say his name? When someone said this, the young scholar who walked up to the podium spoke up and said, I want to know my name. I'm writing it on the blackboard now. You read it carefully. Immediately, it became silent under the podium. As expected of the sect leader, as long as the voice was released, everyone bowed their heads and became ministers. Da-da-da, the chalk was written on the blackboard, and the strokes and portraits were tapped on the blackboard. After the young scholar's steady illness book, 3 words appeared in the eyes of Xie Wanying and other students. Rinchongda. What? Is my name okay? The chalk was thrown, and the young scholar Rinchongda's knuckles tapped on the blackboard, the standard pointer style. No one dared to speak. Why did you laugh when I walked in just now? Rinchongda asked. Some of the freshmen raised their eyelids, some bowed their heads, some turned their pens, and they had all kinds of postures. Only Xie Wanying sat quietly in the middle, her face almost expressionless. Rin Chongda was looking at her alone. All the other students were about to laugh again, struggling to hold back. Do you know the reason? Rin Chongda asked her alone. Xie Wanying raised her eyelids and looked at the counselor calmly. She really couldn't see the slightest wave in her eyes. Rin Chongda was startled by her eyes instead. The corner of his slightly cool mouth tickled, with a smile that was not a smile. It seems you know. After he said these words, the laughter that had been held back in the classroom for a long time was released again, and the whole room was full of laughter. Chapter 50, One Girl, 49 Boys 2. Rin Chongda waved his hand and said, "You're laughing so wrong. She is the first female surgical student in the 8th year class of our National Association. Of course, she is also the only girl in our class. The little princess in our class. Why are you laughing at her? You are knights and gentlemen, and you should protect the little princess well." The boys responded to Rin Chongda's words while laughing. "Yes, we got it, Teacher Rin. Little princess? Think this is an honor to be proud and happy about? This kind of scene is like a male kindergarten teacher going to a group of female kindergarten teachers and being treated like a monkey. My cousin Zhou Ruomei is definitely right. The doctor circle itself has more males than females, just like the situation of male nurses and female nurses, male kindergarten teachers and female kindergarten teachers. Especially in the hard-hit area of surgery, except for gynecology, there are very few female doctors in other departments. No wonder Rin Chongda said the first female surgical student in history. The so-called little princess. Is she complimenting her baby? No, it's in this field with a veiled sexism. Your woman is not good in surgery. She will never be better than a man. Therefore, I simply coax you as a little princess. Anyway, you have no strength and can only be a little princess. Little princess, which little princess is working? There is no little princess for work. The little princess is for poses, and it is in line with what my cousin Ding Yuhai said. Getting a female surgeon is for publicity, and no male surgeons and hospital leaders expect female surgeons to come. Work. The reborn Xie Wanying has a grasp of the situation in this industry, so she is not surprised. It's just that she didn't think before that, except for surgery, this 8th year class would not have a single girl except her recruited in other disciplines. Rin Chongda introduced the situation of the 8th year class on the podium, saying, "There are 10 of you in surgery, 20 in internal medicine, and 20 in other miscellaneous disciplines, including basic and auxiliary medical department disciplines. Yes, due to the small number of people recruited in each subject, after all of them were elites in high school. Like our class, there are 2 science champions, and no student is outside the top 100 science rankings in various provinces. However, to the school you have to communicate here, so the school, according to the usual practice, gathers you into one class, which is easy to manage, and it is not easy to make you feel lonely. Compared with other colleges, the 8th year class is relatively small, and who makes it all the academic bully group? Don't look at the fact that this counselor is a man. It's kind of cool, and he's a little nagging when he talks." After listening to it, a group of students seem to understand why he is called the teacher. The teacher likes to babble. However, the fact that Rin Chongda can say these words shows that he has a profound understanding of the 8th year class, just because he is also one of the lonely scholars who graduated from the 8th year class. When the school started, your brothers were too busy to go to the admissions office to meet you, and I felt very guilty. I'm sorry to you for this. But in the future, when you go to the clinic, the brothers will definitely give you enough compensation. Yes, as for senior sisters, only those few, including this little princess in our class, are the most difficult. Hearing Rin Chongda's last sentence, Xie Wanying could feel that this counselor was indeed a gentleman, and could understand the hardest thing for a female doctor in this industry. It seems that I can give my mother a call to make my mother feel more at ease. The counselor is nice. Chapter 51, One Girl, 49 Boys 3. After said a lot, Rin Chongda picked up the thermos cup he brought on the podium, opened the lid, and took a sip of water to moisten his throat. The freshmen below chatted and discussed the information that Rin Chongda said. Among them, Rin Chongda's sentence that the 8th year student masters must be the same clinically as masters. It's like giving everyone a shot of epinephrine as soon as they go to school. Everyone is very excited. Scholar, everyone is. This competition is incomparable to any university in the country. And in the most advanced fields like medicine, life science is the most mysterious of all sciences, the closest to the realm of God. The first class of national medicine, it can also be called the first class of national science masters. Dong dong, someone knocked on the door outside the classroom. The classroom, like a vegetable market, suddenly smelled something, and the voice stopped again. Who? Rin Chongda asked. Teacher Rin. The door opened, and a female teacher in her 30s who wore glasses was seen burrowing into the door and talking to Rin Chongda. Is there someone named Xie Wanying in your class? Yes, what did she do? Everyone in the class, including Rin Chongda, looked at the only little princess in the class. Xie Wanying didn't know what happened that caused the female teacher to look for her with a blank expression. The situation is like this, Teacher Rin. The train station called and said that she was looking for a medical student in our national association, saying that she saved a patient's life on the train. The patient's family and the train station are going to jointly produce a pennant to send. Come to our school. Our school is very happy when I hear it. The students and doctors trained by our school are benevolent, which is the most proud thing for all teachers. Second, after checking and searching, I can't find any who are entering the clinic. Among the intern medical students, I found a student named Xie Wanying. After searching for a long time, in the list of students in the whole school, there is only one student named Xie Wanying left in your freshman class. So I came to ask the situation. The female teacher said while holding the glasses. Did you save anyone? Rin Chongda asked the students. I don't know if the patient's surname is Fong. Xie Wanying replied calmly. She didn't immediately think that what the other party said must be her, although there was a certain possibility. Yes, it's the surname Fong. The female teacher's glasses lit up. It's really you? Tell me, what did you do? Hammering in the precordial area. Because he suddenly had a malignant arrhythmia. Xie Wanying said. Other people listened to what she said, and they were even more surprised by the tone of her words. Generally speaking, if a medical student is rewarded for saving someone, he must behave like a child and be shy. Because medical students have no confidence in saving lives, every time they save lives, it's like winning the lottery. Only what kind of person can be as calm and sophisticated as Xie Wanying in front of her? Only a professional doctor who has worked hard for at least a few years in clinical practice. Is she the doctor's child? Her parents are doctors? Is her father or mother a cardiothoracic surgeon or a cardiologist? Emergency physicians are also possible. The two teachers were equally suspicious and asked, what do your parents do? Which hospital do you work in? My father is a truck driver, and my mother lost her job after giving birth to my younger brother, so she did some business to fill her family. Xie Wanying replied. No way. The classroom screamed. Chapter 52, 52 Medical Branch regardless of family 1. Daughter of a truck driver, knows the hammering in the front area? The blind cat hit the dead mouse. Do you really understand the hammering in the front of the heart? Rin Chongda's tone expressed the same suspicious atmosphere as Director Wu on the train back then. The female teacher recalled the content of the call and said to him, Mr. Rin, do you recognize Director Wu of Xuanwu Hospital? I know. Hospital doctors in the same city have to deal with each other. Director Wu has a certain reputation in the circle, and Rin Chongda nodded. Director Wu was on the train at the time. We talked to him on the phone later. What he said was definitely a student of our national association. He said that the hammering was beautifully done, and it seemed that he was a veteran. It seems that he communicated with you later. After talking, the female teacher looked at Xie Wanying again. This has to say that at that time, Director Wu did not hear the information leaked by Lin's mother, and did not ask Xie Wanying's grade in detail later. She only thought that Xie Wanying could not be a freshman based on experience. What do you mean? Rin Chongda asked his colleague. Director Wu asked her technical questions, and she could answer them very clearly. The female teacher said. Rin Chongda didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. The boys in the classroom looked at Xie Wanying, and their eyes gradually changed. How dare you underestimate Xie Wanying to treat Xie Wanying as a little princess at this moment? Hey, this girl, no one at home, can do the hammering in the front of the heart. She has not studied medicine but just taught herself, and it seems that she is better than each of them. What's this? Medical super female scholar? Are you going to crush their boy group at the beginning? There was no more laughter teasing the girls in the classroom, replaced by taut skin, swallowing throat, and anxious eyes. Find someone. I'll go back and report to the director. The female teacher is from the publicity department. After the investigation, she was very satisfied with the results and walked out of the classroom easily. Rin Chengda didn't take a deep breath. There had never been a female scholar in the class before. Speaking of which, this is not the first time he has been commissioned as a college counselor in a critical situation. Opportunities for female scholars to appear in medicine, especially in surgery, have never been heard of. He was so shocked that he was a little terrified. Recalling that at the beginning, he called the female Xueba the little princess in the class, and felt that he could not step down. Rin Chengda thought about it. As a teacher, he still had to instruct students. He said to Xie Wanying, if you are just self-taught medical knowledge, without the teacher's on-site guidance, it is best not to easily perform medical operations on your own. Yes, Teacher Ren. Xie Wanying nodded, expressing the same opinion as Rin Chengda. At that time, I wanted the patient's family to contact the conductor, contact the station, and notify the hospital to send an ambulance and a doctor. However, unexpectedly, the patient suddenly I had an attack, and it was too late. Because it was a heart disease, the golden 4 minutes would be too late if I didn't rescue immediately. There were no other doctors at the scene, so I had to go up and help because I felt that I was a medical student and had this responsibility. Even if I wasn't a medical student, ordinary people also have the obligation to rescue the sick. The golden rescue time for heart disease is 4 minutes. That's right. There were no other doctors on the train, and his students didn't come to the rescue. What did he want to do? There was no other sound in the classroom for a long time. The boys only know that even the domineering leader was defeated by the little princess in the class. No, it's a female scholar. Chapter 53, Medical Branch Regardless of Family 2. The first class is over. Rin Chengda hurried away and returned to his teacher's office. A group of teachers around had heard the relevant news from the female teacher, turned around him, and asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" Rin Chengda, who had 2 long legs resting on his knees at will, grabbed the neckline to take a breath and asked his colleague, "Who brought up this girl's file?" The score is enough, but the school has the right to choose whether to admit it or not. It has always been said that girls can be admitted to universities in certain majors because their grades are better than boys. Otherwise, how could Xie Wanying be the only one admitted to surgery for so many years? Regarding this matter, some teachers have heard some gossip, so you might as well tell Rin Chengda. It seems that your classmate mentioned her file. Which one? Who else besides Chao Yong? Hearing the name Chao Yong, Rin Chengda immediately realized something. It was him. Thinking about it, except for Chao Yong, there should be no one in his classmates who can go and be invited by the school to help the school select new students. I'll call him and ask him. After making up his mind, Rin Chengda called his old classmate in the hospital. Different from the fact that he stayed in school after graduation, Chao Yong was a brain surgeon who stayed directly in the National Association of Chinese Association Hospital during his internship, and is now known as the golden first knife among young and middle-aged surgeons in the hospital. The last time Chao Yong was on a business trip, he rescued a patient with a ruptured aortic aneurysm in a local hospital under extremely difficult circumstances. As everyone knows, this guy has an absolutely amazing future. Rin Chengda thought as he dialed the switchboard in the hospital and transferred to the brain surgery extension. The hospital is different from the school. It is very busy. After checking the room in the morning, the surgeons will immediately proceed to the operation that Corey discussed yesterday afternoon to perform today. When Chao Yong heard the nurse say it was him, he hurriedly answered the phone and asked, "Is there anything you need to call me? You know Xie Wanying from my class?" The words of the old classmate made Chao Yong startled and asked, "Have you become a counselor?" It seems that the understanding of each other's news is a little behind. Hearing that there is a nurse urging the doctor on the opposite side, Rin Chengda said decisively, "Have a meal together at night and talk." Okay. Chao Yong hung up the phone, and when he turned around, he recalled what his classmate said just now. His eyelids couldn't help blinking, and he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, as if showing a touch of joy. Could it be that the old classmate wanted to say that she was here? In the classroom here, the counselor assigned a military training task for the beginning of the school after the class meeting. The military training will take 10 days. During this time, students have no professional classes for the time being. A group of students were not willing to go back to the dormitory immediately and continued chatting in the classroom. After learning that the only girl in the class is unlikely to be the little princess, but a female student, several boys came over and sat around Xie Wanying to talk. No one in your family really studied medicine? One by one, they continued to question Xie Wanying's previous answers, but it was surprising that she could achieve this result by self-study. Because medicine is definitely different from other disciplines, the operation is too technical. Xie Wanying shook her head. What about the relatives? My cousin. Oh, after a group of boys suddenly realized, one by one frowned again. Besides, is it possible that distant relatives could teach her medicine? Chapter 54, Medical Branch Regardless of Family 3. My grandfather is a doctor in my family. A slightly chubby boy pointed to him and introduced himself. My name is Xie Wei. After introducing himself, his hand introduced the other boys around him. They are Feng Yizong, Li Qian, Zhang Victory. The four of us live in a dormitory. Among them, Feng Yizong is tall and thin as a bamboo pole, like the figure of a football player. Both Li Qian and Zhang Disheng wear glasses and are gentle. The most talkative is Xie Wei, who took the initiative to speak up. The four of us are all from internal medicine. I don't know why the surgical department didn't come to talk to you. Isn't it more likely that you will be in the same department in the future? Xie Wei said this with some contempt. Contempt for the group of scholars. The male classmates in surgery were even more cowardly than their internal medicine department and wanted to take a scalpel. The rest of the class laughed while listening to Xie Wei's jokes. Surgery, who doesn't want to study? The problem is, it's impossible for the school to choose surgery if you are not the most powerful. Now that I have the opportunity to make fun of the classmates in surgery, they all swarmed up. Xie Wanying was also curious about what the 9 classmates who also studied surgery were like. Just after such a coquettish laugh, the 9 boys in surgery just hide in the crowd without showing their faces? Are they very cunning? Xie Wei hooked her to change jobs. In this way, you can play with our internal medicine department in the future. Surgeons also need to learn internal medicine, and internal medicine needs to learn surgery. In fact, there is no division of medicine. It is best to learn all medical knowledge, and the more you learn, the better, Xie Wanying said. Undoubtedly, her remarks immediately aroused a heated discussion among a group of male classmates. Listen, with her professional tone, she is more like our medical teacher than the teacher. The sect leader is outrageously wrong. She is not a little princess at all, okay? She is the queen of medicine. Several boys even pushed Xie Wei. Who are you joking with? Xie Wanying admits that she is not good at joking. Fortunately, Shuaba, all male classmates who are knowledgeable and reasonable, like the gentleman Rin Chongda said, never thought of embarrassing her. Xie Wei touched his nose and took the initiative to explain to her with some apology. Do you know why our counselor is called the teacher? It seems that Xie Wei knows the secret of this school. His grandfather is from the Department of Hepatobiliary Surgery in our school's affiliated hospital. Feng Yizong revealed the secret about this person. The secret was revealed. Xie Wei simply said the truth. Rin Chongda is one of the few people in our school who can keep the anatomy research room. Now he holds the key to the anatomy room. Understand why the school wants him to be our counselor. Anatomy is the most important of all the basic disciplines of medicine. Hearing this news, Xie Wanying couldn't help her eyes light up. To tell you the truth again, our current interim monitor is a surgical student, and he took your other 8 surgical students to help us get the training uniforms for military training under Rin Chongda's order, so he was not present. Xie Wei said. Who is cunning? Xie Wanying instantly understood and narrowed her eyes to lock on the boys in front of her. Don't. Xie Wei and the others received her gaze and waved their hands again and again. We really want to have a good relationship with you. Think about it. Rin Chongda will appreciate you. You will help him hold the pennant as soon as school starts. You go. Tell him to ask him for the key to the autopsy room, and he might give it to you. Chapter 55, The 3 Musketeers 1. Will the leader give her the key? Xie Wanying is not an arrogant little princess. She never thought she could have a big face. She answered frankly. Impossible. Xie Wei and others had expected her answer. because after chatting a few words, they could feel that she was very cautious in her actions and words, which was very different from other girls of the same age. It doesn't matter. If you meet the leader and if you have nothing to do, you can joke with him. He doesn't look serious, but he speaks witty. Maybe he can meet the Three Musketeers. Zhao Xiaowei said. What are the Three Musketeers? The Three Musketeers refer to Ren Chongda, Zhu Huaizong, and the most famous handsome Chao Yong in our school. Chao Yong. The moment the name entered her ears, Xie Wanying's mind came to the figure of the handsome guy who was in the emergency room of Annie's hospital that night. Everyone said that Chao Shuai is very powerful. Feng Yizong asked Zhao Xiaowei whether the rumor was true or not. He is amazing. He was already a super scholar at the university at the beginning, but he was sent by the school to study abroad, and after he came back, he went directly to brain surgery. Brain surgery is a latecomer department in our domestic medical community and needs latecomer advantages. Many people privately said that the director of our hospital in the future may be Chao Shuai Go. Zhao Xiaowei's seemingly gossip rhetoric came out and attracted the attention of the students around him. A senior brother who may become a dean in the future who would not think of flattering. How do you know Chao Shuai? Feng Yizong and others asked enthusiastically. Master Run and Chao Shuai are good friends. They occasionally eat in the alley that connects our college and the hospital. If you encounter one, it's right to go up and say hello. Zhao Xiaowei offered advice to his classmates. If you are lucky, you can leave an impression on him. In the future, you can even stay in the affiliated hospital to work, which is basically no problem. Xie Wanying and the others heard this, and then they realized that even if it was an 8th-year class, it would not be easy for them to stay in the affiliated hospital after graduation. The National Association is the highest medical hall in the country, and the National Association Hospital is the most famous top 3 general hospital in the country, known as the last straw for patients in the medical field. The place where the most elite talents of the nation's medical graduates stay. A classmate received a message from the monitor with a mobile phone and said to other students. The monitor said, he said that he was going to leave the army training uniform, and he had to queue up, so he couldn't come back quickly. Everyone go back to the dormitory. He will deliver it in the afternoon or tonight. In our dorm. The monitor is a good guy. One by one shouted like this. Seeing the mobile phone, Xie Wanying remembered to call her mother and asked Zhao Xiaowei, where is the cheapest place to call? You didn't know when you first arrived. Let me tell you, you go to buy an IC card first, and it's cheaper to buy it in the street where you eat than the supermarket. Then go to the hospital at night to find the IC phone card machine. There are no patients in the hospital outpatient clinic at night. No. It's easier to get in line than the phone booth outside. Thanks. Afterwards, Xie Wanying went back to the dormitory with a group of classmates, and now she looked up at the 2 unoccupied beds in the room, and after thinking about it, it turned out to be the case. She shares the dormitory with 2 senior sisters. The 2 senior sisters went to the clinical practice, and they can't come back to the dormitory at all. Touching the mosquito nets hung by the seniors, it was full of dust, showing that the medical students entering the clinic are as busy as they are. I don't have roommates to accompany me to dinner, so Xie Wanying went back to the dormitory to eat after lunch, slept in the afternoon, and took time to go to the affiliated hospital in the evening and call home. Chapter 56, The Three Musketeers 2. At 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, she found the alleyway from the school to the affiliated hospital. This place is relatively secretive, and it's not that people inside the hospital and school don't know it. So if there is no information provided by Zhao Xiaowei, she would not know the secret here at all. When I came here, I saw restaurants on both sides of the street. When it comes to dinner, especially at night, the smoke from the cooking is full of smoke and fireworks. Shops near schools and hospitals are in prime locations, so they are not afraid of running out of customers. Most of the people who come to eat here are the medical staff of the hospital or the teachers and students in the school. As a result, diners can be seen greeting each other everywhere. Hey, Lao Lu, Teacher Zhang is calling like this. After eating, Xie Wanying mainly looked for shops selling IC cards along the street. According to Zhao Xiaowei, you can shop around here and maybe even find a 50% discount card. 50% off calling cards, too tempting. Xie Wanying searched from family to family. Finally found a shop that sold 30% off. Xie Wanying stood at the door waiting for the boss to pick up the goods. A group of students from the same school came to talk behind. Hey, do you know? It's said that this year's 8th year class has a female scholar. I heard that she looks pretty. A female student, beautiful. Obviously, the latter is more noticeable. Medical schools are not film and television colleges, with a relatively small proportion of handsome guys and beauties, but academic bullies can be seen everywhere. Is it the future school flower of our school? Possible. I wonder what the current Zhang Xiaohua thinks. Xie Wanying didn't move, and she didn't look back. The most surprising thing about her rebirth this time is that her appearance actually attracts attention. You know, she always thought she was plain looking. I just want to be a technical doctor, but suddenly people always talk about her appearance, which makes her a little distressed. Zhang Xiaohua's face is very beautiful. Last time I heard that the school's publicity office asked her to take a picture and want to advertise for freshmen. When will our school need to post admissions advertisements? Is Zhang Xiaohua there? You haven't seen the school beauties in your freshman year, haven't you? Zhang Xiaohua belongs to our school art troupe and radio station. I often come here for dinner at night. I can see that you came here to see the school beauties like many freshmen. Where? There, eat hot pot. Someone pointed to the place where Xie Wanying was standing, and there was a hot pot restaurant on the second floor above. The freshmen downstairs all looked up at the second floor looking for the school flower like monkeys. One of the windows revealed a silhouette of a beautiful woman with long hair fluttering like the heroine in a Rejoice advertisement, wearing a princess-like pink butterfly headband on her head. Feeling the sight below, Zhang Xiaohui turned her head, suddenly saw something, stood up, and shouted enthusiastically, "Senior brother!" After all, the school flower took the initiative to call someone. Everyone's eyes turned back to see who the man who caught the school flower's attention could be. After searching for a long time, I can't seem to find the person the school flower is looking for. The person above accompanied Zhang Xiaohui and asked with a smile, "Did you read it wrong? I guess I'm wrong." For a moment, I thought I saw Senior Brother Chow and the others. Zhang Xiaohui stuck out her tongue and sat back. The freshmen are only delighted to see this scene. The school flower is not only beautiful, but also very cute. Xie Wanying bought a 30% discount card here. She breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and went down the steps. Someone saw her walking figure and was startled. This girl is also very beautiful. I don't know which department of our school is. Chapter 57. 57. The Three Musketeers 3. The sound spread in the air. Rin Chongda, who came over by riding an antique bicycle, heard this and took a look. Isn't this the one in his class? Waiting for him to look into the distance again. Hey, isn't his classmate Chao Yong standing in the distance? Chao Yong is watching Xie Wanying in his class. Xie Wanying walked with her head down, ignoring other things. The sound of the babbling bicycle came up behind, and suddenly it came to her side and said, "Student Xie Wanying." Caught off guard, Xie Wanying looked up and suddenly saw the face of the leader Rin. She had to be startled. After a second, she adjusted and called the other party. "Counselor." Rin Chongda was quite amused to see her frightened, because this girl was too calm in his class before, not like a person. "Have you eaten yet?" Rin Chongda asked. "I have eaten, counselor." Xie Wanying replied. "Let's have a chat in the past." Rin Chongda said. Xie Wanying remembered what Zhao Zhaowei said before, that he would take the initiative to speak up as the leader, but he didn't say what to do if the leader Rin took the initiative to speak up. Had to keep up with the leader. Lord Rin seemed to be going to dinner, so he stopped his bicycle in front of a food stall at the corner, leaned against the wall, turned around, and called a certain classmate loudly. "Chao Yong." Xie Wanying, who turned around smoothly, found the silhouette of the man under the night light. At first glance, she already felt that this man was handsome. At second glance, I remember him standing at the door of the hospital chatting and laughing with a group of students, with two small dimples at the corners of his mouth, like clear springs moistening his eyes. Now, at the third glance, he was standing in front of her, with a black striped shirt, two sleeves rolled up, revealing a strong, muscular arm, one hand slanted in his trouser pocket, showing the same handsome style as always. The slanted bangs have deep eye sockets and bright eyes, which are rare in men. This man is also a doctor. Xie Wanying remembered that this man was a bit reckless as a doctor, and being a star is definitely top-notch. The strange thing was that the other party saw that she didn't move at all. as if she had been stopped by something, and his eyes were scanning her face like an X-ray machine. Xie Wanying could only blink in shock. In all fairness, she knew that she had seen him, but she also knew that he should not know her. At this time, another man with glasses came on the road behind, and he was very curious to see the two of them standing still. After holding the glasses, he walked to Rin Chongda and pushed Rin Chongda. "What's the matter with these two people? Who is she?" "Girls in my class," Rin Chongda said. "Oh, the only one in your class. The one who made you." Rin Chongda shriveled the first day. The man wearing glasses suddenly burst out laughing. Rin Chongda seemed to helplessly curl the corner of the cool teacher Rin's mouth. "I also heard that you called people the little princess, but they turned out to be the little queen." "Okay, Zhu Huaitsong, you have never been a counselor. You don't know how difficult this is. Dare to tell me." "Zhu Huaitsong?" Xie Wanying immediately remembered the information disclosed by Zhao Xiaowei. Zhu Huaitsong, one of the three musketeers, is the only senior brother who stayed in the cardiothoracic surgery department. Cardiothoracic surgery is the department she aspires to go to. Xie Wanying quickly turned around to see how this senior was doing. The other three soon spotted her unusual move. Just look at her eyes that have always been calm as water. Suddenly, it seems to be shining at someone, as bright as a small star. Chapter 58. The Three Musketeers 4. Seeing her expression, Chao Yong raised his eyebrows and thought, "What's going on? Do you know anyone in my class?" Rin Chongdao immediately questioned his classmates. "How do I recognize it?" Zhu Huaitsong was taken aback and hurriedly denied it. "I don't recognize it. I definitely don't recognize it. I have never met anyone in your class. The only thing I heard in the hospital was some strange things in your class today. Weird thing. Does not recognize." The handsome pupils in Chao Yong's deep nest flashed. Rin Chongdao pondered various possibilities. Could it be that you, Zhu Huaitsong, are finally more handsome than Chao Yong? Joke. Can I be more handsome than him? Zhu Huaitsong was even more frightened and waved his hands again and again. He will definitely not overdo it in this regard. Among the three, he, Zhu Huaitsong, had the lowest appearance. Even though Zhu Huaitsong was gentle and polite, he was definitely not an ugly man. But anyway, in the medical field, it is not the stars who fight for their looks, but the technical strength. Rin Chongda looked back and compared his two classmates. In terms of appearance, it is true that Chao Yong is much taller than Zhu Huaitsong, and he is already the #1 scout in school. In terms of technology, Chao Yong's reputation in the surgical circle has long been well known across the country, much higher than Zhu Huaitsong. Which student came to see the three of them, and the first object to be admired was Chao Yong. No one would be the first to see him or Zhu Huaitsong. In other words, Xie Wanying, the only girl in his class who is not a little princess, is very different from others. Rin Chongda thought for a while, but couldn't come up with a reason. At the same time, he and Zhu Huaitsong discovered once again that their schoolmate Chao Shui was fascinated by the junior and senior girls again. Zhu Huaitsong pressed against his ear and said, "I've never seen him like this. However, this girl in your class is beautiful." Rin Chongda was able to call someone a little princess on the first day he walked into his class. If it was true that someone was not beautiful enough, he probably wouldn't be able to make such a joke, and he would be laughed at by all the boys in the class. Because no one will approve. It is said that because of this, someone has already said that the school flower will be reselected. But Chao Yong's performance still surprised them both. Chao handsome guy Chao Yong heard that he was chased by girls all the way from elementary school, including countless beauties. Chao Yong has seen countless women, and they have never encountered a time when Chao Yong stared at a girl as hard as tonight. Evil sect? Rin Chongda touched his forehead. Hearing some rumors before, Zhu Huaitsong put on Rin Chongda's shoulder and continued to ask, "Did you invite him to dinner?" He said it. "You asked him about your class." Seeing people walking around, Rin Chongda said, "Go in and eat first. You've been busy in the hospital all day, so you should be hungry too." Speaking of being hungry, really hungry, surgeons are on the platform all day, and it is difficult to drink saliva, which is very exhausting. When he got off work, Zhu Huaitsong admitted, "I ate 2 biscuits before I came over. Go in and let the chef cook a few more dishes." Rin Chongda beckoned. The others followed him into the store. Xie Wanying wanted to say hello to the counselor and left, but unfortunately, The counselor didn't mention anything she wanted to talk to. A group of people got into the Nawang fried restaurant. Compared with the restaurants along the street, there are fewer guests because they hide in the corner and the private space is enough to talk. The three teachers sat down at the dinner table. Xie Wanying stood for a while. You sit, Rin Chongda said. Xie Wanying was about to move a chair when someone brought her a chair and said to her in a gentle voice, sit down. Looking up, she realized that it was the well-known handsome Chow who had moved the chair for her. Chapter 59, The Three Musketeers 5. Thank you, teacher. She hurriedly replied. Xie Wanying took the chair. The other two looked at this scene and bit each other's ears. He's really weird tonight, don't you think? He definitely never carried a chair for a woman. Did he have a fever? If it is a fever, it is absolutely possible that the fever persists in any area of the brain. He himself is a brain surgeon, and he should know better than us where he got sick himself. Chow Yong sat down and glanced displeased at the two brothers who looked like Ba Pahagwa. The other two pretended nothing had happened, took the water to scald the bowl, and told the staff in the store to quickly fry a few dishes to fill their stomachs, while asking the staff, what drink? When the two asked, the man hadn't answered yet, and someone suddenly interrupted. What do you want to drink? The other three were startled, and saw that the person who spoke was Chow Shuai. After being stunned for a while, Xie Wanying realized that it was her who was asked, but she didn't know how to answer for a while. She came to answer the counselor's questions, not to eat and drink. I don't know what to drink, right? Chow Yong saw the blankness on her face and turned to the man. Tell me what you have here to drink. The guy stood beside them and introduced. There is Fanta, there is Pepsi, there is Coke, there is Wanglaji, and there is Want milk. Here Xie Wanying continues to be unsure whether she heard the wrong question just now. The opposite Zhu Huaitsong saw that she didn't move and laughed aloud. Your senior brother Chow asked you what to drink, and you answered honestly that he was right. He has never invited his junior sister to drink, so you quickly slaughter him. This, I'm afraid it's not very good. Xie Wanying said honestly that she really couldn't do anything about Brother Zai and the teacher's wallet. The other three men on the table were stunned by her answer, and then they thought about it and laughed in unison. Xie Wanying saw that the three of them were even more handsome when they smiled. There were three high-level technical school grasses with different styles, which woman and girl could not be moved, and unknowingly smiled along with them. Seeing her smile, the three stopped laughing. Chow Yong recalled that in the emergency room that night, it was really hard to see people clearly. The brighter lights tonight made her oval face look more like a fairy. Cold facial features, independent temperament, unpretentious clothes, 2 long braids, and a green shoulder his shoulders. There is no fashion or trend pursued by young people nowadays, but she is just like the innocent girl in the movie, smiling like a short-lived flower, very beautiful. He looked dumbfounded again. Zhu Huaitsong put his hand to his mouth and blew Rin Chongda's ear. Rin Chongda cleared his throat and said, eat and eat. The dish was on the table. Xie Wanying didn't want to disturb the teacher's meal and asked the teacher, Counselor, are you talking to me about? It's nothing. Rin Chongda remembered his previous excuse, but couldn't find any reason, and said, I also forgot what to do with you. Let's talk about it when I think about it. Hearing this, Xie Wanying can get up and say goodbye. I saw her figure fluttering like a cloud and disappeared at the door of the restaurant. Maybe a passerby saw her figure outside and whistled. Rin Chongda and Zhu Huaitsong's eyes were locked on Chow Yong's face. Chow Yong, who picked up the chopsticks to pick up the vegetables, didn't seem to catch the eyes of the two of them. They said you mentioned her file because you knew her long ago? Rin Chongda asked him. Did he and her know each other long ago? Zhu Huaitsong asked in surprise. But we haven't seen her before. When did the two of them meet? Chapter 60, The Three Musketeers 6. People in the school said that her file was mentioned by him. How could he mention her file if they didn't know each other? Rin Chongda gave the reason for doubt. It's as if I've opened a back door for someone. Chow Yongming was obviously dissatisfied with his words and said bluntly, the school originally raised the grades according to the order of grades. She is the champion of science, and her grades best. Why not mention her file? The problem is that she is a girl. Did you refer her to surgery? Rin Chongda said the reason for his doubts. Did he bring her files to surgery? Zhu Huaitsong recalled Xie Wanying's figure. Beautiful. It is more suitable to be an internal medicine doctor. Surgery is not friendly to girls. The other two never thought he would say this. Chao Yong's eyes stared at Zhu Huaitsong's face as if he knew this classmate for the first time. Are you so sympathetic and cherishing Jade? After receiving Chao Yong's stare, Zhu Huaitsong denied it and laughed. Why are you winking? You know that I have a partner. Zhu Huaitsong is in love. The other two thought about it. To be honest, if she really studied surgery, she wouldn't be able to go to any department except gynecology. Who told her to be a woman? Zhu Huaitsong shook his head and said, feeling strange that the old classmate did this time. You want her go to the gynecologist? No. No need for Chao Yong to say this. Ren Chongda is very sure. Gynecology is like ophthalmology. If you want to study it, especially for postgraduate doctoral students, it is a separate discipline in school. And it is not in our 8th year this year. It is within the scope of the annual class enrollment. Really? Asked Zhu Huaitsong, who didn't know much about the situation after leaving school. Yes, there are 2 recruits for the 8th year class this year in the ophthalmology department. It may be that there is no shortage of people in the gynecology department. Rin Chongda said. School enrollment is based on clinical needs, so that students have nowhere to go after graduation. Gynecology is not very short of people in China, and doctors who work in clinical practice know this. From the perspective of talent training system, gynecology was the first to develop in China, and the salary is among the best in surgery. It is the department closest to the technical level of foreign countries. Due to the special environment like recruiting female doctors, many female medical students have the best clinical practice options to enrich the gynecology department, and have long been full of talents. What's more, gynecologists like to recruit male surgeons, because men always have an advantage on the operating table. I heard from their director that if she wants to recruit another man, she will also recruit men for surgery. If she wants to use a scalpel, she can't be in the gynecology department. Rin Chongda added that this sentence once again broke Xie Wanying's way of going to the operating table. So the two of them don't understand why someone brought people's files to surgery. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, Chao Yong was only in charge of eating with vegetables. The other two were even more curious when they saw that he was silent. He seems to be hiding some secret. No secret. Could there be any secret? Chao Yong finally spoke up and tapped their bowls with his chopsticks. Didn't I say it? Her admission and promotion are based on the scoreline. She is the #1 scholar in science and the first in admission. Nowhere do you go to the 8th year surgery department. You mean she can really go to surgery? The other two touched his tone and speculated on his inner thoughts. What do you want me to say? Chao Yong got angry. Thinking about the truth of these 2 old classmates, people doubt whether they can do it before they start learning. There is a reason why Handsome Chao is widely acclaimed. The other two also thought about it. They didn't know how the junior sisters, juniors and juniors learned. Xie Wanying walked out of the restaurant and walked to the hospital. Several girls passed her around the corner, looked at the people in the restaurant, and said, Zhang Xiaowei, Senior Brother Chao, and the others are really here and eating. Chapter 61, Trauma, First Aid 1. Xie Wanying went to the outpatient department of the hospital. There were only a few clinics open for night clinics. There was almost no one in the dark corridor on the 2nd floor, and there was a row of IC phone card machines at the end. She hurriedly took advantage of no one to call home. Sun Rongfang returned home, and she received a call from her daughter at night and said happily, I was about to call you. I came back and told your cousin that you were saving people on the train. She said, let you be there when the time comes. The cousin who is studying in Zhongshan Medical contacted you. I said yes, you are lacking to teach. Zhou Ruomei's attitude has changed. Are you ready to admit defeat? Xie Wanying was not as optimistic as her mother thought. Mom, go home and rest more. Don't worry about me. Xie Wanying wanted to say the last sentence to her mother most, and she didn't want her mother to worry about her all day long. I know you will study hard. But, Mom wants to tell you, your cousin is right. If you have time, you can talk about love in college. Otherwise, after 8 years of study, you are too old to find a partner. Has long known that Zhou Ruomei is unlikely to admit defeat. Knowing that the younger generation needs to concentrate on medical studies, he actually said this when he was just starting school. After, Sun Rongfang thought of what another person said, and said, Of course, your grandfather said that it is most important for you to read a good book first, and the rest is not a problem. The grandfather who really read books is different. Xie Wanying was moved. It was not easy to have such an old man at home who could sympathize with young people. After Xie Wanying asked her mother not to call, she would call home regularly to report the situation. Her daughter was so sensible. Sun Rongfang hung up the phone with confidence. After completing the task of calling home, Xie Wanying turned around and remembered the scene of meeting the three teachers tonight. I could feel that Zhu Huaizong looked at her with the same eyes as Rin Chongda, always questioning whether she could be a good doctor as a girl. If she knew that she would choose cardiothoracic surgery, maybe Zhu Huaizong would be the first to object. Had to speak with strength. When walking back to school, Zhao Xiaowei mentioned that there is a special canteen in the hospital that sells medical equipment. Xie Wanying hurriedly looked for it. There are directions provided by Zhao Xiaowei. This store is not difficult to find. At night, the store has no customers. Xie Wanying stood by the counter alone and selected needle-holding forceps, tweezers, and other instruments. With these things, she could learn to tie surgical knots first when she was in the dormitory. Picked very vigorously, did not pay attention. There was someone standing next to her, watching her silently. When she noticed that she raised her head, she suddenly found that the man's face seemed familiar. Seeing her, he hurriedly turned his face away, leaving a profile of a handsome and cool boy. "What do you want to buy?" the store owner asked the boy. "I want to buy." This low and slightly muffled voice reminded Xie Wanying of the phone call last night, and asked, "Are you the monitor you?" Zhao Xiaowei said that the person who notified the class last night for the meeting was the temporary monitor of their class. Yu Wentong was called by her. Yu Wentong had no choice but to nod. The two of them looked at the things they had bought, almost the same. They were all instruments for learning basic surgical operations such as needle holders. The difference is that Yu Wentong bought more than her, obviously without her need to save money. Another customer came, this time a big one. A thin and small man came over. Just listen to the boss's warm greeting. "Dr. Zhang, hello, hello." Chapter 62, Trauma First Aid 2. "Hello, madam," Dr. Zhang said. "Is the medicine I mentioned last time in stock?" "There are 10 boxes of imported amoxicillin. All of them are for Dr. Zhang, and you keep them all." In this era, there is a big gap between domestic and imported medicines. Many antibiotics are much less effective than foreign ones. Therefore, if people who understand in the hospital have this need, they will find ways to buy imports. Because even the hospital can't open. It's not that you can buy good medicine even if you have money. 10 boxes of amoxicillin were put on the table by the proprietress, and I don't know what this Dr. Zhang bought so much for. "Dr. Zhang, my friend said he wanted to ask you to give him anesthesia during the operation." The proprietress whispered with Dr. Zhang while delivering the medicine. Standing by the counter, Dr. Zhang counted the number of medicine boxes, as if he didn't hear what the proprietress said. When he turned his head, he saw what the other two bought, and raised the glasses on the bridge of his nose. "Which level of students are you?" "Level 9 or 6. Without thinking much, Xie Wanying and Yuan replied together. Because this person is obviously their clinical senior and teacher, of course they have to answer. 9th 6th grade. Isn't it a student who just entered the school?" Dr. Zhang was surprised when he remembered it, and then glanced at the two of them with contempt. "I just entered the door and thought I could be a doctor and be able to go to the operating table." The proprietress obviously wanted to curry favor with Dr. Zhang, and then complimented. "Yes, I didn't know they were freshmen. I thought they were interns who entered your hospital for an internship. Learn to be able to tie surgical knots. I see in the operating room every day, and there are very few interns who can actually go to the operating table." Dr. Zhang said loudly. "Really?" the lady boss asked. "It's great that the intern can stand by and help the main surgeon get a retractor. Want to get a scalpel? Want to tie a surgical knot? I'll talk about it after I read the doctor," Dr. Zhang said. "Even if I change the medicine to treat a trauma on weekdays, I don't arrive. The doctor won't give you this single opportunity either." "Understood. No matter how you say, this is the National Association." The proprietress opened the truth in one sentence. "The requirements are very strict. Not to mention other third-rate hospitals and third-rate medical schools. People can treat patients as guinea pigs to low-level and incompetent training, which is impossible for the National Association." What the lady boss said was flattering. Xie Wanying knew that even the National Association would allow potential students to seize the opportunity to practice practical exercises if they had the opportunity. Because medical students do not exercise in the actual environment, it is even less likely to develop courage. On the contrary, Dr. Zhang seems to have a lot of opinions on surgical students. Generally speaking, any clinical teacher would encourage medical students to practice hard, not like this Dr. Zhang trying to beat freshmen. Something weird? Since the teacher didn't want to see their newcomers, Xie Wanying left immediately after paying the money. With the same prediction, Yuan quickly slipped away from the same piece. Seeing that the two medical freshmen did not leave a word of flattery to him, Dr. Zhang clapped his hand on the medicine box, not very happy, and said, "Young people nowadays are getting more and more arrogant, and their eyes are too high." "Yes, yes." The proprietress responded and asked him in a low voice, "Dr. Zhang, the thing I asked just now. What did you say?" How could Xie Wanying, who left, know what happened next? There was only one way to go back to school, and I walked with the monitor to the small back door behind the hospital building. The iron gate was pushed open, and a tricycle rushed over, shouting, "Get out of the way." Chapter 63, Trauma First Aid 3. It looks like the brake pads of the tricycle are broken. An old man walked in front of him and couldn't dodge, and was hit by a tricycle. The old man fell to the ground without saying a word. What was even more frightening was that the tricycle hit the old man, and then hit the wall. It rolled over on the spot, and the uncle riding the tricycle fell from the car and fell to the ground motionless. The sudden accident left all bystanders stunned. Immediately after her reaction, Xie Wanying found out that she and the monitor were the only people who saw the accident. Without saying a word, Xie Wanying ran to the injured person. Yuantong saw her running back more than 10 meters away, and then he remembered that he was going to take a step. Ah! The old man gasped in pain, screaming in pain. There are no street lights at the end of this alley at night. No wonder there was such a serious car accident just now. Quickly took out the flashlight from the bag. Xie Wanying turned on the light and shot it at the old man and the uncle on the tricycle in the distance. Yuantong, who was catching up, didn't expect that she even had a flashlight on her body, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Who would think of carrying a flashlight in their school bag every day? Relying on the powers stimulated in the body, Xie Wanying quickly judged the severity of the two wounded. The uncle hurt his head, and the old man hurt his thigh. If the head injury is to be treated, an electric drill is needed to drain the skull. She does not have this device in her hand for the time being, and the development of the brain injury is not as fast as the thigh injury of the elderly at this stage. The old man's leg injury is expected to be a ruptured femoral artery. If the thigh is injured and the aorta is injured, it is a massive hemorrhage, and the blood of the human body can quickly lose more than half of it, resulting in death from hemorrhagic shock. The first principle of on-site first aid treatment is not to save which one is seriously injured, but to comprehensively consider according to the on-site situation which one needs more and can get on-site rescue first, and the two need to be weighed. Deal with this first. Xie Wanying made a decisive decision, squatted down beside the old man, and said to the monitor opposite, "Give me all the gauze bandages you bought. Hurry up." Yuantong looked at the uncle of the tricycle lying still on the ground in the distance. He only felt that it was more serious, and replied, "I'll go see that uncle." "It's useless if you go to see him. He has a traumatic brain injury, and you can't do anything with it. It won't be too late to take him to the hospital when other people come over," Xie Wanying said. "In a few minutes, saving the old man is more important." "How do you know?" Yuantong asked her. Before I could go into details, Xie Wanying snatched the plastic bag from the grocery store in his hand, took out the bandages and gauze inside, quickly stacked the gauze, put the bandages on, and pulled the rest of the bandages away. "Use the surgical scissors you just bought to cut the head of the bandage. Ready to bind." Her series of quick and neat movements made Yuantong dumbfounded. He bought these things to keep in the dormitory as a spare, but in terms of how to use them, he only used them in the hospital when he saw a doctor. "Is your dad really a truck driver?" Yuantong's solemn questioning sounded under the night. The doubts about her seemed to have been known to her from the beginning. Like the other boys in the class, he heard that there was a girl who came to study in their class. She was the champion of science. She had a quiet and elegant appearance. No matter how you looked at it, she looked like a girl who studied liberal arts. How could he be selected to study surgery? No one makes sense. Chapter 64, Trauma First Aid 4. Not to mention, the train station later sent her a pennant to reward her for saving people with medical technology. In fact, one by one did not believe this rumor very much, always thinking that the train station had made a mistake. Looking at her now, she actually understands surgery, hemostasis, and bleeding. Hey, you. Seeing that she seemed to want to put gauze and bandages on the patient's thigh on her own initiative, Xie Wanying put forward a different opinion. You must know that we are only freshmen in the freshman year. Should we first ask the teacher how to deal with it? Better. Said. He took out his mobile phone and called Counselor Rin Chongda for help. Xie Wanying couldn't care about him anymore. She aimed at the femoral artery hemostasis and put gauze and 2 bundles of bandages on the hemostasis first. Hurry up and stop the bleeding first. Beep beep, the Nokia phone in Xie Wanying's hand rang. In the Nawang cooking restaurant, Zhang Xiaowei, who came in after Xie Wanying left, brought 2 girlfriends to accompany her, stroked her long hair to the 3 teachers who were eating, and called Senior Brother Chow. That's right. Rin Chongda and Zhu Huaitsong thought that when they came to see the 3 students, the first one to shout must be Chao Yong. Only Xie Wanying just now was completely different and only looked at Zhu Huaitsong. Chao Shui, who was buried in the rice, didn't lift his head, as if he didn't hear or see anything. He just wanted to fill his belly first. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaowei and the other 2 stood awkwardly and stiffly for a long time, and then turned to call Zhu Huaitsong and Rin Chongda first. Brother Zhu, Brother Rin. You can call me teacher. Zhu Huaitsong immediately corrected their names. It is not always possible to recognize brothers and sisters. If you can recognize it casually, it would be laughable and generous to let the pigs, dogs, sheep, etc. call you brothers and sisters. The National Association graduates thousands of students every year, and Zhu Huaitsong counted at random. There are tens of thousands of junior brothers and sisters, so he can't make people all over the street call him senior brother. Senior brother is equal to the same family. Teacher can be just a title in society when learning from ancestors. Even if you call an old master who repairs bicycles across the line, you can call it teacher, and no one will misunderstand. Zhang Xiaowei heard Zhu Huaitsong's words, and her face turned red and white. Speaking of Chao Yong, everyone knew that it was not good, but what she didn't expect was that the other 2 of the 3 musketeers were the same as Chao Yong. It is difficult for her, the schoolgirl, to feel like one of the 3 musketeers. Zhang Xiaowei was in a hurry. Otherwise, she would not have seen Chao Yong hurried over to say hello. Because she is a junior this year, she is about to enter the clinical internship period. The internship period is so important that it will determine her future stay. For medical graduates, the best career path is to stay in college or in a hospital directly under the medical school. Studying in college is the most difficult and requires the highest degree. Even if Zhang Xiaowei is rated as a school beauty by the public, she only has an undergraduate degree, so it is basically impossible to stay in the university. She can only win the favor of the clinical teachers and see if she can stay in the hospital and save the country. However, as if she was a schoolgirl, she was completely unknown in the eyes of the 3 musketeers. Zhu Huaitsong, who didn't even like to recognize random students, then asked them carefully, "Which major are you in? Have you gone to clinical practice? I don't seem to have seen you before." Zhang Xiaowei was embarrassed to the toes. People didn't recognize her as the school flower. The 2 girls who accompanied Zhang Xiaowei introduced to Zhang Xiaowei. "Mr. Zhu, this is Xiaowei. If you enter or leave our medical school, you should have heard our school's radio broadcast. She broadcasts school news on our school's radio every day. Moreover, she is in our school art troupe, and every time our school holds a theatrical performance, there must be her on stage to perform, and she also acts as the host of the stage." Chapter 65, Trauma First Aid 5. Praised every sentence. Only the word school flower came out directly. It's just that he said a lot about dry mouth, which almost blew Zhang Xiaowei to the sky. Zhu Huaitsong, who listened to them, looked blank, as if listening to them speak the Martian language, not the Earth language. School art troupes and radio stations are not easy to get into. Zhu Huaitsong knew, but the problem here is a medical school, not an art and entertainment school. No hospital wants to recruit a medical student who can only sing into the clinic. It was obvious that the guys in front of them didn't even know what they were reading. Xu Huaizong shook his head. Therefore, sometimes girls are not very popular with teachers in clinical practice for this reason. Think you are beautiful enough to be a doctor? Thinking that you can dance and sing to please the hospital leaders and be admitted to the hospital? This is not a third-rate hospital. This is the National Association, the first general hospital in the country. He didn't give female medical students a chance. He had already asked them what major they were studying, but he came back with a completely unreliable answer, which made him seem helpless. Thinking about how good he is, he still asks other people and looks at the other two people around him. He has long regarded the female student as air without answering any questions. Xu Huaizong gave Rin Chengda a look. Aren't you in school every day? Don't know who these people are? Rin Chengda replied. I am the head of the autopsy room. So who cares who sings, who dances, and who broadcasts? I'm busy dealing with corpses every day. If you ask me which corpse I can answer, I don't understand singing and dancing. The answer of the old classmate is also correct. Xu Huaizong touched his nose, and seeing that Chao Shuai is the powerful immortal on the cloud, the rice quickly took the opportunity to finish a bowl. Zhang Xiaowei and the three of them. After waiting for a long time, they saw that the three musketeers were not interested in girls broadcasting dancing, so they could only continue to be embarrassed. Now tell them to turn around and give up. They will definitely not be reconciled. Bell, bell, bell. Your cell phone is ringing. Chao Yong stopped his chopsticks and said to Rin Chengda after a glance that his cell phone was not ringing. Rin Chengda listened to his reminder and then took out the mobile phone in his trouser pocket to answer. Teacher Rin. Yu Wentong's voice came from the opposite side. What's the matter? Have you given the military training uniforms to your classmates? Tell them when the military training will start or not. As a counselor, Rin Chengda's first task was to ask his monitor whether he had completed the orders he issued. Yu Wentong replied, I asked a few classmates to help distribute the military training uniforms. Then why are you looking for me? Rin Chengda asked. Cut to the point, Yu Wentong said. Mr. Run, I had a car accident here. There is an uncle who is bleeding heavily in his leg. I don't know how to deal with it. I want to ask you. Car accident. Rin Chengda jumped 3 feet tall. You said you had a car accident. It's not me, Teacher Ren. It's an old man. Yu Wentong hurriedly clarified. Where did you say you were? Feeling that he couldn't hear clearly on the phone, Rin Chengda was so anxious that sparks appeared in his throat. The other two, Chao Yong and Xu Huaizong, have already put down the bowls and chopsticks in their hands. Go to the back door of the hospital. It's the back door of the hospital. After Rin Chengda and 2 old classmates finished speaking, the 3 of them ran towards the door together. Zhang Xiaowei and the others, who were standing, didn't react and were almost knocked over by the 3 musketeers who rushed over. Is a doctor, and the first thing in his mind is to hurry up and save people. The 3 of them rushed all the way. After calling the counselor, Yu Wentong quickly saw the figure running towards him. He didn't expect the counselor to come so quickly, so he was stunned and then shouted, Mr. Ren. Chapter 66, Trauma First Aid 6. The 3 ran to the end of the alley and stopped at the scene of the incident, too late to catch their breath. Rin Chengda first glanced that his squad leader was fine, then turned his head and froze when he saw someone. Then he recovered and followed the 3 Zhang Xiaowei and the others who were running all the way and shouted, Mr. Chao, Mr. Zhu, Mr. Ren. Jiao Didi's voice suddenly seemed like a ghost after arriving at the scene, soaring out of high-altitude octave soprano chorus. Yeah, What are these people doing? Aware that the situation was not right, Yu Wentong turned around, followed everyone's gaze, and looked back at Xie Wanying. His eyes widened. No way. Why did she have blood all over her hands in the blink of an eye? Mr. Ren, the situation is like this. I'll report to you. I walked out of the back door with her and saw the tricycle hit the old man. I called you right away. I didn't know she had this blood on her. The matter was a big deal, so Yu Wentong quickly explained to the teachers that it wasn't because he saw his classmates in trouble and didn't care. Isn't this her blood? It's the old man's blood. Rin Chengda murmured, seemingly repeating what he said. Yu Wentong read something else in the eyes of the counselor, who turned to look at him. Rin Chengda was so shocked that he didn't know what to say to the interim squad leader he had elected. This is how the freshman monitor came. The freshmen had just arrived at the school and were unfamiliar with each other, so there was no way they could be elected by popular election, so the counselors had to pick one out to be the interim monitor. Needless to say, Yu Wentong's grades and student files must be the brightest and the best among all the freshmen, so he can be favored by Rin Chongda's teachers, and finally be selected as the substitute monitor. What is the situation now? The best talents selected by the teacher will only call the counselor for help in the event of a car accident, and the only girl in the class who is not favored by the counselor is doing her best to treat the injured. Rin Chongda looked at his stunned acting monitor with astonished eyes, and then turned to look at two old classmates who were clinically skilled. They were studying someone's trauma emergency skills on the spot. Zhu Huaitsong pinched his chin with his fingers, looked left and right, and looked at Xie Wanying from top to bottom. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Chao Shuai had to use X-rays to see this girl at first sight, just like he did now. Is the girl in front of them a girl? Female medical students are not as good as male medical students. He has only laughed at female medical students for not being able to become surgeons, because women's strength is inherently worse than that of men. In the current situation, under the dim light, the old man's pants were soaked with blood, and there was a large lake of blood on the surrounding cement floor. These are enough to explain the tragic after the car accident at the beginning, and the injured at least was the rupture of the femoral artery. How terrifying the rupture of the femoral artery is. Clinical doctors all know that one is that the rupture of the femoral artery will instantly cause the death of the injured person with massive blood loss, and the other is that the doctor wants to stop the bleeding of the ruptured femoral artery. It is difficult to accurately compress to the hemostasis point to give hemostasis. Thirdly, arterial hemostasis is different from venous hemostasis, which places great demands on the pressure of the surgeon, because the arterial hemorrhage is like a fountain. This is one of the most annoying bleeding sites for emergency surgeons in clinical practice. Chapter 67, Being Praised by Senior 1. Even if it is a male doctor, it takes almost all the strength to handle this position without auxiliary tools, and exhaustion cannot necessarily stop the bleeding. He, Zhu Huaitsong, has never seen a female doctor here who can successfully stop the blood loss of the femoral artery with only a bandage alone. Of course, Xie Wanying in front of her was also sweating when she tied the last bandage head. However, the fact is in front of them. When they arrived, the bleeding part of the old man was at least stopped, and the old man was dragged back by her alone at the gate of hell. A freshman, a little junior sister who just entered the school, one person can do things that most clinical doctors may not be able to do. Zhu Huaitsong believed that the surprise and doubts in his heart at the moment were the same in the hearts of the two classmates next to him. The old man, who was about to faint due to excessive blood loss, opened his eyelids slightly, and the first sentence he uttered was muttering cursing. "Oh, it killed me, which hit me. Master." Zhu Huaitsong squatted down and talked to the old man to encourage the patient, while he couldn't help but look at what tying and compression methods Xie Wanying used. At this time, Chao Yong, like him, came back to his senses and checked the hemostasis part she was dealing with. See two bundles of bandages stacked on the gauze, accurately pressing on the left femoral artery hemostatic point. There is no elastic bandage. Only ordinary bandages can be used. In order to successfully stop the bleeding, stretched his fingers over and touched the top of the bandage. It was firm, as steady as Mount Tai. Rin Chongda and Zhu Huaitsong followed their heads and looked at each other, and then the three looked at each other. Not only that, Chao Yong and the others saw that the bone nodes such as the hip joint were well used by someone to create more pressure to stop the bleeding. Under the existing conditions, it can quickly determine the body shape of the injured person and the anatomical position of each bone and joint, and use all possible conditions to create the optimal hemostasis plan and successfully achieve on-site first aid. This kind of clinical response is not always possible for general clinicians, but only for surgeons or trained emergency physicians. For a moment, Zhu Huaitsong quickly misunderstood whether his old classmate Rin Chongda had taken the students to the autopsy room for guidance. It's completely impossible to think about. This freshman has been in school for less than a week. Looking at handsome Chao again, just like his strange performance tonight, he looked up again to see a certain girl's soul outing. After finishing the last knot of the bandage head here, Xie Wanying tried her best to hold back the trembling all over her body. Just now, She almost really used all her strength to stop the bleeding, for fear that the old man would die if she relaxed. Even if she has supernatural powers, she still has to consume her own stamina. Fortunately, the femoral artery hemorrhage was temporarily stopped in time. Both knees had already softened, and one stumbled. She took a step back to sit on the ground to catch her breath. At this moment, a hand quickly grabbed her arm, carefully pulling her to prevent her from accidentally falling onto the concrete floor. Xie Wanying raised her head and saw handsome Chow's handsome face in her eyes. She realized that the rescuers were coming and hurriedly said, "It's faster to call the emergency department of the hospital." Two injured people, one of whom was initially judged to be a femoral fracture and a femoral artery injury. One may have traumatic brain injury, unconsciousness, no further preliminary examination. Chapter 68. Being praised by Senior 2. After saying this, Xie Wanying was just about to take a breath in the middle. She was a little nervous and didn't know what to do with her and what the doctor would say when she saw it. Before the rebirth, she was not a clinician after all. Unexpectedly, someone opposite said, "Okay, we know. You did a good job. Then leave it to us." This tone of voice is to treat her as a colleague? Xie Wanying was stunned. Seeing the dark night, the handsome doctor smiled as if the two small dimples at the corners of his mouth were complimenting her. Others around were as shocked after hearing what Handsome Chow said. Because Handsome Chow is complimented. Zhang Xiaowei and the other two girls had the impression of Handsome Chow in their minds. Handsome Chow never seems to praise people. Don't think that Chow Yong can talk and laugh with students on weekdays and seems to be a good talker. No. Chow Shui is notoriously strict clinically, the most strict among young and middle-aged teachers. It is said that in Chow Shui's score, students who can get more than 80 points are absolutely equivalent to getting 99 points in the hands of other teachers. Chow Shui has never had a student who has won more than 80 points. Chow Shui has never praised a student like this. In this way, directly praised the students for doing a good job. In the clinical teacher's comments on the students, such a statement is definitely recognized by the teacher as a doctor. Who is she? How could he win the approval of Handsome Chow? Zhang Xiaowei and the two girls' eyes wandered Xie Wanying's face. "Bring a few bottles of water over here." Chow Yong turned his head and instructed the shop clerk, who came over after hearing the wind. The guy ran back to the store to get mineral water. On the other side, reminded by Xie Wanying's words, Rin Chongda stared at his monitor and called the emergency department. Yu Wentong's hand holding the phone trembled, feeling so ashamed that he couldn't raise his head. Later, Rin Chongda was not ready to scold the squad leader he selected. As long as you think about it carefully, Xie Wanying's performance belongs to the absolute alternative among freshmen, and only Yu Wentong's performance is called normal freshman performance. Those who don't understand traumatic first aid should of course not handle the injured casually. What Yu Wentong did was right. He just didn't expect that Xie Wanying could achieve surgical hemostasis. No one should think that a freshman girl can. It is useless to have powerful doctors, fathers and mothers at home. This kind of thing requires clinical practice. No wonder the harsh Handsome Chow directly praised people. Rin Chongda scratched his head. Suddenly, the dark iron gate made a babbling sound, and a small man got in. Yu Wentong, who heard the voice calling, looked back and found that it was Dr. Zhang who was buying medicines they had met before. Wow, why is she covered in blood? Dr. Zhang saw Xie Wanying after walking a few steps, and was so frightened that he and Zhang Xiaowei seemed to have seen a ghost at first. "What's your name?" Rin Chongda was unhappy, feeling that this person called his students as if they had done something bad. Obviously what his students did was a good thing. Dr. Zhang set his feet and looked around, as if he realized what was going on, and asked Rin Chongda, "Is she your student?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Rin Chongda wondered if the other party wanted to praise his students. "Just now, I met them in the canteen before." Dr. Zhang pointed to Yu Wentong who was standing. "I told them both. Don't be self-righteous when you say that freshmen have just entered medical school by a surgical forceps or something, thinking that she can go to the operating table for surgery. It's all right, she was injured first." Chapter 69. Being praised by Senior Brother 3. Rin Chongda listened to what this person said for a long time, and when he understood that there was only one sentence of his student life in the other party's words, he immediately became furious. "What did you say?" His own students can criticize as much as they want, but when people outside slandered his students indiscriminately, Rin Chongda exploded. Xie Wanying and Yu Wentong were shocked to realize that the original leader was a calf guard. Am I wrong? Dr. Zhang retorted. She saved people's blood. Look carefully before you speak. Don't you even have this judgment? Are you still a doctor? Rin Chongdao was so angry that his lungs were smoking, and he pointed out that someone's doctor's professional ability is zero. Dr. Zhang stammered. You said she saved people? Who did she save? It must be that no one was saved, so she would only cause trouble and stain herself with blood. Just in time, people from the emergency department rushed to the scene, pushing a stretcher bed after receiving the call. The emergency doctor came to the scene to take a look, and he didn't have to think too much about praising the 3 musketeers present. Fortunately, you are here to stop the bleeding, otherwise this 80% will die. This is a typical excellent surgical hemostasis show. Zhu Huaitsong held the glass's frame and corrected embarrassedly. It wasn't us who did it, it was she who did it. She? Who else can there be except her? With such heavy bleeding, whoever rescues will definitely get blood on their hands. None of us have blood on our hands. Zhu Huaitsong presented the most conclusive evidence. That's right. The emergency doctor and Dr. Zhang couldn't believe it for a while after hearing this, and looked at Xie Wanying with surprise and questions. Who is she? Rin Chongda seized the evidence and slammed Dr. Zhang, wanting to seek justice for his students. You say you are professional? You say, do you go to the rescue or not with blood on your hands? You God, you will show us right now. See if you save people with blood or not. Dr. Zhang was defeated and retreated, and Rin Chongda couldn't utter a word, so he could only stare hard at Xie Wanying's face with one pair of eyes. Seems to remember what she said. She was just a freshman. How is it possible that a freshman female medical student suppressed the bleeding of the femoral artery by herself? He, Dr. Zhang, is an anesthesiologist and has never seen such a situation. Apologize to my students. Rin Chongda formally asked in front of him. Dr. Zhang's face darkened, and he shouted, She is a freshman. You asked her to save people? You did this as a counselor as Chongda? Aren't you afraid she would hurt the old man? Hey, you figure out the facts. Upon hearing this man's words, Zhu Huaitsong directly interjected and retorted with some excitement. When we came, she finished first aid on the spot. She did a good job. What are we doing? Intervene, release the pressure to stop the bleeding and retie the old man, so that the injured will bleed again. On-site first aid is not about qualifications. Medicine is a science, and it is more about seeking truth from facts. Can she do on-site first aid without your guidance? Dr. Zhang asked again. The others nodded unanimously to him. Facts are facts, although this fact is a little surprising. Oh, someone taught her in advance, right? Her family. Dr. Zhang said with understanding. Rin Chongda and the others also had doubts about Xie Wanying in their hearts. Where did Xie Wanying learn from? It was impossible to learn without a teacher. In medicine, there is no such thing as self-taught without a teacher, so it must be practiced. The emergency doctor brought rehydration and other medical tools, and then gave further treatment to the injured, saying, Anyway, this old man is dying. Chapter 70 Commendation 1. The first-time hemostasis is more important than anything else. The old man doesn't know any technical terms, but he knows what life is called. When getting on the stretcher, he looks up at the people around him and asks, Who saved me? The common people don't care about 3,721, as long as they remember who their savior is. Up to now, Dr. Zhang lowered his head and sneaked away first while Rin Chongda and the others were distracted. Uncle, go to the hospital first. After the emergency doctor comforted the uncle, he went to check on the uncle who had collapsed on the ground and asked Chao Yong, traumatic brain injury, do you operate on him? Brain surgery is not my duty today. Chao Yong replied. Chao handsome guy can't rob someone else's class. The injured were taken away by the emergency department. Chao Yong took the mineral water brought by the man, opened the bottle cap, and rinsed Xie Wanying's hands, so as not to scare passers-by all the way. Chao Shuai's surgeon's fingers are delicate and gentle, and he is now carefully pouring water on someone's hand. In the hazy night, such handsome Chao was fascinated. Zhang Xiaowei and the two girls watched their heart beat. Thank you, teacher. Xie Wanying sincerely thanked. Chao Yong threw away the empty water bottle, took out the handkerchief in his trouser pocket and handed it to her. Wipe your face. Was there blood on her face too? Xie Wanying took his handkerchief and wiped it on her face. Also, it's called senior brother. Chao Yong said to her. Zhang Xiaowei and the two girls were heartbroken. Just now, the three of them diligently tried to get senior brother rejected. It's so boring. A girl stomped her feet and cursed. Zhang Xiaowei turned gloomy and walked. Seeing this, the other two girls followed behind her, looking back from time to time, trying to engrave Xie Wanying's face firmly in their minds. Isn't it the same as being called a teacher or a brother? Xie Wanying didn't think much about this issue, but she remembered very much that she wanted to wash the handkerchief that her brother lent her to wipe her face and give it back to others. After regaining some strength, Xie Wanying, who stood up, took her school bag and followed the three teachers to the restaurant first. She borrowed someone's sink to wash her hands and face, and at the same time borrowed soap to wash someone's handkerchief. Chao Yong and the three of them sat back to the dining table. The dishes and rice are cold. Let the guys take them and reheat them. Rin Chongdao swept away the monitor who was standing beside him and instructed, send her back to the girls' dormitory later. Yes, Teacher Rin. When answering, Yu Wentong's voice was a little weak. He didn't know what he could say next. After all, his performance tonight was obvious to all, and it was a shame for the counselor. Hearing the monitor's emotions, Rin Chongda said, the road to medicine is long. Medicine does not mean that you will definitely be able to pass the 91 out of 100 test at the beginning. The road of medicine is very long and arduous. Every day is a new exam. There is never an end, and no one is the best. Be a doctor. As long as you can save one patient every time, you win. Zhu Huaizong continued the words of his old classmate. Yu Wentong was even more embarrassed after listening to the implication of the two teachers, because he only thought about winning and losing with Xie Wanying at this moment. Being a doctor is more important than anything else. Senior brother. After washing the veil, Xie Wanying came out and handed the ring veil back to someone. I washed it clean, but I couldn't dry it in time for my senior brother. Otherwise, I'll take it back to the dormitory balcony and let it cool down. Okay, take it to dry, Chao Yong said. Xie Wanying was startled. Ah, isn't handsome Chao in a hurry to get back his handkerchief? Chapter 71, Commendation 2. Maybe people disliked the troublesome action of drying. Thinking of this, Xie Wanying silently took back the handkerchief, ready to leave it to others to dry in the sun before returning it neatly. After a while, she noticed that several people's eyes were on her again for some reason. See the situation more clearly and brightly when there is a light. Seeing this, everyone realized more clearly what happened to her. The blood on the hands is easy to wash, but the blood spots on the clothes are not so easy to wash. It is estimated that they should be thrown away. The conclusion of the latter throw, as long as anyone who has done clinical practice knows that it cannot be avoided. After all, this kind of arterial hemorrhage is a sudden fountain bleeding. There is a sudden blood loss of 300 or 400 milliliters. It can be basically judged that the injured person can regain consciousness. It must be the first stop of the blood. Zhu Huaizong held his glasses and felt a lot of emotion. What the emergency doctor said is true. The old man is very dead. If the three of them arrive to save him, the old man may go into hemorrhagic shock within a few minutes of being late. It seems that Brother Zhu, who initially discriminated against her as a doctor, has changed his opinion of her. Xie Wanying was very happy. Suddenly, another person inserted Zhu Huaizong's words and said to her, you can come to our brain surgery in the future. Turned around and saw that it was Chao Shui again. Hey, are you robbing people so quickly? Zhu Huaizong woke up and wiped his glasses in a hurry. Chao Yong smiled, picked up chopsticks and put a piece of pork belly in his mouth to chew. Rin Chongda is even more stupid. His students have been booked a few days after entering the school. I told you that if she learns well in the future, it doesn't mean that you can grab it if you start to grab it. Zhu Huaizong repeatedly emphasized to Chao Yong. To put it bluntly, if Xie Wanying has real talents and hard work, no matter whether she is a girl or not, any department will grab it, including the cardiothoracic surgery department where he works. Clinically speaking, I don't mean to discriminate against girls. It's just the fact that girls have a physical disadvantage in surgery. No matter what he said, Chao Yong's handsome mouth curled with pride, obviously disdain for his announcement. The guy came out of the kitchen, brought a steaming bowl of beef noodle soup, fragrant, and walked over to Chao Yong. Zhu Huaitsong saw this and asked Chao Yong, "Are you still full?" "What? This is for her. She has worked so hard to save people, so she can't add any supper." After saying this, Chao Yong personally took the noodle soup and put it in front of Xie Wanying, shouting, "Eat." The rest, including Xie Wanying, were surprised and didn't react for a while. "Eat quickly." Chao Yong shoved the wooden chopsticks into her hand, as if giving an order. The surgeon must always replenish his energy and keep his stamina strong so that he can be ready to save people all the time. If you are hungry at night, you can't sleep, right? It's not good for your body. "Thank you, brother. How much will I give you?" "That's all." Xie Wanying looked for money in her wallet. "No, I'll treat you." Chao Yong stopped her and instructed the man, "You don't have to charge her money, or I'll find you and your boss to settle accounts." "Who dares to offend handsome Chao?" The man laughed and nodded. Yes, Dr. Chao." Dude slipped away, failed to give the money. Xie Wanying was anxious. How can this be done? Why not? This is the guidance of the clinical seniors and the commendation of the juniors. There will be more of this kind of thing in the future, just get used to it. Chao Yong said. Chapter 72, Commendation 3. Look at what handsome Chao said is quite meaningful. Zhu Huaitsong and Rin Chongda felt a strong challenge and provocation conveyed by someone. Want to rob someone? Please learn from his handsome Chao first. You didn't know what to pay at the beginning, and you just wanted to rob people with one mouth? Rin Chongda was right after thinking about it, who said that only affiliated hospitals want to keep talents, and universities with good talents want to keep themselves. You eat. You don't have enough to call. Just say what you want to eat. Rin Chongda and Zhu Huaitsong reacted, and together they waved their chopsticks and beat Xie Wanying's bowl to urge. Notice that the situation was not right, and the three teachers forced her to be invited to the palace. Xie Wanying saw handsome Chao with a small dimple on the corner of his mouth. Chao Shui is really laughing at this moment, and is called an old trickster. How dare you continue to fall into the trap of handsome Chao? Without making a sound, I hurriedly ate the beef noodle soup. In this era, beef noodles are the real thing, with enough beef and enough noodles. How could the merchants at that time dare to be so calculating and cunning towards consumers as they did later? At that time, ingredients were also relatively cheap, and it was true that there was not too much industrial pollution. After eating a big bowl of beef noodles, I was satisfied. Xie Wanying wiped her mouth, and then looked at the three teachers across from her who saw her smiling after eating, and asked her to get up quickly. Thank you, senior brother. You are a very smart junior sister. You know that she has changed her name to senior brother. After, Yuan accompanied her back to the dormitory. Although she wanted to say no, but she didn't want to embarrass the other party under the order of Rin's sect master. On the way, the two were speechless. I woke up the next day, a little later than usual, because I was too tired both physically and mentally last night. Went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Along the way, I could hear many people talking about what happened last night. Have you heard? I heard that there was a freshman who rescued people at the back door of our hospital. The clinical teachers were all taken aback. The femoral artery hemorrhage was saved. The freshman year? Didn't you just enter our school for a few days? Which person, what name? It must be a genius from a family of doctors. My parents are doctors, and all my family members are doctors. Xie Wanying walked through the crowd, bought eggs and bread and soy milk at the dining room window, and ate them in a hurry to go to the playground. Military training starts today. Fortunately, the military training started, and the whole school's attention was taken away by the atmosphere of the new military training. The school radio station broadcast a series of special programs on military training for freshmen from today. Xie Wanying was the only girl in the class, so she was assigned to form a team training with other girls in the same department with a small proportion of girls. Girls from other departments can chat together at least in twos and threes. Xie Wanying and these people can't make friends. They are all undergraduates. Only she has to study for 8 years to get a doctorate. Therefore, making friends is difficult to maintain for 8 years. It's not that she doesn't want to be friends with them, but that they look at her differently. Besides, the military training was very short, 10 days were over, and the instructor left, which was a bit formalistic. A group of people went back to each department. If you don't have friends, you will be lonely. After the military training was over that night, Xie Wanying returned to the dormitory, opened the door, and suddenly heard someone talking inside. Oops, junior sister is back. You said she would like the new gift we brought her. Followed, and the person inside opened the door ahead of her. There will be an update tomorrow at noon. I hope you will count more tickets tomorrow. Thank you very much in advance. Chapter 73, 73, plus 1. The two big sisters smiled at Xie Wanying. Welcome back. Xie Wanying didn't have time to react. The two senior sisters had already reached out and pulled her into the dormitory. There is a small folding table in the middle of the dormitory, and there are McDonald's hamburgers and fried chicken wings on the table. It's hard to say how expensive it is to eat a McDonald's these days. Don't think we'll eat it for you alone. The two senior sisters said this, and immediately resolved the embarrassment of the little junior sister. The three sat down. Xie Wanying was a little shy in the face of the senior sisters. One looks older, looks quiet, has a big braid, and looks handsome. The other is younger and obviously loves to laugh. When he smiles, his eyes are bright, and his round face is like a big red apple, which is very cute. For cuteness, the two sisters also thought that the little sister was cute, and they talked to each other with a smile. Recalling when we were freshmen, we were afraid to speak to people everywhere. Who made us have fewer people here? After all these years, a girl's dormitory is always unsatisfactory. The little sister is called Xie Wanying, isn't she? The round-faced sister turned her head and asked her. Xie Wanying nodded and asked, Yes, I don't know what to call the two senior sisters. My name is Xie Wanying. I'm a clinical trainee now. I'm in the 9th grade. I'm in pathology. She's in anesthesiology, in the 9th grade. Lu Jingyun. There are only 3 of us girls who are studying. Of course, there are senior sisters who have graduated and employed. But after all, there are relatively few, especially those who do clinical work. There is no way. There are few girls recruited for clinical practice in the 8th year class of the National Association. Many clinical female doctors are not 8. I came out of the annual class, said the second senior sister Xie Wanying. This can only mean one thing. Medical schools all know that in clinical practice, children and doctors are not very well received. Clinically speaking, internal medicine doctors recruit more women. However, our senior sister Li, she graduated last year and stayed in the gastroenterology department, but the endoscopy in the department is not always her turn to do. She said that the director always thinks that women are women. He is not good at hands-on ability and is timid, saying that women are more suitable for prescribing medicine and doing basic research. The director of his own despised the female doctor he recruited. What do you say about this? Needless to say, no surgery other than so-called obstetrics would want a female doctor. Yeah. Senior sister Lu Jingyun, who is not very talkative, couldn't help nodding when she heard this. She is an anesthesiologist who has the same deep feeling in this regard, because anesthesia also belongs to a major that requires a lot of clinical hands-on ability. However, anesthesia is much better than clinical surgery, and it is not the kind of absolute rejection for female doctors. Female doctors are not easy to mix with in China, and employment discrimination against women has always existed in all walks of life. I heard that even the finance department doesn't like recruiting women. Xie Wanying whispered. It is said that the woman wants to take maternity leave to go home and bring the child or something. I'm so troublesome. So the 8th year class is such a golden sign. In line with the market demand, the recruitment of girls can only be hesitant and then choose again. You study surgery? The eyes of the two senior sisters suddenly looked at her. Xie Wanying replied, Yes. You are amazing. The direct praise from the two senior sisters caught Xie Wanying by surprise. No. We heard that you just entered school, and you brought 2 pennants to the sect leader, all praising you for saving people. The two senior sisters winked at her and smiled. Chapter 74, 74, plus 2. The matter of the 2 pennants was not mentioned to her in the class after she became the leader. Xie Wanying thought it was a rumor and explained, Nothing dash. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Anyway, the younger sister has the ability, and the younger sister also has a bright face. Those of us who are senior sisters, We can't wait for someone to slap the faces of some people who look down on girls. Second senior sister's carefree words made Xie Wanying laugh. After all, one of the goals of her medical studies was also for this. We see your potential, and we must do our best to help you. After Xiangyu said this, she exchanged glances with Lu Jingyun and took out the newborn gift for the little junior sister. In addition to McDonald's on the table, a pile of notebooks soon appeared, which formed 2 hills. These are the notes of our previous study, all for you. The generous gifts from the senior sisters made Xie Wanying flattered. Immediately got up, there were thousands of words rolling in his throat, and he didn't know what to say, so he could only bow deeply. You're welcome. Xiangyu and Lu Jingyun hurriedly helped her up. It is as hard as it is for women to create their own business in a field that men are good at. Otherwise, why would there be so many expectations from predecessors? Not only her mother, but also senior sisters. So many people's expectations cannot be lived up to. Xie Wanying swears in her heart. Let's eat, let's eat. Seeing that the little sister's eyes were red, the 2 sisters felt a little guilty, so they quickly asked the sister to eat McDonald's. Hamburgers and fried chicken wings and fries were all stuffed into Xie Wanying's hands. 1 large glass of Coca-Cola. The family background of the 2 senior sisters is obviously stronger than her Xie Wanying. After eating, Xiangyu and Lu Jingyun discussed it and said to the younger sister, "We are going to buy a computer together and put it in the dormitory. You can use it if you want. The school has a computer room, but there are too many students there every day. Now, there are less than 100 computers in the whole school for students to play with, and we can't squeeze into practice if we want to take the computer exam, let alone you, a newcomer." Computers in the 1990s were relatively expensive. Although the price has dropped a bit now, it is also unaffordable for ordinary students. With a family like Xie Wanying, she doesn't even have to think about buying a computer for her own use before graduation. There are more children of the poor in the university. After all, the average salary of the Chinese people was how much at that time? So the senior sisters said that if you go to squeeze the computer room, you will definitely not be able to squeeze in. It is a normal thing. If you have a computer, it is more convenient to connect a network cable to view documents in foreign languages. Also, brothers, sisters, teachers, and teachers all have email addresses. You can go and get in touch. Some seniors have gone abroad and are abroad. Do you have a mailbox? Sisters asked. Xie Wanying shook her head. After the rebirth, she hadn't been able to use the computer for the first time, knowing that she didn't even have a mobile phone. When felt something, the 2 senior sisters reassured her and said, "It doesn't matter. We will teach you how to surf the internet when our computer arrives in the dormitory on weekends." Teacher Rin also has an email address. I can't hear that. Even if it is not the counselor of the 2 senior sisters, the senior sisters are very familiar with serving as the leader. Is this? Master Ren is one of the 3 musketeers. It has always been rumored that he wants to be an instructor. Last year, he was going to be an instructor, but he didn't accept the class last year. Xiangyu said about the information of the teacher because he felt last year's class was bad, not as good as his class. But you must know that his class was the best class in the history of the National Association. Especially Chao Yong came out. There will be an update tonight. I will code the code if you have a ticket. Feel free to vote. Thank you, dear. Chapter 75, 3.5 years later 1. The power of Chao Shuaiji's name was gradually felt by Xie Wanying after hearing about Chao Shuai go everywhere after she arrived at the National Association. How powerful is he? Xie Wanying asked cautiously. I have only met Chao Shuai a few times in total, and I am not very familiar with this person. She also wanted to know more about what kind of person this senior brother was. You asked about Chao Yong? He is the key training target of our hospital, and he ranks first among young and middle-aged doctors in the country. He was sent to study abroad in Europe for a year. I heard that he will be sent to the United States to study and exchange for a few years. It goes without saying how important brain surgery is. The clinical technology controlled by developed countries is called the top department of surgery, and it is a weak clinical department in developing countries. In fact, there is a gap between surgery in our country and developed countries, and brain surgery is poor. More. Felt that Chao Shuai had a great responsibility, but when she saw him, she found that this man was always chatty and laughing, but he was handsome. In Xie Wanying's mind, Chao Shuai's two beautiful little dimples appeared involuntarily. Yes, such a powerful person is handsome and has a good family background. I heard that the monitor of your class has genes similar to handsome Chao. Senior sister suddenly changed her words and turned to Yu Wentong, the squad leader. Xie Wanying had never heard of these news before, so listen. Master Rin will promise to be your class's counselor this time. It is said that he saw that many students in your class have a family background like Chao Shuai Go, a family of doctors, and a high school student. Your class leader's uncle is Xuanwu, the director of the hospital. The two of us heard that. It turned out that Zhao Zhaowei's grandfather was an expert in hepatobiliary surgery, but he was just the tip of the iceberg of the entire class. No wonder, one by one, they tried to ask her whether Xie Wanying was the daughter of a truck driver. Suddenly remembered the handkerchief Chao Shuai lent her. Due to being busy with military training, she has yet to find a chance to return it to Chao Shuai. He's in the brain surgery department. What floor is the brain surgery department in the hospital? Xie Wanying asked senior sister. Brain surgery is commonly known as neurosurgery in specific hospitals. Are you also going to see handsome Chao? The two senior sisters asked her while covering their mouths and smiling. No, I like cardiothoracic surgery. Xie Wanying hurriedly dismissed. The two senior sisters are now in clinical practice, and it is not difficult to take her to find handsome Chao. Wait for the sister to call, and then go. What no one thought was that handsome Chao was sent out for a meeting the next day. Then the time dragged on day by day. Anyway, this matter is not urgent. The senior sister is just as busy in the clinic. Before I knew it, I forgot about it. The seniors just thought she was going to see handsome Chao's face, but they didn't know that she was going to return the handkerchief. And Xie Wanying thought that handsome Chao didn't care about the handkerchief and forgot about it. In the blink of an eye, 3.5 years have passed. The millennium. The Spring Festival is full of joy, and the capital is decorated with lanterns before the festival. This is the 4th Spring Festival that Xie Wanying will spend in medical school. In the first 3 years, she did not go home during the Spring Festival. First, it is difficult to book train tickets. The second is the dinner at Lao Xie's family during the Spring Festival, and she must be brought out to speak. Third, during the Spring Festival, working in the capital makes money, and overtime pays more. Take the opportunity to earn more living expenses and lighten the burden on my mother and grandpa. Since she got a scholarship in the first year, and there are various subsidies from the school, she hardly needs to take any money from her family. Even so, people in Lao Xie's family often say that she has studied for too many years and cannot work early to make up for the family, saying that she is not filial. In this regard, her mother, Sun Rongfang, gambled in her heart, saying that she did not want her daughter to go home and be scolded while she was studying. Chapter 76, 3.5 years later too. It doesn't matter if her daughter doesn't go home during the Spring Festival. Sun Rongfang plans to come to school to see her daughter when she has time. Anyway, where is her daughter's university? She has come to know her way. Study hard, don't think about anything, and don't worry about your family. This is what mom and grandpa say to her every time they call. Which kind parents in poor families are not like this? Being alone outside, the winter in the north is very cold. I remember Xie Wanying almost caught a cold when she first came here. You know, since she was reborn, she has been jogging and exercising every day. Early in the morning, Xie Wanying rubbed her face and nose bridge with cold water to get used to the temperature, and then went out to the school playground for a jog. In the evening, she will find time to exercise again. Regular physical exercise twice a day is not something that anyone can do for years. Sure enough, there is absolutely no shortage of self-disciplined people in medical school, because doctors are a group that pays attention to self-discipline. Even though today is the coldest day since the beginning of winter this year, the runners on the school playground have not disappeared. There are students like her Xie Wanying who did not go home during the winter vacation, and there are also faculty members who live in the school dormitory. It's just that, as far as I can see, among the 7 or 8 people who exercise, she is the only girl. You can see these people from time to time during normal exercise, so these people are not surprised when they see her appearing, but they always feel a little surprised. How to say? In addition to regular jogging, Xie Wanying used to walk to the training horizontal bar by the playground to practice pull-ups after jogging to warm up. This project is usually only practiced by boys, okay? The weather is too cold, and the place where you hold the horizontal bar through the gloves is icy cold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. To do 20 pull-ups today, Xie Wanying counted silently in her heart. As for the other people exercising on the playground, they had long stopped to look at her. The iron gate of the playground opened, and several boys walked in. When they saw her, they mumbled, "She woke up earlier than us again. Why did she just? Awesome, isn't it? Master Rin said she was a little princess. We thought she was the queen, and now it should be defined as a superwoman. No, it was born specifically to crush our 49 boys. We won't be able to beat her once in the future." The last sentence was said by Feng Yitsong. When he said it, he patted his forehead and then pointed to his roommate Zhao Xiaowei and the others in the opposite direction. "The squad leader is here." Zhao Xiaowei looked over and found Yu Wentong and 2 other boys in the class. Also, the other 2 are from surgery. I always thought that the absolute pressure of their surgery was greater than ours. It's been 3.5 years since they were crushed by girls. You know, what are they more worried about now? I know. In the second half of the year, we will soon enter the clinical probationary period. In the first 3.5 years, the pure theoretical professional course, none of the 49 boys in our class could beat her in one subject. Girls are better at endorsement. When Li Qian said this, he also felt that there was a problem. For example, calculus in the first year is the strength of science and engineering men, not the strengths of girls. Losing to the girls made them feel bad about the science and engineering tyrants of the provinces. I would bet that I didn't realize my true skills until I entered the clinical probationary period. Zhang Disheng said. Chapter 77, 3.5 years later 3. The other 3 glared at him. You call it nonsense. Our class competition is too scary. Li Qian expressed his deep sorrow. 49 boys. Who would have thought that since a Supergirl student appeared in the class, the 49 boys have been stimulated and spurred by the results of the female top student for 3.5 years, and no one dared to relax. The happiest thing is that their counselor is the leader. The average grade of this National Association class has created an unexpected record high. Also because of this reason, in previous years, there would be a few students who did not work hard enough and scored less than 80 in a single subject for fear of not graduating. But in Rin Chongda's class, it should be unlikely to appear. Graduation requirements for the 8-year National Association class are high. Not only are they required not to fail, but they must also score above 80 in each subject. Rin Chongda requested to adjust the course when he was appointed as a counselor. Their goal of completing the theoretical course earlier than previous years and entering the probationary period and the internship period half a year earlier turned out to be an unprecedented achievement. It is said that the school has given Rin Chongda a bonus. Of course, the bonus is just anecdotal, and it is not clear whether it is true or not. 12. She's probably going to do 18 pull-ups. Listening to someone on the sidelines counting numbers to Xie Wanying, Li Qian's tone seemed to cry like a big girl. How many can you make? Feng Yitsong asked him. It's good that I can do the standard 7 or 8. Don't ask me. Ask Zhao Xiaowei next to you. He can't do the standard pass line 3. Li Qian complained. Zhao Xiaowei shortened his neck into the scarf wrapped around his neck. It was cold. If it weren't for the fact that there was a female student tyrant Xie Wanying, why would they have to get up early and get into the dark to exercise? There is a legend in the whole school that 49 men cannot win a woman. When he got home, he was laughed at by his grandfather and was sent back to medical school to work hard for the winter vacation. Feng Yitsong reached out and pulled the scarf off his short neck and gave him a blank look. She didn't wear a scarf. What kind of scarf are you wearing, shame? After exercising, Xie Wanying was already sweating all over her body. So how could she wear a scarf for training? Zhao Xiaowei lowered his head like an ostrich and continued to tremble in the cold wind. When counted to 20, the surrounding crowd couldn't help applauding. 20, few boys can do it. This girl is perfect. Breathing a sigh of relief, Xie Wanying slowly put down the horizontal bar and stood firm on the ground. She couldn't hear the applause. She exercised for herself, not to show off. Suddenly, a boy walked through the crowd and walked in front of her, calling, Xie Wanying. Who? Xie Wanying saw that the boy's face that suddenly appeared was very unfamiliar. Zhao Xiaowei and the others don't know either. So, this man is obviously not one of the 49 in their class. This is a movie ticket for the Spring Festival. I would like to invite you to watch a movie with me. Table white. Ho ho ho. The north blows over the sand and green grass on the playground. A dead silence. Zhao Xiaowei's group of people's faces turned into asphalt. Where did this guy come from? Which professional? Which department? Dare to confess to the only female student in their class in front of their group. Li Qian turned back and glanced quietly, and saw Yuan and the three of them staring at this direction in the distance. Obviously the same was extremely unhappy, and he was thinking, this guy who confessed was crazy to dare to do this. Now we can only wait for Xie Wanying's answer. During this period, Zhao Xiaowei and the others began to comment on the boys who made this confession. It doesn't look very good. I wish you a happy holiday. Chapter 78, 3.5 years later 4. It's far worse than our squad leader, and his face is full of freckles. Gao is not as tall as you Feng Yitsong. Study is definitely not as good as her. Are the boys originally the 8 wives? The boy who confessed was deeply surprised, and looked back at Zhao Xiaowei and the others who were talking. Where did you come from? Zhao Xiaowei stepped forward and asked him. Who are you? We are in the same class as her. So it is. The boy laughed. I know, you can't beat her and dare not chase after her, right? Hearing this, Zhao Xiaowei and the others became very angry, and they surrounded the boy together. You dare to chase her with your level and your level? I've made it clear to you that if you want to chase her, you will at least win the 4 of us. 19 more. Why do you ask me so? I chase her as long as she promises me. It has nothing to do with you. Why doesn't it matter? Are you a man? You are a man and you are worse than your woman. Are you a sissy? How many points did you get in the calculus test? Do you have her? Do pull-ups. She just did 20. Hurry up and do 21, and you win. 21 pull-ups? Boys see a horizontal bar that is as cold as a southern-level popsicle in the cold wind. It's hard to make one. The boy was dizzy at the thought, and he became weak every step of the way. Do it. 21. We'll count it for you. Zhao Xiaowei and 4 people pushed the man to the horizontal bar. As a result, the moment the boy walked to the horizontal bar, he suddenly turned around and ran. He ran desperately, and he ran out of the playground and would soon disappear. Coward. Useless guy. Just like this, dare to chase the little princess in our class. Master Rin said from the beginning that she is the little princess in our class, and no one can bully her. At this time, all the 49 boys only remembered that someone was the little princess in the class. Seeing that he has not spoken yet, this matter is over. Xie Wanying didn't feel anything about this. In any case, she could not accept the invitation of others. She never thought about falling in love while she was studying. Studying medicine, the most demanding subject in the world, where did you find the time to fall in love? After exercising, I bought breakfast and went back to the dormitory. The 2 senior sisters who were on the night shift in the hospital came back, as if they saw what happened when they passed by the playground before, and smiled at her. No wonder. I thought it was strange before, why no one chases after the younger sister. He Xiangyu said with a smile in the ear of Lu Jingyun. Lu Jingyun nodded in agreement with a gentle smile. It turned out that there were 49 iron walls blocking the pursuit brigade. Call people speechless. Xie Wanying blinked at the 2 senior sisters after hearing this. Why? Aren't you the same? He Xiangyu and Lu Jingyun are the little princesses in the class, aren't they? They are the only girls in the class. The counselors in our 2 classes are not the head teacher. He Xiangyu clarified. The head teacher only called you little princess. When I heard him talk about the little princess, I didn't feel good. Xie Wanying confessed her feelings back then. The 2 senior sisters realized the meaning of her words and fell silent together. Lu Jingyun sat directly on the bench without speaking. The only girl in the class has a fart. Whether it is a hospital or a college, keeping people depends only on the strength of the people. Now that the anesthesiology department is full, it is very difficult to keep one person. The advantages of the 8-year class are there, but not absolute. She is about to graduate in half a year, but the anesthesiology department of the National Association has not yet decided whether to keep her. Chapter 79, 3.5 years later 5. What is even more terrifying is that in 1999, the enrollment of the 8th-year class of college students was expanded, but the enrollment was not expanded, but the number of students was reduced. The school claims it is because of plans to reform the 8th year class, for better or worse. The fact is that since Xie Wanying, no girl has been recruited into the 8th year clinical class for several consecutive years. It is not ordinary for female medical students to find employment in a good hospital. Like Lu Jingyun, in fact, the graduation certificate of the National Association is already a sweet treat. Except for the hospital affiliated to the National Association, it should not be difficult to stay in other hospitals. However, from the National Association, of course, most want to stay in the National Association. Now, the graduates of the 8th year class may not have other normal graduates with master's and doctoral degrees. It is said that there are too few practical opportunities in the 8th year class. Second senior sister Xie Wanying was also worried, and in 1 year, she will face the same employment problem. Lu Jingyun didn't say a word. She didn't know what to say. How about this? Xie Wanying suggested to her. Isn't senior brother Chao going back to China? When he comes back, he will ask him about the situation. If he speaks out, maybe he can help you stay in the hospital. The name Chao handsome guy seems to have not appeared in several years. Xie Wanying thought that when she heard it again, she could quickly remember who this person was, which was enough to show the charm of this man. Let's ask when the time comes. With that being said, Lu Jingyun could only nod his head. All are 8-year classes, and the brothers and sisters are all very good people. Turning back, the two senior sisters asked about the younger sister's study. You are about to enter the probationary period. How did you arrange it? Study and trainee at the same time. The timetable counselor has arranged it and said it will be announced after the year. The monitor should know. Xie Wanying said. The spring festival can be a holiday. How do you arrange it? The two senior sisters asked her again, with a hint of jealousy in their voices. No way. After entering the clinical practice, it is a sure thing that the interns are assigned to work during the Chinese New Year. The hospital claims to give medical students more opportunities to exercise. In the past few years, the Spring Festival was really spent alone, and even worked at McDonald's to spend it. This year may be a little different. Teacher Zhuang was honored by her son and had her own new house, so she could invite her to eat at her new house. Teachers and students have the opportunity to reminisce. Another thing is that a teenager from his hometown came to Beijing to play. Xie Wanying could not have no friends in her hometown. The most affectionate young girl is called Wu Lixuan, who went to the same primary school together and was a primary school classmate for 2 years. Wu Lixuan is not like she later went to high school, but she did not study after primary school and helped her family work due to financial difficulties. Later, after growing up with the family's business, he also opened a small company and became the owner of a tea dealer. The two senior sisters were surprised to hear that a classmate of the same age had become the boss. How easy is it for a girl to be her own boss, especially in her hometown where sons are more important than women? Xie Wanying also thinks that she is unique and not as strong as ordinary girls. When Xie Wanying was admitted to university a few years ago, Wu Lixuan followed her family abroad. After contacting her later, Wu Lixuan often visited her mother Sun Rongfang instead of her. After all, Sun Rongfang often regards her daughter as a good friend, as a good girl. Sun Rongfang can't come this year, so Wu Lixuan helped Sun Rongfang to bring home local specialties in preparation for traveling thousands of miles to visit her best friend a few days after the Spring Festival. Where are you going to study by yourself during the day? The Anatomy Room. Chapter 80 Anatomy 1. Why the school hopes to be the head teacher as a counselor. Look, since the head teacher became their counselor, he taught the anatomy class himself and asked for fresh corpse autopsy, and they ranked first in the class. Isn't the clinic in the hospital often scolding them for the 8th year class? The dissection room is the only place outside the hospital clinic where students can practice with a scalpel. Now this place will be quietly monopolized by their class in their spare time. The two senior sisters went to the hospital. Xie Wanying went online for a while in the dormitory alone, looking up some of the latest medical information from abroad to see if there was any difference in her own memory. In addition, as soon as you surf the internet, QQ will automatically hang up and save stars and moons. Only 2 senior sisters were added to her QQ friends, who made her not fall in love with QChat. The 2 senior sisters pulled her into a large group, all of whom were in the 8th grade. None of the group friends in the group will put their real names in reality. They are all a series of strange QQ nicknames, so that she can't recognize who is who. Like the two senior sisters, He Xiangyu's QQ number is called Big Crab, Lu Jingyun's QQ number is called Male Lion, and the avatars are a big crab and an African male lion respectively. Who can tell that these two are girls? The characteristics of medical students and doctors are the same. They belong to the sultry faction. The large group is basically quiet, so quiet that only crows fly every day. Bringing this notebook and pen, Xie Wanying turned off the computer, unplugged the network cable, and went to the school's autopsy room. Entering the third floor of the teaching building C, you can smell the faint smell of formalin. Several girls in the corridor were chatting, and they didn't look like students who were planning to enter the autopsy room. Their heads stretched out, as if they were looking for someone. He's in there. Should be. Wait for him to come out, and then send him the letter you wrote. The only girl in his class is here. I heard that reading is very good, but in the end their class counselor trusted him to make him the class leader. Actually, except for this girl in his class, everyone else is pretty good. Obviously, speaking of her 3.5 years, it seems that no boys have come to care. On the contrary, there are many girls in her class of 49 boys who are chasing after her. Among them, Monitor Yu is the most popular. Xie Wanying pushed open the door of the autopsy room and walked in. It is filled with strong formalin smell, which is almost unbearable for ordinary people. Some medical students vomit when they smell it. The girls outside, who didn't know if they were from the medical school, just got their heads close to the window and immediately pinched their noses and left. According to the rules of the autopsy room, change your shoes, take off your coat, and put on a white coat, and then put on a hat and mask. This time, Yuan and the others came a little earlier than her. She was late because she didn't have the key to the autopsy room, which was in the hands of the monitor. The anatomy room was quiet, and there was a general teacher here, and everyone kept silent unknowingly. The silence at this time is the best respect for teachers who have contributed to medical research. As usual, Xie Wanying stood at her practice place. 2 scalpels, 2 toothless forceps, plus a toothed forceps that should never be used unless necessary. The last one will damage the general teacher, so it is best not to use it. Today, she applied for many times before, and finally she was fortunate enough to get a heart to be dissected alone. The heart is taken out from the teacher in the body, and this step has already been completed by the teacher in the dissection room. Chapter 81, Anatomy 2. The damp cloth covered the organ. Xie Wanying took a deep breath and was ready to start. In the past, I formed a team with other people to dissect a heart together, and it was not enough time for a single person to explore. Today, she spent a day studying here. There was an uncontrollable excitement in my heart, and at the same time, I was deeply saddened by the death of the general teacher. Therefore, she will definitely perform an autopsy examination today and catch the demon that killed the teacher. Handheld scalpel, pen type, make small incisions on the heart more cautiously. Compared with boys, the operation method of girls is obviously different, meticulous and gentle. The right atrial appendage is incised, and the special comb muscle inside is stroked with a sterile gloved hand. Here are key anatomical locations to study the importance of anticoagulant therapy in patients with atrial fibrillation. With the gradual dissection, you will discover how wonderful the evolution of the human body is. Even if it is just a heart, the structure of each part in it is mythical, which human beings can only explore but cannot create. Slowly, the surrounding environment became the universe. Xie Wanying seemed to have entered another world, and she turned a blind eye to the sounds and objects beside her. When Ren Chongdao walked up to the only girl in the class, at least that was what he felt. Concentration is one of the professional qualities of a doctor, and it is also one of the professional standards for a medical student to become a doctor. Failure to even focus can be fatal to the surgeon performing the operation. The more focused doctors are, the more successful they will be in clinical and scientific research. The current Xie Wanying focused on the counselor standing opposite her, eyes wandering across her face. She saw no one in her eyes. The other students in the autopsy room were alarmed instead. One by one, they raised their heads and looked at the counselor and Xie Wanying, who were there face to face. People who didn't know what they thought were doing. What do you think is wrong with this heart? At this time, Xie Wanying entered the world inspired by supernatural powers. She touched the heart with her fingers and communicated with the supernormal world in her brain, and she could clearly see the activity state of the heart when it was alive before. The voice of the teacher on the opposite side of the question, to her, sounded more like an ability questioning her exam questions. After thinking about it, Xie Wanying replied, "Myocardial wall thickening belongs to hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which can be detected by echocardiography. The clinical features are atrial fibrillation, which the clinician judged to be from the atrium. The patient took anticoagulant drugs and was sent to the internal medicine department for catheter treatment, but therefore, the best time for treatment was delayed. Due to obvious lesions in the pulmonary vein ostium and European ridge, it is necessary to cut the atrial appendage for occlusion, cut the thickened part of the myocardium, and perform surgical treatment on the pulmonary vein ostium European ridge. Medical treatment cannot cure the structure that has already occurred. Complex diseased heart." After hearing her words, Rin Chongda immediately turned around to look for the death medical record of the deceased. Why there is a big gap between what the student said and the causes of death he had browsed before. Pulled out the death medical records of the deceased, came back and compared Xie Wanying's dissected heart parts, and Rin Chongda checked it bit by bit. The conclusion is that Xie Wanying's post-mortem autopsy investigation is more accurate. It can only be said that the clinician's judgment is based on the fact that he cannot see the organs in the patient and has an objective blind spot. However, to be able to express the symptoms and treatment plan of the deceased so clearly and accurately through autopsy, it seems that he and Chongda are not very good at it. Chapter 82, Anatomy 3. This kind of carefulness should be the advantage of female medical students. When this point of view flashed through his mind, Rin Chongda was surprised to find that for the first time he recognized that female surgeons have excellent surgical skills and that they are probably unmatched by male doctors. After all, this kind of careful surgical operation, a girl's tender heart, is indispensable. Also, don't think that gentle swordsmanship equals small strength. This is outrageously wrong. On the contrary, in order to make the incision gentle, the pen-style gripping method is adopted, which is difficult to use and control. The pen-style holding the knife, like holding a pen, relies on a few fingers and a line of wrist and arm to exert strength without moving. It is easy to get tired and cause instability in the follow-up of holding the knife. Clinically, more doctors alternate various ways of holding the knife to adjust the fatigue of their arms and other muscle groups, and constantly exert their strength. Rin Chongda glanced at Xie Wanying's hand holding the knife in a pen-like manner, and then looked at the watch. It had been an hour and a half, and her posture had not changed. It can only be said that the strength of her fingers, wrists, arms, and latissimus dorsi is beyond ordinary. A girl has this power? Not only Rin Chongda, but also the boys in the same class felt great pressure. Yu Wentong frowned at her, who was a few steps away. In the morning, he watched her do 20 pull-ups, and he could barely get to the same level. The problem is, she is a girl and he is a boy. What this means is self-evident. Is equivalent to saying that she seems to have leveled the part where girls are inferior to boys. As for whether he can catch up with her in the advantages of girls, looking at it now, there is no tendency to see it for the time being. However, compared to the blow that the first aid she had caused him that night, now he can quickly adjust his emotions. Holding the knife, Yu Wentong lowered his head to complete his organ dissection. Today he applied for the brain in the same general teacher. The girls outside had long been impatient, and they dared to sneak open the door of the autopsy room, secretly looking at their favorite object. Seeing this, a few of them stood up and screamed, "Yao dash!" Rin Chongda turned around and shouted, "Go out!" Several girls flinched and ran out holding their heads. Rin Chongda, who was a little angry, turned around and saw Xie Wanying, who continued to do the autopsy without any relaxation, and thought to herself, why is there such a big difference between girls and girls? The morning passed. 10 surgical students were in the autopsy room, and Rin Chongda was quite satisfied. Is about to enter the most important stage of learning, the internship period. At this time, as long as the medical students are interested in learning, they should not want to take a holiday. The circle of doctors in tertiary hospitals is one of the first industries in China to enter the involution, and only the top 3 can live up to the students who graduated from the top medical schools. Tell you, this spring festival, I will give you a New Year's gift package. The counselor's sudden speech made a group of students have a bad premonition in their hearts. Come on, draw lots, one per person. I have contacted the clinical teachers of each surgical department for you. You will start on duty with them on the night of the New Year's Eve. Which department will be drawn to go to which department for Chinese New Year apprenticeship? Is the best treatment given by the counselors to their surgical students, and they are actually going to trainee during the new year. Later, I heard that Xie Wanying and the others in the class also have students in the direction of clinical internal medicine, but they choose to go to various internal medicine departments. Chapter 83, A Flower Among Green Leaves 1. Everyone stepped forward and took out an origami in the hand of the leader. After taking it apart, the name of the department was written inside. Xie Wanying thought that it would be best to go to the cardiothoracic surgery department she wanted to go to, so she took it apart and took a look. Hey, it's neurosurgery. After the dismantling, the other boys looked at each other and saw the black and white words that the monitor Xie Wanying had dismantled and laughed. Monitor, go to your heart. At this moment, Xie Wanying and Xie Wanying thought to each other. It would be great if they could exchange departments. Can't exchange departments, Rin Chongda said, seeing the thoughts of their group. The counselor is planning to play what they are playing, no one can guess. Except for the two of them, the rest of the boys basically went to general surgery and orthopedics. There are also many general surgery and orthopedic departments in the affiliated hospital of the National Association, with a total of 9 districts. Even so, one was drawn to gynecology. The boy on the spot collapsed a little and said bluntly, Xie Wanying, I'll exchange with you. I said I can't change it. Rin Chongda emphasized again. Whoever secretly changed, I found out, there is no end. Can't be changed, we have to go outside the nerve. Xie Wanying's mood is a little complicated. Neurosurgery and cardiothoracic surgery belong to the same high-level surgical specialties and are also regarded as the pinnacle of surgery. A surgeon who says he can perform neurosurgery must be the best surgeon. It is good to go there to study well, but thinking of her grandfather's future illness, Xie Wanying has been thinking about cardiothoracic surgery. I need to prepare to call Mr. Zhuang. Now that I can't go to Mr. Zhuang for New Year's greetings, I have to change the time. Go back to the dormitory and go online to find some trainee materials. The QQ group, which has always been quiet, suddenly went online. What should I do with you about the pawns and pawns? Who will come to neurosurgery for the 96th grade? Wasn't she the one who asked? Who is it? You can't tell just by looking at the avatar, but it must be a brother or sister. Xie Wanying said, It's me. What should I do with you? Name. Xie Wanying. What should I do with you Pontine Pons? It seems to be a girl's name. Anastomosis. Could this be a boy's name? What should I do with you Pontine Pons? No, I mean its head is blank. I can't tell the difference between men and women. Blank Xie Wanying. The only person in the group with a blank avatar and nickname is blank. Anastomosis top quack. I didn't know that nicknames can be blank. Avatars can be blank. The entire group boiled instantly. Blank, how to make blank. I want to make a blank too. Blank looks great. You're sure it's just blank because of the blank head? Can a person with a blank head go to neurosurgery? The neurosurgery has some work to do and quickly treat the blank head syndrome. Blank went to neurosurgery just fine. What should I do with you Pontine Pons? Xie Wanying. Is your name really Xie Wanying? Blank Xie Wanying. Yes. What should I do with you? Answer me. Why is it blank? Blank Xie Wanying. I don't like Q. It's too troublesome to do this. Anastomosis top quack. I know. She is definitely a straight-talking girl. The bracket is about to compete for favor. The only girl in the 9th and 6th grade. The one who crushed the 49 boys in their class. The large group boiled again, one piece. Wow. 49 boys swarmed out. No. Bracket is coming to compete for favor. Not what? Chapter 84, A Flower in the Green Leaves 2. 49 boys, silent. Anastomosis top quack. She can come to our liver and gallbladder. It turns out that this person is a senior in hepatobiliary surgery. Blank Xie Wanying. I must go to the outside world to learn from the seniors. Support is coming to compete for favor. Well, what she said shows that the liver and gallbladder are not very good in her eyes. Anastomosis top quack. You sow discord. Our hepatobiliary surgery technology is first class at home and abroad. Stent is going to compete for favor. There are many first-class technologies at home and abroad in various departments of our hospital. What should I do with you, Pontine Pawns? Okay, she's already coming to us outside the nerves. Ask you, blank, have you reviewed your homework? Anastomosis, she's not really blank. What other people saw? Hey, do you really want a female doctor? Anastomosis top quack. The major surgeons are all big men. Who doesn't want to add a flower to the green leaves? The bracket is coming to compete for favor. Hua, didn't you hear that they are all female men? Anastomosis top quack. You really don't know, or pretend you don't know? They were confessed this morning. Blank Xie Wanying. Shocked. How did the morning thing reach the seniors' ears? The bracket is coming to compete for favor. Who will say what he said is true or false? La 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 la. Really? Later, Xie Wanying knew that this la 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 was her classmate Zhao Zhaowei. While the group was silent, suddenly, an equally blank avatar jumped out. Who chased her? The group fell into silence again. This time the silence was different from the previous one. There was a very tense and terrifying atmosphere. This made Xie Wanying a little curious, who this person with the same blank avatar nickname as her would be. Immediately after, the teacher's account went online. It seemed that he had just seen the chat log, and suddenly exploded. What? Who is being chased in my class? Everyone recognized the name of the leader because of this sentence. Which is chasing the little princess in my class? Rin Chongdao exclaimed. The bracket is coming to compete for favor. What are you worried about? Anastomosis. How can he not be worried? Hey, this is probably the first female surgeon he has trained in our hospital. Stent is about to compete for favor. Do you think it's possible? Female surgeon? Confirmed, but only an obstetrician. Anastomosis top quack. It may not be possible, I don't need to say it. Anyway, someone is betting. Blank Xie Wanying. Watching the two seniors arguing, I felt a subtle feeling, it is best not to speak. What can I do with you about the pawns and pawns? Xie Wanying. Remember to review your homework. Come to the department at 5:30 p.m. on New Year's Eve, work night shift at 6 p.m., and be on duty 24 hours a day. Sincerely, I started my apprenticeship on the 30th night of the new year. By the way, what should I do with your pawns and pawns? Whose QQ nickname is it? Didn't hear the other party's introduction. Xie Wanying noticed that the other party was offline, which showed that the seniors were busy in clinical practice. Soon, the New Year's Day will come. I called my mother in advance and told me that I would start working on night shifts in the hospital this year, and at the same time wish my family an early year. Hearing that her daughter was finally going to work in the hospital, Sun Rongfang became a little worried and said to her daughter, You go to the hospital. Mom is not worried that you will not be able to study well, but you need more rest, okay? Mom is the one who knows her daughter best. Xie Wanying smiled. Mom, I know. Pack up and head to the hospital. Chapter 85, Beginner Neurosurgery 1. Put on a white coat. Hang up the certificate of the trainee doctor. The white coat is full of notebooks, and watch the doctor's small flashlight, etc., and 4 pens are fastened to the jacket pocket. Blue, black, and black marker pen, yellow marker, red ballpoint pen. Speaking of the National Association Hospital, referred to as the National Association Hospital, the headquarters is adjacent to the university, and there is a branch in a relatively distant place. Most of the most advanced experts and departments are concentrated in the headquarters, so ordinary people only know to come to the headquarters for medical treatment. There are 2 outpatient buildings in the headquarters of the National Association of Hospitals, an old building and a new building. The new building mainly focuses on dermatology and pediatrics. It is a small 2-story outpatient building. I heard that a large outpatient building is planned to be built, but I don't know when it will be repaired. Since the old outpatient building is often visited, she usually goes there to make phone calls at night. Xie Wanying is quite familiar with the outpatient building. From the outpatient building, you can go directly to the inpatient building. The inpatient building is divided into 3 buildings. The internal medicine building is the largest, and the old building is the smallest, where the pediatrics, rehabilitation, geriatrics, and other departments are accommodated. So now the surgical department continues to be in the internal medicine building. When I went, it happened to be 5 o'clock in the afternoon during the day, which was the beginning of the rush hour. At this time, don't think that there will be fewer patients in the National Association. The doctors in the outpatient department are off work, and the number of patients gradually decreases, but the door of the inpatient department is full of people. One by one, they rushed to check into the hospital before the specialist doctor got off work during the day. According to the request of the senior, Xie Wanying walked to the internal medicine building. Seeing that a lot of people were crowded at the elevator entrance, she didn't have to think about it. She climbed the stairs. Ordinary doctors are not qualified to fight for elevators with patients, let alone trainees. It can be said that for a medical student, the physical test begins with climbing stairs. The radiology department on the first floor, the intensive care unit on the second floor, and the operating room on the third floor. Internal medicine wards are generally located on the middle and lower floors, and surgery prefers to be placed on high floors. Neurosurgery is on the 9th floor, but luckily it's not the top 10th floor. When she went to the neurosurgery, Xie Wanying paid special attention. It turned out that the cardiothoracic surgery that she was thinking about was on the 8th floor, and it was only one floor up and down from the neurosurgery. I didn't meet other classmates on the way, maybe later or earlier than her. Went to the neurosurgery ward, which is actually on the same floor as the hepatobiliary surgery. Recalling the conversation of the seniors in the group that night, it feels a bit coincidental. Entering the ward, there is a catering staff pushing a dining cart to distribute dinner to the patients, and the corridor is lively and lively. Xie Wanying, who was alone, was walking in the ward area, looking a little lonely. The 8th-year class of the National Association has few people, so that the trainee rotation division is only one person alone, and everything has to be done by one person. Unlike other faculties, you can make friends in 2s and 3s. Sure enough, as soon as I arrived at the doctor's office, I found that there were other trainee interns, each in groups. Looking at the past, there were quite a few trainees and interns on the 30th night of the Lunar New Year today. It was very spectacular. There were about 50 or 60 people, filling the entire office. The pressure in my heart suddenly increased. Xie Wanying had never seen such a scene in the hospital at night before her rebirth. In the hospital where she used to work, in the evening, most of the trainees would leave, leaving only a dozen or so, unlike the National Association. It is normal to think about it. The National Association, the top 3 in the country. Who doesn't want to come for an internship? There are other hospitals in the country who come to study. Look at the ward again. If it is in other hospitals, many patients may have taken leave to go home for the holidays. But not in the National Association. If it weren't for the seriously ill patient, they wouldn't be able to enter the inpatient department at all. Chapter 86, Beginner Neurosurgery 2. You can hear beep, 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 and the alarm sound of monitoring equipment is continuously conveyed from the ward area to the office nurse station. At this time, I will think of a famous saying in a medical drama. "Excuse me, are you afraid?" Xie Wanying, who was standing at the door, tried to find the senior who is Pontine and Pontine. "What should I do with you?" Later that time, she asked the counselor the name of the other party, and the teacher directly gave her a sentence. "Find it yourself." The other party on Q didn't contact her anymore. It seemed that she was too busy at work and didn't have time to go to Q again. The doctor is really busy. Therefore, the clinical study of medical students is not like in the school. There are teachers waiting for you or looking for you to urge you to study. It is impossible. You have to take the initiative to find a way to find a teacher yourself. After looking around in the office for a while, I didn't see any doctors standing alone, all in 2s and 3s. According to experience, it basically belongs to trainees. Seeing this, Xie Wanying walked into the office and approached the nearest classmates to ask about the situation. "Excuse me, do you know who is the doctor on duty tonight?" "It's Dr. Wang." A girl with a ponytail told her. Dr. Wang said that she had something to do after her shift, and she hasn't arrived yet. "Are you alone?" "Yes, I'm alone." "Which department do you belong to?" The other party was curious that she was the only one without her classmates. The 8th-year class of the 96th National Association. A group of people all looked back at her, as if they knew who she was. The girls and boys closest to her murmured with their backs to her. "It's her. 49 boys and 1 girl. She's right. She's actually with us tonight." "What did she study?" "Grade 96. It should be just a trainee." I remember they didn't study surgery in the 8th year course. Did you come to surgery so early? You know their curriculum so well? By the way, I forgot, there are relatives in your family who are teachers in our medical school. Among the medical students, like Zhao Zhaowei's family, there are many people in the university hospital. Unlike her, Xie Wanying has nothing. Therefore, her mother wanted to help her and went to Zhou Romei to help her find contacts. Of course, she refused, telling her mother not to. Not long after, Dr. Wang arrived, the resident doctor written on the doctor's sign. A group of trainees ran over and surrounded Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang immediately turned into a star, standing in the center of the stage, shining brightly. I feel that there are too many fans tonight. Dr. Wang asked the following people to group themselves and form groups to report to him. Immediately afterwards, a large group of people followed Dr. Wang to the night rounds. During this period, Xie Wanying didn't move. If she remembered correctly, her brother and sister graduated in 8 years, so they are all at the attending level. When those people followed Dr. Wang, they looked back at her and stood there stupidly. Some people thought she was strange, some people thought she was funny, and the 8th grade reading was stupid. Later, Xie Wanying learned that the 8th year class was always criticized clinically as a nerd. After the large number of people left, Xie Wanying walked around the doctor's office to get familiar with the environment here. Now it is an electronic medical record, and doctors need to be able to use computers. However, don't worry, because she is a trainee and does not need permission to log into the computer. But it is the medical record paper used by the doctor in the office to see where it is. Dr. Huang, are you at work? Chapter 87. 87. The Pontine brother is here one. The nurse called that, and Xie Wanying turned around immediately. I saw a handsome young man standing in front of the nurse opposite the doctor's office, with a white sweater and a white coat, a height of 1.81 meters, and a gentle and delicate face wearing glasses that looked a bit like a big girl. In the hospital, if you want to know which doctor is good, you just need to see which doctor the nurse girl loves to wear. How can there be a nurse who has stayed with the doctor in his department for many years and knows the doctor in his department? Xie Wanying recalled that Dr. Wang, who came here before, seemed to be in her early 30s and was only in the hospital. The nurse did not take the initiative to greet Dr. Wang. This time, Dr. Huang, who was at the station, was young and had already put on the sign of attending. On the contrary, the nurse was very enthusiastic. I suddenly understood in my heart, but fortunately I guessed correctly. This Dr. Huang in front of me is my senior brother, and Senior Huang seems to be of equal strength. I've been at work, and I've been in hospital 2 days ago. The hospital is always busy. Dr. Huang, have you eaten yet? I have eaten. I have just eaten. First come back to the department to pick up a junior sister. Did Dr. Huang have a junior sister here? It's strange. I seem to remember seeing 1 or 2 before, but it's rare. Dr. Huang greeted the nurse, turned around, and quickly saw Xie Wanying standing at the door of the doctor's office. Hello, brother. I'm Xie Wanying from the 8th grade of the National Association for the 96th grade. Xie Wanying took the initiative to introduce herself first. After all, it was the first time she met her clinical brother. Hearing her words, Huang Zhilei raised his brows. Do you know who I am? Are you sure you didn't identify the wrong person? The seniors of the 8th year class all came from the college entrance examination. Some people say that the 8th year class is a nerd, but Xie Wanying never dared to think so. There is no such thing as a nerd in Shuaba. Do you want to test my password on the internet? Xie Wanying asked. When she said this, the nurse who didn't want to be listening was amused. Haha. Xie Wanying thought that the nurse might think that the two of them were acting in a spy drama. Huang Zhilei walked into the office and did not continue the joke. After all, the little sister made the nurses laugh. There was no one in the office, it was clean. Huang Zhilei first took her to the computer in the doctor's office and said, If you have a chance, you can help me write the medical records. Yes, senior brother. As long as clinical medical students have work to do, no matter what kind of work, they must strive for it. Huang Zhilei turned around and glanced at the little junior sister again. This glance was more detailed than the first meeting. I can see that this little sister is not too low, more than 1.6 meters tall. In the female doctor group, female doctors over 1.6 meters are considered relatively tall. Secondly, in addition to her height, Xie Wanying's figure in a white coat looks fat and thin, and her exposed arms have strong muscles. Someone in the group said that the younger sister often exercises, and now Huang Zhilei believes this. Don't look at the seniors who always said that medical students should exercise well and how to take care of patients if they are not in good health. However, there are very few medical students who can really do this, let alone female medical students. This is the reason why surgeons do not like female medical students clinically. It is very difficult for a female medical student to train her body to the level of that of boys. What's more, in today's society, it is popular for girls to be thin and beautiful. There are many girls in medical school who also love beauty. They really want to exercise muscles. How can those girls be willing to do so? Huang Zhilei took another look at the little sister's hair and shoes. Chapter 88. 88. The Pontine brother is here too. Little junior sister's long hair is not like other female medical students often have long hair fluttering like a catwalk in a hospital. You must know that long hair is one of the reasons why clinical surgery hates female doctors. Surgery is not like internal medicine. It is more particular about aseptic operation. In the aseptic operation, the hair must be squeezed into the surgical cap if once in the operating room. Ordinary surgical operations are aseptical, but it is up to you to wear a surgical cap or not. You have long hair fluttering, and a few hairs fall out and go into the wound, and it's over. What is surgery? The chances of surgical treatment of body wounds are much higher than that of medicine, which focuses on prescribing medicine. Some girls with fluttering hair were told by their seniors in clinic that they would wear a ponytail. Suddenly a strand of hair would fall out, or the ponytail would be flipped around. It was so bad that they could not be stroked with sterile gloves. A better practice is that female doctors among the senior surgeons like to cut their hair short, or even cut it into a man's head. If you do not cut your hair short, you must take good care of your hair and tie it into a bun. All the hair that will fall out is ready to be pinned with a hairpin. Cutting a man's head is of course a cure for the symptoms rather than the root cause. The big men in clinical surgery don't like female doctors with male heads either. The latter is the best. The latter shows the super controlling ability of a female doctor's neatness. Little junior sister happens to be the latter. Huang Zhilei was surprised to find out. There is also a pair of flat shoes on the feet of the little sister who can run and sprint at any time. Let Huang Zhilei be more satisfied. The doctor must run for rescue. At this time, girls should never show off the beauty of high heels on their feet. A medical student can make seniors recognize whether this person has the professional potential of a doctor just by dressing up. Obviously, Huang Zhilei thinks the little junior sister in front of him has. So there is no need to think about it. Huang Zhilei turned on the computer and showed the little sister to the electronic medical record system of the hospital's inpatient department. I'll give you my login number and password. You remember. Xie Wanying quickly took out a small notebook from her pocket and started recording what her brother wanted her to remember. While telling the younger sister the precautions, Huang Zhilei asked, "Have you started to learn surgery? The next semester will start, and diagnostics will start first. Surgery may not be available until the second half of the year." Xie Wanying replied, "That's it. I asked you to come to trainee." Huang Zhilei muttered, probably complaining that their counselor, the leader, was too impatient. Xie Wanying said, "Mr. Rin may think that we can be frightened first clinically, which is beneficial to our later learning progress." Huang Zhilei pushed his on the glasses holder, his eyes overflowing with a smile. "I didn't expect this little junior sister to be very funny. A doctor who jokes is a kind of good doctor. Medicine is to be rigorous, but too serious for a long time. But the nerves have been tense and prone to accidents. Usually humorous is humorous, and it can also comfort the sad patient well. It's safe to say that the right amount of wit can make a doctor well received among colleagues and patient circles. Female doctors are more restrained and have too little humor, which is also one of the disadvantages compared to male doctors." After explaining some of the procedures for the trainee in the inpatient department, Huang Zhilei looked at his watch and said, "I am now the chief inpatient, and I will go to each department for inspection. You don't need to accompany me, because I want to go around each department. It is equivalent to it's pointless for you to accompany me to run around. Before I come back, you should wander around the ward of our department. If you want to see the medical records, use my login number." Chapter 89. 89. The Pontine brother is here 3. Xie Wanying nodded. Huang Zhilei remembered something important and asked the younger sister to remember. Dr. Wang is on duty in the department today. Don't ask him if you have any questions. Ask me when I get back. If it is an ordinary medical student who has just entered the clinic, he will not understand this. Xie Wanying was born again. She had been in the hospital and knew what this meant. It means that in neurosurgery, at least my senior brother and Dr. Wang are not from the same faction. The sects in the doctor's circle are like rivers and lakes. Each school has its own unique skills. In the doctor's circle, it is called advocating the medical technology that you insist on. Who made medicine itself is a science that has never been debated. Some doctors think that their medical skills are the ones that save lives, while other doctors use the wrong skills. This kind of thing often happens. Therefore, the factions before the doctors were not so much a fight for money and interests, but more because they held their own opinions and refused to give in to each other. Xie Wanying expressed her understanding to her brother. The senior brother was afraid that she would be embarrassed by herself and asked her to wait for the senior brother to come back to take care of her. Feeling that the younger sister is smart and clever, Huang Zhile took a test to see if the younger sister had reviewed her homework before leaving and asked, "What is the pawns? What should I do with you, Pawntime Pawns? Just this QQ nickname knows that my brother cares about pawns. If you, as a junior sister, don't even understand this point and don't check or prepare for lessons, you can get it." Xie Wanying replied eloquently. The pons, also known as the pons, is a part of the brain stem. It is located between the medulla oblongata and the midbrain. Because it is close to the respiratory center, once pontine hemorrhage occurs, the mortality rate is high. The answer is concise and to the point, not rote memorization. It makes sense for this little junior sister to be called a scholar. Huang Zhile nodded fiercely and came up with another question to test the junior sister. This question has no previous reminder and the answer that can be found in the book. Do you know what special position our hospital's neurosurgery is in the country? The National Association of Neurosurgery is the first hospital in history that can perform neurosurgical brain tumor resection. Just this historical position has been permanently engraved in the annals of history. Not bad. Do you know who is the technical expert of our department? Although Professor Feng has retired, he will return to the department for guidance when he has time. I know very well. Do you know who are the disciples of old Professor Feng? So is senior brother Chao. Student master, smart, and understanding of the world. Huang Zhile patted his little junior sister Xie Wanying's shoulder, nodded and left. It was too unexpected for him to meet the younger sister tonight, and he didn't know how to describe it. I thought that the younger sister was a deadly endorsement, but it was not. I thought the little sister would be a pretty girl, but it wasn't. I thought the little sister was thin and weak, but she turned out to be slim and muscular. Senior brother left. Xie Wanying followed her brother's instructions and started to stroll from the first bed in the ward. Without a senior brother, it is impossible to ask the patient's condition for no reason. It can only be seen in front of a hospital bed with monitoring equipment. Such patients are generally in a state of lethargy and coma, which is also the focus of clinical training. When I went to the ward, I could see Dr. Wang majestic and leading a large number of medical students running around in each ward. With such a busy situation in the hospital, anyone would forget that today is the 30th night of the Chinese New Year. In a few hours, the New Year's bell is about to ring. Capital Airport. An international flight landed on the tarmac on time. Chapter 90, He is Back 1. The capital at night, with neon twinkling like stars. The airport in the New Year's Eve is not very crowded. There are only people coming and going at the exit, because there are passengers who have just gotten off the plane, and there are people who come to greet the passengers, crowded together and bustling. In the crowd, a handsome and tall man was suddenly seen walking out of the exit. He walked quickly, holding a black leather duffel bag in his right hand. The brown leather jacket he was wearing was very cool, with handsome bangs flying and sunglasses on his face. At first glance, it is known that it is a person who has just returned from abroad. He has a foreign smell all over his body, and he walks like a moving show stage, attracting the attention of the people who come and go. Those who didn't know thought it was a star who secretly disguised and returned to China because it was such a handsome face. Until someone shouted from the opposite side, "Dr. Chao Yo." The man stopped. The person shouting from the other side hurried over to him, a short young man in a neat suit and leather shoes, and said to him, "Dr. Chao, I was sent by the dean to pick you up, My surname is Du. You can call me Little Du. While talking, this Little Du stretched out his hand and rushed to help him carry the black duffel bag in Qiao Yong's hand. Qiao Yong did not rob others, so he had them carry the bags and put the sunglasses into the breast pocket of the leather jacket. Dr. Qiao, do you only have this duffel bag? Xiao Du asked. Among the people who have returned to China, no one has ever seen such a small amount of luggage. I have other luggage. My friend will help me check it back in 2 days. I will come back first, Qiao Yong said. As soon as he heard it, Xiao Du said, I'll take you to pick up your car at the gate of the airport. Who are you from the dean? Qiao Yong asked. I'm the director's assistant. I work in the personnel department of the hospital. I'm new, so Dr. Qiao doesn't recognize me. Xiao Du was obviously nervous when he answered him. The dean asked you to pick me up. Didn't I say I don't need someone to pick me up? Qiao Yong asked again. Dr. Qiao, you went abroad to study for 3 years and came back during the new year. The dean said that you had a hard time, so let me pick you up. He also said that on the first day of the spring festival tomorrow, he will let you go to his house to eat dumplings. It seems that eating dumplings is the key point for the latter, and Qiao Yong raised his eyebrows. Okay, I understand. The two then went outside the airport and boarded a car that was waiting outside to pick them up. Sitting in the car, Qiao Yong took out his mobile phone and called his old classmate Rin Chongda first. Are you back? Rin Chongda, who suddenly received his call, was deeply surprised. Yes, I just got off the plane, Qiao Yong said. When did you come back? You didn't inform us that you will be here today. We thought you came back after the Chinese New Year. Rin Chongda grumbled and complained that handsome Qiao didn't greet them in advance. Why don't you go back home during the Chinese New Year? Qiao Yong said in a relaxed tone, and then criticized his old classmates for making a fuss. I'm just going to study and communicate. I'm not doing anything major. Why do I need to inform you to pick me up at the airport? Isn't it supposed to pick you up? You've been there for 3 years, but we haven't seen each other for more than 3 years, right? It is said that it is a 3-year study period, but the preparation work must be done before coming and going, and there is an additional half year. Hearing the feelings of the old classmates, Qiao Yong took a look at the road scenery along the way outside the car window. Scene by scene, very familiar and somewhat unfamiliar. For more than 3 years, the city has been tinkering and repairing, and it has long since changed. Chapter 91. He is back too. Are you going home now? Rin Chongda asked. Go back to the hospital first. Qiao Yong's words were informing the driver and Xiao Du by the way. Rin Chongda was taken aback. You don't go home and go to the hospital first? What? When did you become a workaholic as an old classmate? Rin Chongda had never heard of this at all, because Qiao Shui is by no means a working group, but a pragmatic and dashing group with great strength. He has always believed that a doctor's work and rest and entertainment time must be coordinated in order to be able to do it for a long time. Qiao Yong couldn't answer his question. He was thinking about the conversation between Huang Zhilei and someone in the Q group that day. Is she going to trainee today? I haven't come back for a long time. I don't know what the hospital has become, so I thought about going to the hospital to see the situation of the department first. Qiao Yong finally said. The hospital hasn't changed. The new building for your surgery hasn't been built or moved. Rin Chongda told him. See you tomorrow. Didn't you go back to your hometown? Qiao Yong hung up his phone, seemingly tired. Rin Chongda looked back and thought, no, it is impossible for Qiao Shui to not know how the hospital situation is. Even if he is abroad, he will definitely contact his department from time to time. There is only one possibility left. Is it possible? Rin Chongda thought that if the first phone call made by an old classmate was him, there is such a possibility. Who asked Xie Wanying to have no mobile phone? More than 3 years ago, the scene of handsome Qiao standing in the university snack street watching someone in a daze reappeared in Rin Chongda's mind, and Rin Chongda scratched his head. Qiao Yong, who had called his old classmate, realized that he had dialed the wrong number and should have called Huang Zhilei directly, so he called Huang Zhilei's cell phone. Senior brother? Huang Zhilei, who received his call from the other side, was very surprised. I'm back. Are you in the hospital? Yes, I am in hospital. Okay, when I arrive, go downstairs to pick me up and go to the department together. Huang Zhilei was so excited that he chatted like a little sparrow. Senior brother, just in time. A little junior sister came to our department for apprenticeship tonight. Knowing who he was talking about, The corners of Chao Yang's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a small dimple with a smile. Ninth floor neurosurgery. Xie Wanying, who started to go to the ward at 6 o'clock at this time, slowly looked at the patient and saw that after 9 o'clock in the evening, the senior brother went to other departments and did not return. She also only saw 3 patients here. On the other side, Dr. Wang has already led the medical students to check the room, and there are no special patients to deal with at the moment. Sitting in the doctor's office, writing electronic medical records, and doing other things. Like teacher, a group of medical students have nothing to do. They also do their own things in the doctor's office, chatting and self-studying. Finally, someone remembered that it was the 30th night of the New Year's Eve and called a friend to chat. Nurses are busy every day, but fortunately tonight, all the ordinary people went home for reunion dinner. During the Chinese New Year, if there is no serious illness, the common people will endure it and do not want to come to the hospital to go to the emergency room at the time of leaving the old and welcoming the new, which is called bad luck. Until early 10 o'clock in the evening, someone suddenly called the nurse's station. Xie Wanying turned a corner from the ward, walked back to the office to check and study the electronic medical records of the 3 patients, and passed the nurse station. I heard the nurse on duty asking about the situation on the phone. Emergency patients? What kind of patient? Our doctor on duty tonight is Dr. Wang. Ah, the patient explained by Director Liu. Does Dr. Wang know? Chapter 92, Initial Operation 1. Turned around, Xie Wanying saw Dr. Wang hurried out of the office. The other group of medical students sensed the subtle atmosphere, and they all stared at Dr. Wang's every move, all nervous. Yes, Director Liu explained. Hurry up and prepare a bed, Dr. Wang said to the nurse, holding a mobile phone in his hand to talk to Director Liu. Director Liu, you said you don't need to prepare a bed? The patient is not hospitalized, only treat wounds in our ward, right? When the nurse heard this, she was surprised. Isn't it going to be hospitalized? Wouldn't it be fine if you can't handle it in the emergency room? What are you sending to our ward? What are you talking about? This is Director Liu's very important patient. Director Liu's patient wants to come to the ward to treat the wound and doesn't want to be in the emergency room. Don't you understand? What kind of place is the emergency room? It's messy, and there are all kinds of patients. Treating wounds in such a place will affect the patient's mood, Dr. Wang said, educating the nurse. The nurse understood what was going on and said, I'll go to the dressing room to prepare something for you. Dr. Wang waved his hand. Go quickly, Director Liu and the patient will come later. The nurse spread her legs and ran. The director's distinguished guest is not an ordinary patient and must be well received. A group of medical students looked at each other and looked at each other. What kind of patient would be the director's honored guest? Xie Wanying looked at the list of doctors in the department hanging in the corridor of the ward. It was written that the surname of the director of neurosurgery was Pang, and the surname of the deputy director was Liu. Remembering the words of her senior brother, Xie Wanying knew that she should not watch the fun like other medical students, and went directly to the office. Unexpectedly, Dr. Wang turned his head to see her back and shouted, What's wrong with you, a student? Where do you want to go if you don't come to study? Before, Dr. Wang saw her walking alone and ignored her self-study, but suddenly he took an attitude towards her, obviously because Director Liu came. After thinking about it in her heart, her senior brother told her not to ask questions. She originally wanted to be a transparent person, but now that Dr. Wang told her not to turn around, she might cause trouble for her senior brother. Xie Wanying turned back and joined the team of medical students. Now, Dr. Wang looked satisfied. A group of people lined up neatly and stood at the door of the dressing room. The nurse inside was busy preparing surgical instruments and disinfectant and asked Dr. Wang, What is the patient's condition? The emergency call did not make it clear. Dr. Wang said, We'll know when the patient arrives. As if on the phone, Director Liu was reluctant to disclose more than one patient, thinking that the following people did not need to know the privacy of the guest's condition. In that case, the nurse had no choice but to stop asking and also stood inside. The large group of people waited for about half an hour and finally waited until a few figures appeared at the end of the corridor. So, in the ward, it is said to wait for emergency patients to come up. Under normal circumstances, it is good to be able to come up in half an hour. People in the emergency department are busy, and patients who are transferred to the emergency department need to wait in the ward. Especially those who are mildly ill and have acquaintances who say that they will not be hospitalized. They will not know what you want to do in the emergency department. When Director Liu arrived in person, he went to the emergency room to bring the patient up. From a distance, you can hear Director Liu's complaints and explanations to the patient's family. Our hospital's emergency department has always been like this. New people go to duty and don't understand many things, so they do things slowly. Chapter 93, Initial Operation 2. Yes, we said we wouldn't be hospitalized, and the emergency department didn't know what procedures to go through and couldn't tell. Fortunately, Director Liu, you came here. The patient and the patient's family complained and thanked Director Liu. Director Liu smiled. It's okay. The closer the person came, the more Xie Wanying and the others finally saw what was going on. I saw a young man in his early 20s pushing a wheelchair. A middle-aged woman in her 40s sitting in a wheelchair. The woman's right forehead was pressed with a few thick gauze pieces and pasted with tape. It should be a simple first step in the emergency department. This is the female patient and the female patient's son. As for Director Liu, he was in his 50s when he was the deputy director. His body was about the same as that of an ordinary middle-aged man. A doctor of this age must have rich clinical experience alone, and no matter how he can gain the trust of his patients. Get out of the way. Dr. Wang glared at the medical students who were blocking the way. These medical students who were standing and didn't know what to do just responded and made way for the director and the patient. Xie Wanying left early behind the crowd and acted as a transparent person on the edge of the corridor. She didn't know why Dr. Wang was staring at her again and called her to come forward. The young man pushed the female patient's wheelchair into the dressing room, and the nurse helped the patient to sit on the examination bed in the dressing room. Director Liu heard Dr. Wang calling and looked back at Dr. Wang questioningly. After receiving a hint from Director Liu, Dr. Wang walked over and said in Director Liu's ear, "Student from the 8th year class of the National Association. Tonight Huang Zhilei was in the hospital and went to various departments. I don't know how to keep this person in the department." Inside, Director Liu squinted and said, "In that case, let her come in and study." Walking through the medical students, Xie Wanying could feel the gazes of everyone around her who might be watching the show. In response, she calmly walked into the dressing room. Director Liu put on the sterile gloves handed by the nurse and tore off the tape on the patient's gauze. The patient's mouth creaked in pain. After the tape was removed, the gauze was sticking to the wound, obviously sticking, so it was not easy to handle. Another patient complains of pain, which makes it even more difficult for the doctor to start. Director Liu changed his mind and said to Dr. Wang, "Let her try it." Xie Wanying didn't respond, and the group of medical students watching the show froze, because they could all guess that she came to trainee on the first day, and she should not have tried surgery at all. Although it's just a piece of gauze, it can be big or small. If it hurts the patient, wouldn't it be scolded on the spot? "Come here." Dr. Wang, regardless of the 3721, directly instructed Xie Wanying to go to the front and whispered to her, "Well done. This person is the director's patient." Xie Wanying nodded. In fact, no matter whether it is the director's patient or not, as long as it is a patient, she will definitely handle it well. Took the gloves from the nurse and put them on. When she was about to put on gloves, the nurse wanted to remind her, "Do you know how to put on sterile gloves?" The medical students who came to trainee on the first day basically didn't even know how to wear gloves. But Xie Wanying was different. Not to mention rebirth, she stayed in the autopsy room of the leader every day, and she was already familiar with wearing gloves. She didn't have time to answer the nurse's words. Her hands moved neatly. Her fingers lightly squeezed the inner layer of the glove, and she put it on with a hula so that it would not contaminate the so-called sterile area on the outer layer of the glove. Chapter 94, Initial Operation 3. Director Liu and Dr. Wang were stunned when they saw it, and the nurse was even more surprised. The aseptic operation is too skilled, and it is not equivalent to the title of the medical student who came to the trainee on the first day. "Please give me saline and a syringe," Xie Wanying said to the nurse. "Yes, this new female trainee is very polite. Please be polite to the nurse." The nurse sister in her early 30s was very happy and poured the saline into the sterile curved pan. Xie Wanying picked up the 2 milliliters syringe, removed the needle, pulled the syringe push rod, inhaled the physiological saline with her head, and then dripped the physiological saline into the gauze block on the patient's forehead with a syringe, at the same time being careful not to let too much water fall into the patient's eyes and face to go. Gently feed saline drops, so that the patient does not feel much pain, but only a slight cooling sensation. The wound itself felt a little hot, so the cool feeling was just right. The reason why the gauze sticks to the wound is because the blood soaks the gauze and it dries. At this time, it can be easily removed by soaking in normal saline or iodophor. Some of the medical students who were watching outside whispered, "It turns out to be like this. Use normal saline to soak." Shows that many medical students have just arrived at the clinic and do not understand this operation at all. Dr. Wang frowned upon hearing this. How did this female medical student understand? Isn't it the first day to be on duty with Huang Zhile? Director Lu looked at Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang shook his head and said he didn't understand what was going on. After soaking the yarn block, you must take it off quickly this time, otherwise it will stick again. Director Lu stepped forward and felt that the medical students must have handled it improperly. This operation is much more difficult than the operation of soaking in salt water and requires higher proficiency. Who would have thought that Xie Wanying suddenly didn't wait for him to walk forward? And when she saw that the gauze block was loose, she slapped the gauze block on the patient's forehead with lightning strikes. Director Lu had no choice but to stand still, his eyes rounded a bit when he looked at her face. "Mom, does it hurt?" the young man asked his mother. The middle-aged woman replied, "It doesn't hurt much." Said, the female patient looked at Xie Wanying's face in surprise and said to Director Lu, "Is it Director Lu's student?" Director Lu is not easy to answer. The female patient thought it was, and smiled. Director Lu's students are as good as Director Lu. Director Lu didn't even know how to answer. He turned his head and pretended he didn't hear the words, and said to the nurse, "Prepare to sew needles and sutures. Get local anesthesia first." "Lidocaine?" the nurse asked. "Yes, lidocaine doesn't need a skin test." Director Lu talked to the nurse and regained his rhythm, and said to the patient, "This wound is not deep, just need 2 stitches, don't worry." "Thank you, Director Lu." The female patient was very happy after hearing what the doctor said was okay. Xie Wanying looked at the patient's head this time, and a 3-dimensional map of the patient's brain appeared in her mind. There seemed to be something in it, and she said, "I want to take a CT of the head." Hearing her words, the female patient and the young son were frightened. "What do you know?" Dr. Wang came back to his senses and spoke loudly to Xie Wanying. The director didn't speak. A small medical trainee dared to make a medical diagnosis of the patient in front of the patient and the patient's family, and his opinion was contrary to the director's opinion. Could this trainee have no future? Dr. Wang's voice was extremely rough, as if he was braving a raging fire. When other medical students saw this scene, they thought that Xie Wanying should be eager to run away or find a hole in the ground, because she seemed to be a fool and dared to sing against the clinical teacher and the clinical teacher. Chapter 95, Fight against each other. After a while, everyone was shocked. Xie Wanying didn't move at all, looking at Dr. Wang's anger as if looking at the air. In line with the principle of being a doctor to treat and save people, Xie Wanying will definitely not give in and retreat. "Director Lu, this patient has a deep forehead injury, which is unusual. How did she hit her? Whether there is a brain disease in it that caused the trauma needs to be investigated. CT is a good imaging diagnostic tool." Xie Wanying continued to persuade the clinical teacher. The female patient's son was very nervous when he heard this and asked, "Director Lu, is what she said true? Didn't you just say that my mother is fine?" Director Lu's face was full of dark clouds, and after scanning Xie Wanying coldly from the corners of his eyes, he smiled at the patient's family and said, "She is just a medical trainee. She doesn't understand anything. She only learns by reciting textbooks, and she has never been there. Clinically, how do you know how to treat patients? She is not my student either." "Isn't she your student?" the female patient muttered. "No. So do you understand?" The son of the female patient seemed to understand, but he didn't seem to understand. He was a little confused and said to his mother, "Mom, I'll call Dad and ask." No. The female patient hurriedly stopped her son Your father is very busy and has no time. I have a minor bruise, but Director Liu said it's all right. Director Liu is an expert in neurosurgery. If you don't listen to him, listen to him. Who is it? This is the National Association Hospital. Mother's words made the young man hesitate. Director Liu gave Dr. Wang a look. Dr. Wang turned around and scolded Xie Wanying in a low voice. Go out. I don't need you here. Because what kind of thing is a trainee who doesn't listen to the director? Xie Wanying frowned. She was kicked out now. She doesn't care. The question is whether this patient can be saved. Why don't you ask her how she was injured? Was it caused by her falling and hitting a hard object? Did you feel dizzy before the injury? Xie Wanying tried to ask the patient about the specific injury process. Dr. Wang was extremely unhappy when she saw that she dared to stay here, and said with a stern face, "She is not your patient, and you are not a doctor. What qualifications do you have to ask about the patient's condition? Hurry up and get out. She has low seniority and has not yet become a doctor." Of course, she doesn't say anything now. What she never expected was that these two doctors seemed to put the safety of the patient second, but they put their dignity first and regarded themselves very highly. Xie Wanying thought about it. She could only run out of the door and quickly find someone to help. The medical students standing at the door gave way, and when they saw her walking out, they whispered incredulously, "What's the matter with her? Dare to object to the director's diagnosis? Who does she think she is? Not even a trainee, just a trainee." People in the 8th year class of the National Association are indeed legendary nerds. They have read too many dead books, and they are ignorant when they reach the clinic. Does she actually think she can be better than the director? Ha 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 dash. She deserves it. If I were the director, I would have kicked her out. Director Liu and Dr. Wang are good-natured. She doesn't even know what she is doing here by saying these words. She is harming the patient. The voices of other people's voices were like a wind in her ears. Xie Wanying, who only cared about the patient's condition, walked to the nurse's station and quickly picked up the department's telephone to call senior brother Huang. This matter is too urgent. If the female patient is discharged from the hospital, the next time something happens, the female patient will die in other places if they can't make it to the hospital. Chapter 96, Brother Rescue 1. A diseased lump in the head is a big deal. Beep beep. After a series of long beeps, someone finally answered the phone. Hello, who is it? Brother Huang. It's me, Xie Wanying. What's the matter? Huang Zhile asked from the opposite side. It's like this, senior brother. There is an emergency. Can you go back to the department right now? Xie Wanying tried her best to explain the situation clearly on the phone, but Huang Zhile, who was on the opposite side, lost her voice for some reason, which made her panic to death. Senior brother, Xie Wanying shouted twice. At this, hey, brother's voice is no longer on the phone. Xie Wanying raised her head. Huang Zhile, who was standing in front of the nurse's platform, was looking at her with a smile, and the mobile phone in his hand had just been put back in the pocket of his white coat. I was in a tense mood at first, but now seeing the smiling face of my senior brother, I thought of what my senior brother said before, and Xie Wanying felt relieved and said, Senior brother, there is a patient who needs a head CT. What patient? Where is Dr. Wang? Huang Zhile asked about the situation. Dr. Wang is in the dressing room, and Director Liu is also there. I gave them advice, but they told the patient to go back without other examinations. I'm worried that something will happen. Little junior sister's words made Huang Zhile blink. So is Director Liu's patient? This is not easy to handle. What's the condition of the patient? Based on his trust in the younger sister, Huang Zhile asked for more details. The patient's right forehead was injured and entered the neurosurgery ward. Now the wound is sutured in the dressing room. The wound is about half a finger long, and about 2 stitches are sutured. Director Liu is doing it. However, the patient's wound is relatively deep, not in the most of the injuries caused by misoperation in the factory workshop or being smashed by falling objects may be due to falls or collisions. Whether the patient may suffer from temporary loss of consciousness or dizziness, etc., may cause accidents. I personally think it is best to do a full inspection and comparison. Appropriate. It makes sense to listen carefully to what the younger sister said. Huang Zhile continued to ask the younger sister after thinking. She said that she was not accidentally injured in the factory workshop, nor was she injured by a falling object. How did she get hurt? She didn't say. Dr. Wang won't let me ask. But I don't think she dresses like a worker. The female patient and her son are dressed very well, and the distinguished guest who is Director Liu may be a worker. It's not like a worker, it's Director Liu's patient. Huang Zhile, considering what the younger sister said, turned his head and asked someone, Brother Chow. Brother Chow? Hearing the name, Xie Wanying's memories suddenly returned to the scene of her cousin at the emergency door of the hospital where she was with someone more than 3 years ago. In all fairness, a handsome doctor like Chow Shui is hard to forget wherever he goes. Really handsome Chow is back? Only heard the scream of another night shift nurse in the corridor of the ward. Dr. Chow, you are back. Chow Yong walked in front, followed by Xiao Du who helped him carry his luggage. Hearing that Chow Yong was going to go back to the hospital department first, Xiao Du didn't dare to say a word and followed behind Chow Yong. While being a new employee, he was also very strange, this legendary hospital's most powerful surgeon. Yes, I just came back, how are you? Chow Yong greeted the nurses in the undergraduate room cordially. I heard from the director and the head nurse that you were newly married last year. Did you receive the wedding gift from me? Chow Handsome has one thing very good. As a scholar, he is never arrogant, polite, and basically has a good relationship with his colleagues. Chapter 97, Brother Rescue 2. The nurse was overjoyed to hear what he said, and kept saying, the person I wanted to invite for the wedding was Dr. Chow, but Dr. Chow, you went abroad and couldn't come back. I told my husband that I would invite Chow at that time. The doctor came to our house for dinner. My husband and I like the things you gave me very much. Dr. Chow, your clothes are so handsome. Is so handsome. The leather jacket with velvet pull and the pure cashmere sweater with dark blue inside are as fashionable as a star. What kind of down jackets and cotton-padded jackets are often worn by people in winter in China? They are bloated to death. Western style, foreign style, really is foreign style. The nurse's words have long attracted a group of medical students standing at the door of the dressing room to look this way. Seeing the figure of handsome Chow, all the male and female medical students had fan-level pink in their eyes. To put it bluntly, modern domestic medicine was originally westernized. Many medical students admire foreign doctors, and it is even more trendy to watch American medical dramas. The definition of being a doctor must be like the doctor in the American TV series. You need medical skills, you need to wear clothes, and you need to be smart and romantic. As long as a doctor like Chow Shui is realized in reality, whether it is a medical student, a nurse, or a patient's family member, which one is not pink? After greeting the nurse, Chow Yong walked to the nurse's station and asked Huang Zhile, his junior brother in the same department. What's the matter? Did you call me just now? Yes, senior brother. That's the case. Little junior sister said that there is a patient. When Huang Zhile reported the situation, he found that his senior brother suddenly turned his head. At the moment when the eyes of handsome Chow met, Xie Wanying was a little nervous and habitually showed a polite smile. Chow Yong couldn't help smiling when he saw the stiffness at the corner of her mouth. It's a doctor, and at a glance, you can see that the little sister is suddenly nervous when she sees him. Xie Wanying was a little nervous. She hadn't seen each other for a few years. She could feel that the handsome Chow who came back this time should be even more powerful. You said it was Director Liu's patient? Chow Yong was listening carefully to the work report of his younger brother. At this moment, Xiao Du suddenly received a call, gave his cell phone to Chow Yong, and said, the director called you, Dr. Chow. Chow Yong took over the phone and listened to the instructions of the leader on the other side. Yes, President Wu, I am in our department. Mrs. Zhang Bureau is in our department now. Would you like me to take a look at what's going on? Okay, I see if she's there. Zhang Ju's wife. Huang Zhile repeated this, touching the glasses on the bridge of his nose in surprise. Could it be Director Liu's female patient? Where are the people? Chow Yong asked. In the dressing room. Huang Zhile replied. Follow me. Chow Yong beckoned. Huang Zhile and Xie Wanying immediately followed. At this time, Chow Yong entered the doctor's dressing room, took off his coat, and put on the doctor's white coat, and hung up the doctor's sign. Chow Yong, who came out after changing his clothes, once again caused a group of medical students to exclaim, Isn't it? It's the deputy chief physician. How difficult it is to get promoted to deputy chief physician, as all medical students know that some doctors never get promoted in their entire lives. A person like Chao Yong, who is a deputy chief physician in his 20s, can be counted on his fingers all over the country. Not to mention, he is the deputy chief physician of neurosurgery, the top neurosurgery of surgery. The medical students looked at handsome Chao as if they were in a dream. After all, looking back, the 50-year-old director Liu had the same title. Chapter 98, Brother Rescue 3. With senior brother coming back, Huang Zhilei is full of confidence. After the younger sister said that she was Director Liu's patient, he really didn't dare to intervene in this matter. The medical profession is all about grading. Xie Wanying, who was behind the two senior brothers, also deeply felt that the atmosphere had changed a lot at this time. The other medical students next to her who had laughed at her had no voice for her alone. These people voluntarily made way for the three of them. In the dressing room, the nurse who was standing guard was also excited for a while when he saw Chao Yong and shouted, "Dr. Chao." Director Liu, who finished stitching the patient, frowned immediately. As for Dr. Wang, who was an assistant next to him, when he turned his head and saw Chao Yong's appearance, his eyes burst out in shock. When did it happen? As you can imagine, the two were also too surprised by Chao Yong's appearance at this time and hadn't heard of it before. "Hello, Director Liu." Chao Yong put both hands into the pockets of his white coat and greeted his colleagues in the department with a smile. "You're back." Director Liu squinted at him and turned his back to him. "When did you come back?" "Director Chen didn't mention that you came back today. What happened?" "It's difficult to get a flight ticket back to China during the Chinese New Year, so I can't tell the department accurately." Chao Yong's words can be regarded as an explanation. The female patient's son was the first to discover that Chao Yong's doctor's brand was different. How could it seem to be the same level as Director Liu? "My surname is Chao. Are you Zhangju's son?" Chao Yong asked. "You know my dad?" The female patient's son was surprised. Director Liu and Dr. Wang immediately became vigilant. "What happened?" "President Wu called me. Maybe your father called President Wu and asked me to come and see your mother's injury." Chao Yong said. "The doctor that my father called the dean." The son of the female patient immediately understood what was going on. This showed that the doctor in front of him had better medical skills than Director Liu. Otherwise, why would his father and the director call him instead of Director Liu? "Excuse me, Dr. Chao. My mother is like this. She suddenly called me and said she fell at home." The female patient's son told the cause of the patient's visit to the hospital. "Chao handsome as a cow. She asked half dead just now, and no one said a word." Xie Wanying sighed in her heart. The doctor industry is really a step-by-step, and it has to be accumulated. Fall. Chao Yong narrowed his eyes, remembering her speculation that Huang Zhilei just said. It seemed that he, the little junior sister who was like a little fairy for the first time, was about to say something right again. Director Liu and Dr. Wang saw this and tried every means to interrupt. She accidentally stumbled, and her head hit the corner of the table. Dr. Wang tried to stop handsome Chao from continuing the consultation on behalf of Director LV. "The wound is fine. It didn't hurt the bones. It was just a cut on the scalp." Liu, the director, took care of it, disinfected and sutured the wound, and everything is fine. "Will you be cut when you touch the corner of the table?" Chao Yong said this in a low voice, but he obviously had a funny smile. Dr. Wang said, "There are also cuts if the corners of the table are sharp." "What do you think?" Chao Yong turned around and asked Xiang Zai. Everyone around was stunned. Huang Zhilei thought, could it be that the senior brother also wanted to take the opportunity to test the little junior sister who just arrived at the clinic today? After receiving Chao Shuai's instruction, Xie Wanying answered without hesitation, "You can do a test related to nystagmus." Chapter 99, The Doctor's Deception, is also a technical job one. What is nystagmus? Some medical students unconsciously want to find their notebooks, textbooks, and English-Chinese word lists in their white coat pockets. Some other medical students who understood the words winked at Xie Wanying again. "I think this person is really bold, and under such a circumstance, he dares to continue to make suggestions stubbornly." Xie Wanying found out, and the look in Chao Handsome's beautiful eyes deepened when she heard her words. Huang Zhilei touched his spectacle frame. Oh, little junior sister suddenly speaks English. What does this mean? I mean, is it possible that the patient is lying? I don't want to be hindered by the patient's knowledge and continue to check Biao Biao English. In this situation, it is possible that the patient lied. The corner of the table cuts the scalp and the wound is so deep. What kind of table corner can be compared to a knife? At the same time, because the female patient was unhappy after hearing what her son said, she complained to her son, "I know Director Liu. He is the director, with high level and the best skills. Otherwise, how can I be the director? I don't need other doctors. Show it to me. The wound is stitched up. Let's go back quickly. Today, New Year's Eve. I'm going home for a reunion dinner." In short, the female patient seems to be more concerned about the appearance of the reunion dinner. This reaction is obviously a bit abnormal from the general patient's reaction to coming to the hospital by himself. As long as it is a patient, as long as you hear that there are experts coming to see you, you will be willing to wait for the doctor to check it out for yourself if you are not unhappy. Why is this female patient so disgusted? She only appoints Director Liu to see a doctor for herself. Fortunately, the female patient's son had a clearer head than his mother and said, "Mom, Dr. Chow was invited by my father. It's different. Your dad doesn't know anything. He's not a doctor." The female patient strongly objected. Hearing the female patient's words, Director Liu pulled the collar of his white coat, looking full of confidence, and his self-confidence was completely back. Chow Yong returned from abroad after gilding. It is useless no matter how good he is. The patients don't want to see Chow Yong. Just show him Director Liu. "Mom, you have to listen to Dad." The female patient's son was anxious and argued with his mother. The female patient turned her head in annoyance, sulking, and it was more obvious that her son was on her husband's side rather than hers. Other people looked at this scene and were quite puzzled, thinking about what happened to this family and this female patient. All of this can only further prove that the patient has the possibility of lying and concealing his condition. Huang Zhilei frowned, holding his glasses and looking at Director Liu across from him. If Director Liu and Dr. Wang were simply treating the patient, they would have seen something strange at the moment, and they would have persuaded the patient to take the next step of the examination, but the two of them did not behave like this. Instead, Dr. Wang said to them, "Dr. Chow, forget it. The patient himself is unwilling to do the examination. We should respect the patient's own opinion. Besides, Director Liu examined her before, and there is nothing wrong." The corners of Huang Zhilei's mouth curled up. "I knew this would be the result. So I just called the little junior sister before, so be careful." Xie Wanying watched the expressions of the two senior brothers and remained silent. Senior brother said that senior brother is taking care of her, so she must trust senior brother. What her brother told her to do, she should do the right thing. "What tests have you done?" Chow Yong asked Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang didn't know, so he turned around and asked Director Liu. Director Liu frowned, obviously arrogant, thinking about why he needed to answer such a question. Chapter 100, The Doctor's Deception, is also a technical job too. He is the director. Why is the director answering the questions from the following people? Although Chow Yong is a powerful character, he knows in his heart. In the department, the director is the director in a nice way. In fact, the director is mainly in charge of affairs, and the most powerful doctor is not necessarily the director. But it doesn't matter. Now female patients will only trust him, Director Liu, and will not trust other doctors. He has reason to be confident about this. Dr. Wang couldn't answer. Huang Zhilei and Xie Wanying wanted to understand what was going on. Obviously, this Director Liu probably did not perform any examinations on the female patient, so he could not answer a simple examination item. For example, what she just said about nystagmastist, Dr. Wang and Director Liu seemed to have completely ignored it and turned a blind eye. "I won't do the examination. I won't do the examination if you say anything. Go home." The female patient was furious with her son and had to go back. Director Liu received the look from the female patient, so he walked out to the female patient and said to others, "Call me tomorrow if you have something to do." "Yes," Director Liu said. "So, can something be wrong?" The female patient turned around and said to her son, "If something happens, I will call the doctor again tomorrow." The scene was a bit chaotic for a time. Everyone was nervous and even confused, not knowing what would happen next. Xie Wanying looked at Brother Chow Shui and felt that God had made her reborn to meet this doctor on the first day. There was always some special arrangement. Chow Yong turned around a long time ago and quietly observed the female patient's every move. Suddenly, he pulled out the doctor's signature pen from the coat pocket of his white coat, put it in front of the female patient, and said with a smile, "Look at my pen. Have you seen it before?" The female patient turned around when she heard this, her face full of vigilance and doubts. After all, the doctor's son said that his husband invited him, so there will be any explosions. Does this pen hold any secrets? The female patient looked at the pen in Chao Yang's hand seriously. At this time, Dr. Wang and Director Liu, like those medical students, were temporarily unable to realize what happened. The medical students, standing at the door, discussed. Who gave this pen to him? Did he and the patient know each other before? Did the patient give it to him before? The son of the female patient also thought to himself after hearing this. If it wasn't for the fact that his mother and this Dr. Chow knew each other before, and it wasn't the pen sent by Dr. Chow from his mother, it could only be the pen from Dr. Wen is the thing? Chow Yong could hear the reactions of the people around him, but when he looked at the younger sister, it was obvious that he had already guessed his thoughts. Xie Wanying thought to herself, Brother Chow is very capable of deceiving people. A good doctor is very particular about technical means when he can be good at deceiving patients. Undoubtedly, handsome Chow is an excellent liar in this regard. No wonder people say that Chow Shui is a great doctor. The female patient looked at the pen in handsome Chow's hand and saw that the pen was moving in front of her eyes, so she had to follow the moving pen, trying to see what the pen looked like. Director Liu and Dr. Wang finally understood Chao Yang's calculations after seeing this, but it was too late. Medical students may not understand, but neurosurgeons must understand. When the female patient's eyeball moves parallel to the pen, it suddenly swings back and forth like a pendulum. End of this chapter.